Going second cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Refers to cards that are ridiculously powerful if you're able to use them going second in the duel rather than first. And because there are so many very powerful going second cards in the game, sometimes there are decks that are built their whole strategies around just going second, so they can play as many of them as possible. And at number 10, we have Max C. This is a hand trap which has the effect where, after you use it, each time your opponent special summons a monster, you draw one card. This card is currently banned in the TCG, but unlimited in the OCG and Master Duel. And since it's unlimited in Master Duel, I thought I would include it on this list, where normally I just want to talk about cards that are not banned in the TCG. So, why Maxi is a powerful going second card is because you can use it during your opponent's first turn in order to draw a whole bunch of cards. That way, you can then use them on your next turn to dismantle whatever board your opponent might put up, due to just the pure card advantage. Or eventually draw into another hand trap that allows you to interact with your opponent to stop their plays. Maxi is one of the strongest cards in the game, and I have a 30-minute video going over why, but the gist of it is, generic draw card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so powerful in meta decks that it's usually a good strategy to just end your turn as soon as your opponent drops a Maxi on you, rather than try to play through all the advantage you're going to give your opponent. Which, in essence, turns Maxi into a skip your opponent's turn card, which is one of the strongest kinds of effects in the game. And you can skip your opponent's turn without losing card advantage, if you're able to chain the effect to one of your opponent's special summons that they can't stop, like maybe activating a Vishuddha from their hand. However, since Maxi is banned in the TCG, I'll also add another powerful going second hand trap to the spawn the list, that being Psyframe Gear Gamma. That is one of the few hand traps that can both negate any monster effect and destroy the card afterwards. Whereas most of the other hand trap negates only negate the effect and don't actually destroy the card. And Psyframe Gear Gamma can only be activated when you don't control any monsters, so it's pretty much only a going second card that might be useful going first too, if your opponent hand traps you before you summon a monster. And at number 9, we have the Winged Dragon of Ra, Sphere Mode. This card has an effect which allows you to normal summon the card by using 3 monsters on your opponent's side of the field, where you then give this card to your opponent, and the card has other effects that don't matter as much, where it can't attack, it can't be targeted for attacks, and you contribute the card in order to special summon the Winged Dragon of Ra from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning conditions, and changing its attack and defense to become 4,000. The main important part of the card is being able to tribute your opponent's monsters for it, because that turns this card into basically a nearly undisruptible monster removal of 3 of any of your opponent's cards. Because there are very few cards in the game that have protection from being tributed for a summon. And if your opponent has a big bad Herald of Ultimateness with 5 cards in their hand to fuel its Omni Negates, they can't do anything about being tributed by Sphere Mode as long as they have 2 other cards on their side of the field that you can get rid of also. Which is usually the biggest problem of Sphere Mode, in that sometimes your opponent just doesn't have 3 monsters out. If you're playing against a big combo deck that puts up huge boards, Sphere Mode is not really that hard to bring out, but against any decks that only ends on 2 or fewer monsters, then you kind of just have a dead card in your hand that you can't use. Which is why some people will opt to play Lava Golem instead, which can do the same thing but tributes 2 monsters. Or one of the various Kaiju monsters, which can also do the same thing as both Lava Golem and Sphere Mode, except only tributes 1 monster, and doesn't take up your normal summon to do it. And at number 8, we have Red Reboot. This is a counter trap card which has the effect that allows you to negate the effect of a trap card, and then you can set that card you negated face down instead of sending it to the graveyard. Then your opponent gets to set another trap card of their choice from their deck, but also your opponent can't activate any other trap cards for the rest of the turn. And what makes this card really good is the fact that you can activate it from your hand by paying half of your life points. So if your opponent sets up a board of 5 back row cards, and you have Red Reboot in your starting hand, you don't really have to worry about that back row, because Red Reboot will allow you to push for game through pretty much anything, since your opponent can't negate a counter trap card, unless they have another counter trap card that can specifically negate traps, like Solemn Judgment. Unless your opponent has Solemn Judgment, there's not really anything they can do about Red Reboot. Red Reboot single-handedly counters pretty much all trap-based decks in the game, because you can just completely ignore their back row for a full turn, and then just go for game with whatever strategy you're using. Even though you have to pay half your life points, your opponent doesn't even lose the card you're setting, and they even go +2 in the whole exchange because they get an additional trap card from their deck, it doesn't matter if you win that turn, which is the huge power behind Red Reboot. Especially if you're playing other going second extra deck monsters, like number 39 Utopia Double or Boros Dragon, which allows pretty much all decks the option to easily put out over 8,000 points of damage in one turn. And because Red Reboot pretty much single-handedly counters trap-based decks, it's currently limited to 1 copy. And at number 7, we have Dino Wrestler Pankratops. This is a 2600 attack level 7 monster, which can special summon itself from your hand as long as your opponent controls more monsters than you do. And then it has an effect where, on a quick effect, you can tribute the Dino Wrestler monster you control in order to target and destroy any one card on your opponent's side of the field. And both of its effects are a hard once per turn. Now, what's really great about Dino Wrestler Pankratops as a going second card is its high attack power value and how it can bait out disruption effects. For example, if your opponent ends only on a 2400 attack Alpalooza Bow the Goddess, where they have 3 monster negates live, and you have a deck full of monster effects that you very much want to go off, you can special summon Dino Wrestler Pankratops in your hand and then just attack over it. Then after Alpalooza is destroyed, you could use this effect to destroy another card and then continue your plays like normal during the main phase too. Or if your opponent has out a Spell Speed 2 disruption effect, like Zodiac Trident, you can just try to attack over it in order to bait out the destruction effect, where you can then chain down a Wrestler Pankratops effect to tribute itself in order to destroy the card anyway. And since the only condition for special summoning the card from your hand is just having less monsters than your opponent, you automatically meet the conditions as soon as you're going second and your opponent has out even a single monster. And it doesn't lock you into any kind of restrictions when using this effect, so it's pretty much completely generic and usable in all decks. Which is why the card is also limited to 1 copy, because it's too good of a going second card. It was pretty much an auto-include in just all decks, because it could also be used as a combo extender if you didn't want to use its effect or its attack stats at all. If you want a card similar to Dino Wrestler Pankratops that's not limited, there's also Alpha the Master of Beasts, which can special summon itself from your hand if your opponent controls more monsters with more attack points than the attack of the monsters you control. And then it has an effect where you can bounce any number of your beast-centric monsters to your hand in order to return a similar number of cards your opponent controls to their hand. So, if your opponent has a full board of monsters, you can special summon out Alpha, and then use its effect to bounce itself and one of your opponent's cards back to their hand, and then you can just bring it out again as long as your opponent has another monster in the field and yours is still empty. Since only its bounce effect is a hard once per turn, but its special summon effect is not. It also serves the same purpose as Dino Wrestler Pankratops of being a really strong monster that could special summon itself from your hand very easily to attack over something like an Alpalooza, although its bounce effect is not Spell Speed 2, which is why it's not as good as Dino Wrestler Pankratops, even if it does have a higher attack power value, and can remove one of your opponent's monsters without sending itself to the graveyard. And at number 6, we have Dark Ruler No More. This is a spell card which allows you to negate the effects of all of your opponent's face-up monsters until the end of the turn. However, your opponent also takes no damage until the end of the turn. And the good thing about this card is its last effect, where neither player can activate monster effects in response to this card's activation. So if your opponent has a full board of monster negates, Dark Ruler No More can just turn them all off, and there's nothing your opponent can do about it unless they have a spell or trap card which can negate the effects of this card. So, the main purpose of Dark Ruler No More is to turn off all of your opponent's big boss monsters in order to set up your own board of boss monsters, since you can't exactly win the turn you use Dark Ruler No More, since your opponent won't take any damage due to the drawback. But you can get rid of all of your opponent's monsters if you just attack over them, and put yourself in a much better game state than your opponent, because most people can't recover from having all of their big boss monsters destroyed. So even if you can't win immediately after using Dark Ruler No More, it can definitely put you in a very advantageous game state. And at number 5, we have Evenly Matched. This is a trap card that can only be activated at the end of the battle phase if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, where you can force your opponent to banish their own cards face down so they control the same number of cards as you. And what makes this trap card an excellent going second card, just like Red Reboot, is its ability to be used from your hand, but only under the conditions that you don't control any other cards. So, if your opponent sets up a full board of monsters, or even back row, what you do is enter the battle phase, and then immediately just end the battle phase and you meet the conditions for Evenly Matched, in order to get rid of all of your opponent's cards. And unless they have a way to negate a trap card, which a lot of boss monsters don't, as a lot of them only negate monster effects, you can wipe out your opponent's board with one of the best forms of removal in the game, since the way evenly matched remove cards prevents floating effects from activating and also bypasses pretty much all boss monster protection. The only bad thing about evenly matched is the fact that it doesn't have spell speed for protection like Dark Ruler no more. So your opponent can negate the effect of the card if they have an Omni Negate in the field, like maybe Borreload Savage Dragon. But if you combo Dark Ruler no more with evenly matched, you pretty much have a 2-card combo that gets rid of almost any board, as long as they don't have any spell or trap card negations, like Solemn Judgment. And at number 4, we have Super Polymerization. This is a quick play spell card which allows you to discard 1 card in order to fusion summon any fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters on both players' side of the field as fusion materials. So, obviously, the best way to use Super Polymerization is to use it on your opponent's monsters as materials, in order to remove those monsters from the field. And the great thing about Super Polymerization that makes it a very powerful going second card is the fact that your opponent can't activate any cards in response to it. So just like Dark Ruler no more, your opponent's big boss monster negates don't do anything against it, and they're super vulnerable to this form of removal since it doesn't target or destroy. So, as long as you build your extra deck to have a lot of common fusion monsters that get rid of your opponent's cards, like maybe check out my video on the top 10 best Super Polymerization targets, you can clear your opponent's field while getting a strong boss monster out of it on your own. Like, if your opponent has 3 dark monsters in the field, you can go into Predaplant Triffy over Utum, but more often than not, you'll probably only have to settle for a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. And of all of the equalizers, or going second cards, I think Super Polymerization is probably one of the better ones for lesser powered decks, because it both gets rid of super hard to out boss monsters, like maybe Herald of Ultimateness, while also doing more than just turning off their effects like Dark Ruler no more, and potentially gives you a really strong monster in the process. But it does take up a lot of extra deck space in order to run effectively, which is why you'll see a lot of combo decks that might like to go second opt to not use Super Polymerization because they don't have the free extra deck space for the fusion monsters required to play it effectively. And at number 3, we have Nibiru the Primal Being. This is a hand trap that can only be activated during the main phase after your opponent has normal or special summoned 5 or more monsters this turn, where you then tribute all face-up monsters in the field, special summon Nibiru to your side of the field, then special summon a super token to your opponent's side of the field, whose attack and defense is equal to the combined original attack and defense of all the monsters tributed. So obviously, a card that tributes all cards in the field is better if you're going second, and generally, you use this card during your opponent's first turn in order to stop all other plays. So, if you're tired of going against a whole bunch of decks that summon a million monsters in one turn, Nibiru is kind of the answer to those decks. Because unless their decks can get out a monster negate on their board before their 5th summon, then they're super vulnerable to Nibiru the Primal Being. In fact, Nibiru can just kind of win you the game on its own, as I once had a game where I resolved Nibiru 3 times against a virtual world player, where they eventually just quit out. Because they could recover from 2 Nibirus wiping their field, but not a 3rd one. And at number 2, we have Lightning Storm. This is a spell card which can only be activated if you control no face-up cards at all, i.e. only going second basically, where you can pick one of its 2 effects, to either destroy all of your opponent's attack position monsters, or destroy all of their spell and trap cards. And it's the versatility of this card that makes it one of the most played going second cards in the game, because it's useful against pretty much every kind of deck. If you're playing Nibiru, that card is only useful if your opponent summons a whole bunch of monsters, which means it's kind of useless against certain kinds of control decks, or decks that are able to do all of their combos in less than 5 summons. But Lightning Storm is useful against both control decks and combo decks, because you can just wipe out all of your opponent's monsters, or wipe out their entire back row if they're playing a control deck. In both cases, you're probably going to force out one of your opponent's negates, so Lightning Storm again can be a very good combo tool if you use it with Dark Ruler no more first, or the number 1 card on this list. If your opponent doesn't have a way to negate a spell card, because again a lot of boss monsters only negate monster effects like Appaloosa Bow the Goddess, then it's an easy out to all of your opponent's monsters. That only takes 1 card from your hand, that is also an easy out to your opponent's back row if they're playing a control deck. And at number 1, we have Forbidden Droplet. This is a quick play spell card which basically allows you to negate the effects of your opponent's monsters, while making it so your opponent can't respond to this card with a negate, and cuts the negated monster's attacks in half, and also does not target. So, just like how Dark Ruler no more can turn off your opponent's board of monster negates, Forbidden Droplet can do the same thing, except it can choose to be immune to your opponent's spell and trap negates as well. But it does require a little bit more resources to accomplish this, because in order to activate Forbidden Droplet, you have to send any number of cards from your hand or field to the graveyard, and then it gains effects based on the amount of cards you send, as well as the types of cards that you send. So, if you want to make it so your opponent can't respond to Forbidden Droplet with a monster negate, you have to send at least one monster to the graveyard to activate its effect, as it only gains protection from the types of cards sent to the graveyard. So, if you want to make sure your opponent can't negate it with a Solemn Judgment, you also need to send a trap card too. And then based on the amount of cards you send, you can then negate the effects of that many cards your opponent controls. So if you send 5 cards to the graveyard to activate Forbidden Droplet, you can negate 5 of your opponent's monsters, cut their attacks in half, and do all of this without targeting any of them, to get by targeting protection, which is definitely a very steep price to pay if you're trying to negate all of your opponent's monsters, which is why you usually only use Forbidden Droplet on a choice 1 or 2 cards, whatever your opponent's most high priority targets are to get rid of, like maybe a Herald of Ultimateness. And since Forbidden Droplet does allow you to use cards on your side of the field, you could send something like your field spell card to the graveyard in order to be one of the cards sent for Forbidden Droplet, or some of your already set back row, or just some of your monsters if you're using this during your opponent's turn and they're about to destroy those cards anyway. Because Forbidden Droplet is one of the few going second cards that also doubles as a form of disruption. Since it's a quick play spell card, you can set the card to be used during your opponent's turn in order to maybe use Forbidden Droplet to disrupt their plays, or use it to send some of your cards to the graveyard if they're being targeted for your opponent's destruction anyway, in order to disrupt your opponent's plays preemptively. Forbidden Droplet is definitely a more meta going second card, because a lot of lower power level decks can't afford the steep cost of activating Forbidden Droplet. But this is a card that allows you to play through unbreakable boards, and guarantee you're able to play through anything, since it has the potential to be completely immune to all forms of negation, except cards that don't allow you to activate the card in the first place, like Imperial Order. And Forbidden Droplet is one of the most used going second cards, even used in decks that like to go first because it's also a disruption tool as well, which makes it a good going first card too. So it's a pretty good card to make the number 1 spot on this list. But there's lots of very powerful going second cards that can easily take this card spot in your deck, where I would say the top 6 cards on this list are all of pretty equal power level, with Forbidden Droplet just being played more than the others. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an ever-changing game, with new and old cards coming out of the meta all the time. And in this video we'll go over cards which people thought would change the game, but ended up not doing much at all. Starting us off at number 10, we have Crystal Seer. This is a level 1 spellcaster which has 100 attack and defense, and when it's flipped, you excavate the top 2 cards of your deck, and pick one to go to your hand, and then place the other on the bottom. Seer came out in the middle of the GX era, in a format dominated mostly by Monarchs. Rise of the Storm Monarch was one of the strongest tribute monsters at the time, letting you stack a card from the field on top of your opponent's deck, a deadly combo together with Phoenix Winged Windblast. Seer was hyped not only as a consistency tool, but also a reason for Monarch decks to go back to using Apprentice Engine. Apprentice Magician used to be the best recruiter to play since it could float into either itself, Old Vindictive Magician, who can pop a card on the field, or Magician of Faith, who can recover a spell from the graveyard. There were lots of parallels between the latter, in fact, since they were both level 1 spellcasters that got you back advantage, but Faith itself had been banned at the time. The issue with Seer is that its effect wasn't nearly as good to make up for its pitiful stats. Dekoichi had nearly the same payoff while also being usable as a beater. As a cherry on top, they even unbanned Magician of Faith for a format just a couple of weeks before Crystal Seer, its supposed replacement, dropped. All of this happened quite early in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and at least Pot of Duality, a card with a similar effect but on a spell card instead, did impact the game as much as Crystal Seer was expected to many years later. So this card is at a pretty low spot on this list. And coming in at number 9, we have Dark Worlds. The Dark World structure deck was set to be released in late 2011, and it had many powerful cards that looked like they would break the meta. This archetype is made out of a series of monsters that get their effects when discarded, but only when discarded by effects and not cost. So they don't work on cards like Raigeki Break, and also they gain bonus effects when discarded by an opponent's card. Silva and Gold had been seen play as tech against cards that discard random cards from your hand like Spirit Reaper and Don Zalug in earlier metas, but at the time the archetype didn't have enough engine to be played by itself. The new structure deck was supposed to change them, giving them strong consistency tools like Snow, who can add a Dark World card when discarded, and Gates of the Dark World, which lets you discard them for effect and draw a card at the same time. But the most hyped of them was certainly Grapha, which could only be special summoned by returning another Dark World monster from your field to your hand, and when discarded would let you pop a card on the field, all while being a 2700 attack beat stick. The hype was so much that even Konami hopped on it, who did their coverage of the next big event while roleplaying as Grapha itself on their blog. Players feared the deck, and after release, many would cite in many direct counters to the strategy in Shadow Imprisoning Mirror and DD Crow. All of this hype just for the deck to get 0 top cut slots in the next event, being heavily outclassed by other meta decks of the time, like Plant Synchro and Agents. Results which Konami tried to explain by saying that it was only because the new Dark World support card, Dark Smog, hadn't been released yet. Dark Worlds did go on to get a couple of tops later on, it just wasn't the dominant force it was made out to be at first. And number 8, we have another structure deck, the Layer of Darkness structure deck, named appropriately after its main card, Layer of Darkness. This is a field spell card that turns all monsters in the field to dark. Its main effect is that if you would tribute monsters to activate card effects, you can tribute your opponent's dark monsters for them instead. Then, during the end phase, the turn player gets as many torment tokens as possible in defense position up to the number of monsters tributed this turn. Tributing monsters as costs is still one of the most powerful forms of removal in the entire game, and this deck would allow you to do it without going minus, which was even better than using kaijus. The other cards revealed all synergize perfectly with the strategy, with the field spell searchers and ways to tribute off your opponent's monsters at quick effect speed. Additionally, field spell decks were much better back then because terraforming hadn't been limited to 1 yet. The deck came out first in the OCG, where it became a widely used strategy combined with Infernoids, an archetype where almost every monster needs a tribute to activate its effect, giving it perfect synergy with Lair. But when it finally came out to the West, it barely did anything. The issue was how powerful every other deck at the time was in comparison, with the likes of Sky Striker and Triple Engage, and Goki with both Isolde and Nightmare Mermaid. How can a deck that dies to a single MST compete? Some of the cards in the structure deck did end up seeing play in other decks, such as Lilith and Trap Heavy Strategies, or Diabolos as Attack and Sky Striker at least. Still, despite the disappointment at first, Lair Infernoids did eventually manage to get a few tops in lower powered metas as a rogue pick. And at number 7, there's Crossout Designator, a quick play spell that allows you to banish a card from your deck to negate the effects of cards with the same name until the end of this turn on a hard once per turn. Crossout's main use is negating hand traps like Ash Blossom and Nibiru, since you can't chain it to their activation on your turn as long as you play a copy of them yourself. This ability to negate hand traps is what made Called by the Grave see play in almost every deck, and even got it in the limited list. Even if you don't need to use it defensively, you can still set it and use it during your opponent's turn. This can be devastating in mirror matches, and there's always a chance you can use a negate a staple like Prod of Prosperity during your opponent's turn. This card saw a ridiculous amount of play in the OCG, and was even put on their ban list in the same month it was released in the West. All the anticipation made this card into the most expensive of its set, and then the card went on to see little play in the following months. The TCG and OCG metas are so different that Crossout didn't become nearly as much of a staple as it is over there. The main reason is because Max C is not legal in the West, and the card by itself is a turn ender for every deck that special summons more than a couple of times, with Crossout being one of the few counters. So even though it was a staple over there, it was just a rare side pick inclusion here. Recently, Crossout's been mostly in Despia decks, since it's the only generic card that can counter both of its biggest counters. But that's still nothing compared to how it was in the OCG, who had to put it all the way down to 1 eventually. And at number 6, we have Natura Pineapple, a level 2 earth plant that turns all monsters you control into plants. Also, during your standby phase, if it's in your graveyard and you don't have any back row and only plants and beasts in the graveyard, it can special summon itself from the graveyard. The Naturias were a quite mediocre archetype at the time. Their situation was exactly like the Ice Barriers, where their synchros were good to play in other decks, but they didn't really work by themselves. Pineapple was supposed to fix that, being a TCG exclusive card released at the highest rarity available, just like the previous meta breaker Gateway of the Six. This monster is extremely similar to Treeborn Frog, a card which had been a mainstay in the meta for a few years before itself. It was supposed to give you easy tribute fodder for the only good main deck Natura monster at the time, Natura Bamboo Shoot, which locks your opponent completely out of spell traps. The theorized Pineapple Cat deck made this Natura card hit really high prices at first, as it used Rescue Cat's engine to give Naturas more combo while staying within Pineapple's restriction. Not only did it not live up to the hype, Rescue Cat would also get banned just a couple of weeks after the card came out. There weren't any easy ways to set up Pineapple in the graveyard deck like Treeborn Frog had. Also, even if Bamboo Shoot actually had a good effect, it loses the effect completely if it got hit by Effect Veiler, which was a staple in almost every deck. Additionally, since its stats were on the lower side for tribute monsters, you'd need to run a lot of defensive cards to keep it alive, all of which would turn off your Pineapple due to its restriction. The deck just couldn't compete with the meta threats at the time, like X-Sabers, and once again, outside of their synchro monsters, the Naturas were forgotten. And at number 5, we have Magical Musketeers, a series of fiend monsters with a very interesting gimmick. They all let you activate Magical Musketeer spell traps from your hand while on the field, and then they have an additional effect when a spell trap is activated in the same column as one of them. They were announced at the beginning of the Link era, and the Magi Bullets, as they were called at the time, were instantly propped up as the second coming of Zodiacs, which had just left the meta with the banning of Trident and Broadball. Caspar and Doc set your advantage engine by letting you get Magical Musketeer spells from both your deck and graveyard every turn. The deck even had a powerful draw effect with Kid Brave, and even Zodiac Barrage-like effect with Starfire. The spell trap lineup was no slouch either, with quick effect pops, graveyard disruption, and monster and spell trap negates. However, this deck could not possibly have been released at the worst time in the TCG, being dropped in the middle of a format mostly dominated by Spiral. The Magical Musketeer Advantage engine was good in theory, but there was no way to keep up with combo decks using tools like Ancient Fairy Dragon and Pre-Errata Fireball Dragon. When it came to the slower decks, the deck was worse than Trickstars, which had a much more compact engine, as well as a way to win the game instantly with Reincarnation and Drill and Lockbird combo, banishing your opponent's whole hand. So the new Zodiacs were left to rot, never really finding their place competitively as the meta progressed and left them behind. They managed to secure themselves a few top spots years later, however, with the release of the Link monster in Magical Musketeer Max, before fading off completely again. And at number 4, we have Spell Chronicle. This is a continuous spell card that requires you to send your entire hand to the graveyard to activate it, and then it banishes 5 spell or trap cards from your deck. Then, each time your opponent activates the spell card, you place 1 Chronicle counter on it. You can remove 2 of these counters and let your opponent choose one of those banished cards to add to your hand. And if this card ever gets destroyed, you take 500 damage for each of the cards still banished by its effect. Despite sounding like some terrible pack filler, this card managed to get an amazing amount of excitement surrounding it years after its release in Duelist Alliance format. What happened is that, as a joke or otherwise, this card was hyped by multiple competitive players at once, with some even saying they were going to buy all copies of Spell Chronicle that they could. The most baffling explanations on why this card were good were given, such as being able to use it to trigger your Shadow effects, despite it sending cards for cost and not effect, so it couldn't even trigger the Shadow effects. This all resulted in the almost useless card skyrocketing in price from night to day, as everyone wanted to get their hands on the new meta as soon as they could. Even though the rest of the player base kept theorizing why this card was supposed to be so good, by thinking it should be used with Primal Seed to get cards back or trigger BA effects, no one could really figure out why it was supposed to be so good. This would only last a couple more days before everyone who bought in realized it was a joke and they had all been duped. The hype dissipated, and so did the discussion and price speculations around this card shortly after. Funnily enough, half a decade later, they actually released a card that comboed very well with this with the Witchcrafter's Patronus. After activating Spell Chronicle, it could be used to add all the cards back to your hand, as long as they were Witchcrafter cards. But even that was too inconsistent to ever see play. And coming in at number 3, we have Sinette Switch. This is a continuous spell that lets you, once per turn, move 1 monster on your side of the field to an adjacent horizontal unoccupied monster card zone. Even though this reads like one of the most do-nothing cards in the whole game, Sinette Switch's demand soared during the final days of Master Rule 3. The new Master Rules announced, and the player base would slowly learn about Link summoning and the Extra Monster Zone mechanic. Since you would need to special summon extra deck monsters to either the Extra Monster Zone or zones a Link monster pointed to, people looked for cards that could potentially free up your Extra Monster Zone. It's important to say that this card actually received an errata after Master Rule 4, as it used to not say horizontal in its card text, so it was thought of as one of the best ways to free up your Extra Monster Zone to allow you to keep playing. This was not the only card to get hyped up due to zone shenanigans, since other zone manipulating cards that were just pack fillers before came into the spotlight, like a Ground Collapse, which people thought you could use to block the Extra Monster Zone. But of course, as more information came to light and all cards that mentioned zones were errated, Sinette Switch went back to its obscurity. This wasn't the first or last time cards got hyped due to a misunderstanding like this. Around the same era, there was also a rumor that Konami would increase the life point starting value to 16,000 to slow the game down, leading to buyouts of the card Ancient Leaf, since it's Pot of Greed if your life points are over 9,000. Funnily enough, Sinette Switch became relevant again in 2022 with the release of the Valence archetype, a series of pendulum monsters which all get their effects off when they change zones. Their most recent piece of support in the OCG can even search Sinette Switch itself from the deck. And coming in at number 2, we have Sea Monster Theseus. This is a level 5 tuner fusion monster with the shortest card text in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 tuners, its summoning requirement. This card was another one hyped by Konami itself, ages before its set came out. This TCG exclusive card was said to be the strongest card of 2017. To put things into context, 2017 was the year when Zodiacs came out, who were the centerpiece of countless formats until their good XCs were all banned. This was also when the True Dracos were released, another archetype which saw lots of play for years, including their boss monsters Masterpiece, which is still banned to this day. Among these two, and countless other titans in the meta, including other cards such as Pre-Errata Fireball Dragon and Ash Blossom, this non-effect monster was supposed to be the strongest monster of that year. Now, Konami's reasoning was that since Elder Entity Norden was now banned, this card would take its place as the instant fusion target of choice. Norden was the reason why instant fusion saw play in pretty much every deck back in the day, since it was one of the easiest ways to spam materials on the field, and it was even summoned using the usual way of fusion substitute in Zodiac decks due to how strong it was. In the article released to hype this card up to the player base, they talked about how you could use it to go into synchros for decks that generally couldn't. Being able to suddenly make something like Black Rose Dragon or Cypher Lord Omega in decks that normally couldn't were decent plays at the time, but nothing that would shake up the meta like the previously mentioned cards. The issue with Theseus is how much extra investment it took up to actually do anything, while also requiring you to hard draw instant fusion and already have bodies on the field in order to make use of it. Of course, there was massive disappointment for the player base who were expecting a TCG exclusive that broke the game once again. At the very least, this card actually got better with time, since Christian Hockey Fibrax gives you a really nice payout for having a tuner body on the field. And despite instant fusion being limited, you now have a higher chance of being able to access him due to the release of Retort Fusion. Though none of that changes how much of a disappointment this card when it was revealed. And finally, at number 1, to no one's surprise, we have the Noble Knights. The Noble Knights are an archetype comprised mostly of warrior monsters and their weapons, with the Noble Arms sub-archetype. They first came out during the Xyz era, being released in small batches with every coming set. Starting out with the vanilla with Noble Knight Artorius. These TCG exclusive cards hogged lots of high rarity spots in older sets, much to the dismay of whoever bought them. On the third or so wave of support, the player base could already tell the whole archetype wasn't going to amount much to anything, having lots of their cards being based on some of the worst mechanics in Yu-Gi-Oh! With Geminis and equip spells. When the first piece of support came out, the strategy couldn't lift a candle against the meta strategies at the time in Mermails and Fire Fists. The deck's main play was to try to summon out their Xyz monster with a bunch of equip spells to protect it, something which wasn't very good in the first place, and it couldn't even do it consistently. For a couple of years, accompanying every new Noble Knight card release, there would be a Konami article calling it the new meta contender. This kept going all the way until the Duelist Alliance era, where they would infamously say a Noble Knight with a bunch of equip spells was the best out in the meta to shut all construct. The cards weren't completely hopeless, and some of the later pieces of support were even quite decent, earning this deck a couple of tops throughout the years, but it was not nearly the game breaker as Konami's fanfare would let you on. This subpar archetype got countless pieces of support, its own box set, and even its own exclusive rarity at some point in Platinum Rare. It was a shame how mediocre it was, due to how much it cost and how gorgeous some of the artwork was. But at least this archetype made up for it with the cards it got years later, deep in the Link era. Isolde, Two Tales of Noble Knights, broke the meta with Gokis at release as an amazing tool for Warrior Link spam. She didn't really have anything to do with the main deck Noble Knights, but because of it needing equipped spells to go to the graveyard to use its second effect, it led to some Noble Arms cards seen play as Isolde Garnets. Later on, Infernobles, another sub-archetype of the Noble Knights, would eventually become a tier 1 strategy for a while. But even if they did make a good new support eventually, that doesn't change how much of a disappointment the original Noble Knights were at first, especially since the Infernobles don't really use any of the support from the early Noble Knights. So, Noble Knights are still mocked to this day as the most overhyped series of cards ever printed in Yu-Gi-Oh! In Yu-Gi-Oh!, winning on your first turn before your opponent gets their turn at all is called an FTK. And FTK decks are very rare or incredibly inconsistent, so you don't see them very often, and that's a really good thing. But occasionally, a viable one comes around and gets a bunch of cards from that combo banned. So at number 10, we have Gallus, the Star Beast Monster Mass FTK. This deck utilizes 3 cards, Koiki Mirror Doom, Gallus the Star Beast, and Genex Ally Birdman. With these 3 cards, you can make a near infinite loop of burn damage, which will be a common theme throughout this list. So before we go into the combo itself, let me explain each of the cards. Koiki Mirror Doom is a level 3 wind monster that negates all effects of light and dark monsters, specifically during the main phase. It's important worded in both that Doom doesn't destroy the negated monster. Gallus the Star Beast is a level 3 earth monster that allows you to reveal itself from your hand, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and if it was a monster, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's level times 200, then special summon Gallus to the field. This effect is not once per turn, so you can kind of see how the FTK works. The last piece of this puzzle is Genex Ally Birdman, a level 3 dark monster that has the effect where you can return a face-up monster you control to the hand to special summon Birdman from your hand, and like Gallus, this effect is not once per turn. So here's how the combo works. First, you need to have Gallus, Doom, and Birdman in your hand. Then you normal summon Doom. Once he's on the field, you can activate Gallus' effect to reveal the top card of your deck to inflict burn damage and special summon Gallus to the field. Then, from your hand, you can activate Birdman to return Gallus to the hand with its cost, but with Doom's effect, Birdman's special summon is negated, so it stays in your hand, but still returns Gallus to the hand. So now you have an infinite loop of special summoning Gallus and burning if you reveal a monster. But to guarantee that you will always draw a monster, you play nothing but monsters in your deck, or a monster mash deck. The Gaulless FTK typically uses cards in the monster mash that have effects that activate when they're sent to the graveyard, like Cockroach Knight or Petin the Dark Clown, but also some good boss monsters like Dark Arm Dragon and the Dark Creator that can special summon themselves when certain cards are in the graveyard. Unfortunately, this FTK deck isn't that usable anymore, as Birdman was limited to 1 copy, so the consistency of this deck has plummeted. Plus, the core of the FTK was used in some Burning Abyss decks that wanted to spam out level 3 monsters and take advantage of Sekka's Light, and was pretty successful in competitive events. And at number 9, we have Magical Explosion FTK. As the name suggests, Magical Explosion FTK revolves around the trap card Magical Explosion. This is a trap card that deals 200 damage to your opponent for each spell card in your graveyard. So as you can imagine, the whole deck is built around getting as many spell cards in your graveyard as possible, and then as soon as it switches to your opponent's turn, you activate Magical Explosion to one-shot your opponent. There were 2 main versions of this FTK in the past, one with Tempest Magician and a Monarch variant. The Tempest Magician variant was based around a level 6 synchro monster that combos insanely well with the Magical Explosion. The effect reads that once per turn, you can discard any number of cards to place spell counters on monsters you control. Then you can remove the spell counters to inflict fire damage to your opponent for each one. Especially with the field spell Magical Citadel of Endymion that generates a spell counter each time a spell card resolves. So by utilizing cards like Toon Table of Contents or Dark World Dealings, and then with Tempest Magician and Endymion to do even more damage when spell counters are at play, it's pretty achievable to deal the full 8,000 points of damage required to win, which would be even better today after Selene Queen of Master Magicians was released in 2020. Another way Magical Explosion FTK saw usage was with Monarchs. That deck, appropriately named Monarch Explosion, used the different Monarch spell cards to cycle through the different spell cards of the deck. Additionally, rather than using the Monarch field spell Domain of the Monarchs, the deck used Chicken Game, because rather than solely relying on having enough spell cards in the grave deal 8,000 points of damage, there was a card called Life Equalizer. This card only works when there's a difference of 8,000 life points between you and your opponent. And when there was this difference, both yours and your opponent's lives would drop to 3,000. So with Chicken Game on the field plus Upstart Goblin, Life Equalizer made the FTK a lot easier to pull off by dropping your opponent's life points to 3,000 rather than having to burn 8,000. Similar to the Gaulless Monster Mash FTK, the core piece of the combo was sent to the Limited list. Konami sent Magical Explosion to the Limited list back in 2010, and the deck lost some popularity. However, it did see competitive usage up until 2016, and the card is just straight up banned in the OCG, so Konami is obviously still afraid of its power. Next up at number 8, we have the Gishkill FTK, which uses Eve Gishki Mind August's effect to deck out your opponent, or burn your opponent, whichever you prefer. Mind August's effect shuffles 5 cards from either player's graveyards back into the deck on its ritual summon. So at first glance, Mind August doesn't seem like it can first turn kill, because how are you going to win by shuffling cards back into the deck? Well, the entire Gishki archetype is focused around ritual summoning their different boss monster rituals with their different Gishki ritual cards. So you can bring out Mind August multiple times during the same turn. The deck and your opponent out part comes from the deck using tons of spells that make your opponent go through their hand, like Card Destruction, Cup of Ace, or Dark World Dealings. So by constantly ritual summoning Mind August, you could basically keep reusing all of these cards to deck out your opponent by just putting them back into your deck and then drawing them again. Most Gishki decks ran 2 copies of Mind August, so if one was in the graveyard, you could ritual summon the other to shuffle the one that was in the graveyard back into the deck with the materials, creating an endless cycle. The FTK was pretty strong and took up to 40 minutes to accomplish, which as you can imagine, caused a lot of problems for tournaments. This led to the Eve Gishki Mind August being limited in 2013 ban list, simply due to how long it took to perform the FTK. However, this didn't fully stop the Gishkill FTK. A variant called the Single August came into play, which had the same idea, but was just a lot less consistent. Then, with the release of many hand traps after 2017, the deck became way too inconsistent to play in the modern era, so they just relieved Gishki from the ban list. And at number 7, we have the Exodia FTK deck. Exodia FTK is infamous in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, and is an all-time classic FTK. With the one-of-a-kind win condition of assembling all 5 pieces of Exodia in your hand, you just instantly win the duel. So, as you can imagine, the entire FTK is built around drawing and assembling the 5 pieces of Exodia in your hand as fast as possible. And if you're lucky enough, you can just draw into all 5 pieces in your first starting hand and win instantly. There are a couple of different engines that exist that manage to get all 5 pieces of Exodia in your hand. One of the best engines to achieve the Exodia FTK is with the forbidden Butterfly Dagger Elma. This card has the effect that when it's sent to the graveyard while equipped to a monster, you can return Butterfly Dagger Elma to the hand. The engine worked with Joey Wheeler's infamous Gearfried the Iron Knight that has the effect that if either player equips an equip card to Gearfried, you can destroy the equip card. So the combination of the two allows you to constantly reuse Butterfly Dagger Elma. The last part of the Exodia Butterfly engine is with the Royal Magical Library. This card gains spell counters each time a spell is activated, and once you have 3 spell counters, you can draw 1 card. So by constantly equipping Elma to gear free, destroying Elma, gaining a spell counter for its activation, and then re-equipping it, you can draw through your whole deck pretty easily. However, this engine doesn't work anymore as Butterfly Dagger Elma was banned in 2005. But there are other engines that utilize Exodia's instant win ability. Lots of Exodia decks use Royal Magical Library with other spell cards, like Upstart Goblin or One Day Apiece, to draw as many cards as possible. However, the Exodia decks are not that consistent because you have to search through most of your deck in one turn to assemble all 5 pieces, which themselves are garnets that can actually cause you to lose if you draw too many of them too early when starting your combos. And since so many of the best draw cards are banned or heavily limited in how you can use them, modern Exodia isn't really a thing, although it's always one good piece of support away from being viable again. And at number 6, we have the Empty Jar FTK. This deck uses Morphing Jar's effect alongside the cards that can flip Morphing Jar face up and face down to deck out your opponent. Morphing Jar is an older Yu-Gi-Oh card that has a flip effect that, when flipped face up, both players discard their hands and then draw 5 new cards. So you can kind of see the win condition, just flipping Morphing Jar 7 times if your opponent runs a 40 card deck, excluding the 5 cards they draw with their opening hand. Outside of Morphing Jar, the deck also uses another monster, Needleworm, which also is a flip effect monster that mills the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. But how can you flip a card so many times in one turn? Well, the deck mainly uses the Book of cards, like Book of Eclipse, Book of Moon, and Book of Taiyu, that'll have the effects to change the battle position of a monster by either flipping them face up or face down once more. Book of Eclipse also gets a special mention because not only does it flip your monsters face down, but it changes your opponent's as well, and lets your opponent draw during the end phase. So it could be the finishing blow per se. There are also some other notable battle position changing cards that are seen with this FTK deck type. There's A&D Changer that can banish itself to change the battle position of one monster that's on the field, and there's Darkness Approaches that can flip a monster face down by discarding 2 cards from your hand. These 2 cards were actually used quite a lot together in the past, not only to flip Morphing Jar and Needleworm face down, but to get A&D Changer in the grave to use its effect because Morphing Jar gave you more than enough discard fodder with its draw 5 effect. On top of that, the deck also likes Burial from a Different Dimension to recycle A&D Changer's effect because, like Morphing Jar and Needleworm, it's not once per turn if you can get it back into the graveyard. Like other mill decks, the Empty Jar FTK uses a lot of drawing cards for both you and your opponent to help them get through their deck. So the classics of Card Destruction, Dark World Dealings, and One Day Apiece are also included in this deck as well. However, since a lot of common hand traps can actually stop the combo, the inherent strategy of milling your opponent by giving them 5 new cards each time can work against you in the modern day. And at number 5, we have the Gem Knight FTK. This FTK involves using the burn damage from Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, as well as Gem Knight Master Diamond's copy in effect to deal massive burn damage. So the FTK relies on a couple of cards: Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, Gem Knight Master Diamond, Brilliant Fusion, Gem Knight Seraphonite, and Gem Knight Fusion. Brilliant Fusion is the cornerstone of the FTK. The continuous spell has the effect that when activated, you can fusion summon 1 Gem Knight monster using monsters from your deck as fusion materials, but that monster has 0 attack and defense. And when Brilliant Fusion is destroyed, you destroy the summoned monster. There's also a secondary effect to help the monster regain the lost attack points, but that doesn't matter as much. Then there's Gem Knight Fusion, which is basically a recyclable polymerization. You can banish 1 Gem Knight monster from your graveyard to add Gem Knight Fusion back to your hand, and this isn't a once per turn effect. And now the monsters. First, there's Gem Knight Seraphonite, which is the first monster you bring out with the FTK. This is a level 5 Earth Fairy monster that needs to be fusion summoned with a Gem Knight monster and a Light monster. Seraphonite has the effect that during the main phase, you get an additional normal summon, which on its own is an amazing effect as they got the entire Brilliant Fusion engine popularized. Next up is Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, who's the most important card of the combo. She has the once per turn effect where you can send 1 Gem Knight monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard to deal 500 points damage to your opponent for each special summon monster on the field. So with a full field of 6 monsters, you're doing 3,000 points of burn damage. And now the pieces of the puzzle of how the FTK works are coming into place. But you might ask, if Lapis's effect is only once per turn, how can you deal 8,000 points of damage? Well, it's because the effect is only a soft once per turn, but there are extra restrictions on the card where you can only special summon the monster once per turn, so you can't really just bring out 2 others to FTK. So, the last critical piece of the FTK is Gem Knight Master Diamond. So with Master Diamond's effect, you can once per turn banish 1 Gem Knight Fusion monster from your graveyard, and Master Diamond copies its effects that turn. So by banishing Lazuli, you can deal another 3,000 points of damage to your opponent. In a perfect world, you'd be able to bring out another Master Diamond to deal the remaining damage, but he's been limited to 1 copy precisely because of this. Outside of the monsters that are 100% required for the FTK, there's also Gem Knight Lazuli and Gem Knight Obsidian, that both generate good advantage when sent to the graveyard. Lazuli can add a normal monster to the hand when it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, and Obsidian can special summon a normal monster from the graveyard it's sent to the graveyard from the hand. Both of these cards are great for fusion materials and help with recycling the fusion materials needed for the combo. So how the FTK works is basically fill your field with special summon monsters with Gem Knight Fusion, as you can essentially keep recycling cards. Then, when your field is full, you can use Lapis Lazuli's effect to burn for 3000 damage. Then, you need to summon Gem Knight Master Diamond to copy the effect of Lapis Lazuli for another 3000 points of damage, and then for the remaining 2000 life points, you summon a second Gem Knight Master Diamond to burn for the remaining points, usually by resetting it with Nightmare Unicorn. The FTK was really good and saw play through 2018 and 2019 due to the newly introduced Gem Knight Link monster, Gem Knight Phantom Quartz, Crystal Rose to get another special summon on the field, and Block Dragon to search all the combo pieces and provide yet another special summon on the field. Later on, Nightmare Unicorn was added to the combo to bounce Gem Knight Master Diamond back to the deck to summon him once again once it got limited. But the FTK is considered pretty inconsistent because to deal the full 3000 points of damage, you need to have uninterrupted plays to get all 5 monsters special summon onto the field. And with the abundance of hand traps, that typically is an issue for the Gem Knight FTK deck. In addition to Block Dragon and Brilliant Fusion getting banned, which hurt the consistency of the deck enough to no longer make it competitively viable, even if it is technically still doable. However, just to note, the entire FTK is still absolutely possible in Master Duel since Block Dragon and Brilliant Fusion are unbanned there. And at number 4, we have the Pendulum FTK. The way this FTK was accomplished was very simple. What you would do is get 4 Dark Pendulum monsters on the field, 2 effect monsters, and then use those 4 Dark Pendulum monsters to fusion summon out 2 Supreme King Dragon Starving Venoms. Then use the 2 effect monsters to go into Predaplant Verte Anaconda. You would use the Predaplant monster in order to copy the effect of Instant Fusion in order to special summon Lyrilless Independent Nightingale from your extra deck. Then you would simply use the effect of both of the Supreme Kings in order to copy the effect of Nightingale and burn your opponent for 4000 points of damage each, which resulted in an easy first turn kill. And what was especially deadly about this first turn kill was that you could accomplish this by just doing your plays like normal. If you were playing a Pendulum deck and somehow your FTK got disrupted in some way, you could still end on a pretty decent board, or just shift into one of your other strategies. This is one of the few FTKs in the game that could be accomplished by just playing a normal competitive meta deck, with only going into a few alternative plays in order to just win on your first turn, instead of setting up a whole bunch of negates. Of course, if your FTK was stopped, you'd obviously be in a worse position than if you just tried to set up some negates. But you wouldn't be completely out of luck, like with a lot of the other FTKs in this video. And since this FTK was live during an era of widespread use of hand traps, it also proved to be usable through hand traps as well, which a lot of these other FTK strategies fold under a single hand trap, because your win condition was just to get 6 monsters on board, and you could kind of accomplish that in a lot of different ways. Although, just like any combo, throw enough hand traps at it and it will fold as well, because you do need to get those 6 monsters on board in order to accomplish the FTK. Or just hard draw into Instant Fusion and get 4 Dark Pendulum monsters on board. But seeing as Pendulum decks are able to special summon a whole bunch of Pendulum monsters from your hand through their main mechanic, that's not as hard as you'd think. Currently, this FTK is still usable in Master Duel, but not in the TCG format, since Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom is banned in the TCG. And at number 3, we have Danger Dark World FTK. This deck uses the pre-errata effect of Firewall Dragon alongside Danger and Dark World monsters to generate an infinite source of ammunition for Shadow Priestess of Ohm. So the deck basically abuses 3 cards: Grapha, Firewall Dragon, and Shadow Priestess of Ohm, or a Cannon Soldier card. The FTK only works with the pre-errata version of Firewall Dragon, meaning that Konami had to change the Firewall Dragon's effect and reprint the card just to stop the combo. The errata only changed the second effect of the card, that if a monster this card points to is destroyed by battle or sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 monster from your hand. This was later changed to specifically be once per turn and to only special summon Cyberse monsters. Now, the other part of this FTK is Grapha, Dragon Lord of the Dark World. The Dark World archetypes are all about discarding themselves and gaining effects depending on which player discards them. This works especially well with their boss monster, Grapha, who can easily special summon himself from the graveyard by returning a Dark World monster that you control to the hand. The damage of the FTK is Shadow Priestess of Ohm. This is a level 4 Dark Spellcaster with the effect to tribute 1 face-up Dark monster to deal 800 points of damage to your opponent. The effect isn't once per turn, so you can keep reusing the effect to burn for 8,000 points of damage each time. But if it's just these 3 cards for the combo, why is the FTK called Danger Dark World? Well, the Danger archetype is phenomenal at link climbing and synergizes really well with the Dark World cards, as they both love to be discarded. So with Danger monsters, you can easily link climb into Curious, the Lightsworn Dominion, and summon Sorceress to finally get into Firewall Dragon. So by link climb with the Danger cards into Firewall Dragon and having Shadow Priest on the field, you can start the combo. By constantly returning Beige, Vanguard of Dark World to the hand, you can keep special summoning Grapha from the graveyard to be used by Shadow Priest to deal 8,000 points of damage to your opponent with its effect. Then with Firewall Dragon, you could just special summon the Dark World monster back, to then repeat the loop by bringing out Grapha again. So by repeating this combo 9 times and using Ohm herself as the final tribute, you win the duel. Unfortunately, the FTK really took a hit with Firewall Dragon's errata, and for that reason, the deck just can't pull off the FTK anymore to the same effect. The FTK was also possible with 2 copies of A Assault Core, which got that card limited on the ban list for a hot second, before they banned and changed Firewall Dragon instead. And at number 2, we have Frog FTK. The infamous Frog FTK is an unstoppable train of toads that was only halted by the banning of Substitute in 2010. This FTK used the Toad cards alongside Mass Driver to make an infinite loop of damage, similar to the Dark World Danger FTK. What makes this FTK so scary is that it was really easy to pull off and was hard to stop. So first, part of the combo is to get Substitute on the field, which is easy with cards like Salvage or 1-for-1. Then you need any monster as a tribute fodder for Substitute, as its effect lets you tribute one monster to special summon another frog monster from your deck, except for Frog the Jam. Then you need to keep tributing this special summon frog to get at least 18 frog monsters in the graveyard, and that one of them is a copy of Ronin Totem. So now that you have everything set up in the graveyard, all you need to do is activate Mass Driver, which has a similar effect to Shadow Priests of Ohm, that you can tribute a card to inflict 400 points of damage to your opponent. Then all you have to do is tribute both cards on the field for Mass Driver for 800 points of damage, and then activate Ronin Totem's effect to banish a frog to the graveyard to special summon it back. Ronin Toad's effect isn't once per turn, and with Ronin Totem being able to come back 18 other times, you could deal the remaining 7,200 points of damage. Simple, clean, and easy. When the FTK first came out, it was surprisingly consistent and easy to pull off, and so it saw a lot of competitive success and even won the 2010 World Championship. But Konami banned Substitute following its championship win, and the deck became rather obsolete. Although while the Frogburn FTK deck played a significant role in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, this next deck arguably pioneered FTK decks as a whole. The last and final FTK on this list is Magical Scientist FTK. The classic and arguably hated FTK is one of the strongest there was, and was one of the best for its time. This deck used a combination of Magical Scientist and Catapult Turtle to deal massive amounts of damage in one turn. The Magical Scientist FTK is one of the original creators of the theme of loading up ammunition for burn damage. Magical Scientist is a level 1 Dark Spellcaster type monster that has the insanely busted effect to pay 1000 life points to special summon one level 6 or lower fusion monster from your extra deck in face-up attack or defense position. That fusion monster cannot attack your opponent's life points directly and is returned to your extra deck at the end of the turn. So by combining Magical Scientist's effect with Catapult Turtle to tribute a monster to inflict damage based on half of the tributed monster's attack, you can just load up your extra deck with high attack level 6 fusion monsters who have 2200 attack or more, then finish the game by tributing Magical Scientist and Catapult Turtle for the remaining 300 damage. Decks during the time would use a combination of Last Will and Gillosaurus to get both Catapult Turtle and Magical Scientist on the field. First, you would activate Gillosaurus' effect to special summon it from the hand for free if your opponent had no monsters in the graveyard, or still for free even if they did. But if it's the first turn of the game, they typically wouldn't have anything in the graveyard, so it didn't matter. Then tribute Gillosaurus to tribute summon Catapult Turtle, which would then allow you to use Last Will to special summon one monster with 1500 attack or less from your deck if a monster inside the field was sent to the graveyard that turn, which in the case would be Magical Scientist. And then you can start launching with Catapult Turtle by tributing all your highest attack level 6 monsters by reusing the effect of Magical Scientist over and over. So winning off of 2 cards was definitely an issue for the game. Even just cheating out level 6 fusion monsters from the deck alone with Magical Scientist's effect was phenomenal, and saw usage outside of the FTK with Chaos decks. So Konami not only banned Magical Scientists, but also Last Will, and to really put the nail in the coffin, they even errataed Catapult Turtle to only be once per turn. But it can't be denied that Magical Scientist FTK was one of the first and most influential FTKs in the game's history. Here's how the Bystial engine works. Bystials are an archetype of dragon monsters based around banishing light or dark monsters from either player's graveyard to special summon themselves to the field. Usually the effect is spell speed 1, but it becomes a quick effect when your opponent controls a monster. This lets Bystials interact with your opponent's graveyard in a very similar way to DD Crow. Each Bystial also comes with its own beneficial effect, either when on field or in the graveyard. Say Runick is a foolish burial for branded spells, traps, and Bystial monsters. Druid Swarm and Baldrake are removal for your opponent's monsters, and Magma Hut, the best of them all, lets you search for any dragon monster during the end phase after its special summon. But as well as the regular Bystial monsters, there's also the Bystial monsters. These monsters aren't DD Crows, but come with their own powerful effects, with the most important one being the Bystial Lubellion. Lubellion lets you search for any Bystial monster, can also be used to place a branded continuous spell trap to your field. This usually grabs branded Beast for removal or branded Regained for free advantage. Bystials are currently seen play for how effective they are at countering Tearlaments, a strategy filled with dark monsters that have graveyard effects to fusion summon that the Bystials can put a stop to. As a result of the Bystials you play and their ratios are very dependent on how much you want to counter Tearlaments, and how much the Bystial synergize with your own deck. The smallest Bystial package people play is 3 Magma Huts and 1 Druid Swarm. This gives you a small hand trap engine that counters Tearlaments without having to dedicate too much of your deck space to it. Although if you want an even bigger engine to counter Tear, you can play extra copies of Swarm alongside multiple copies of Serenir and or Baldrake for a maximum of 12 Bystial hand traps. But as well as the regular Bystials, some decks will choose to play 1 to 3 copies of the Bystial Lubellion. And when you're playing Lubellion, you can choose to expand your Bystial package even further to get the most amount of advantage possible from the engine by playing a copy of Branded Beast and or copies of Branded Regain. Now, let's talk about what the engine actually does, starting off with the hand traps. Every one of the regular Bystial monsters is a level 6 Dark Dragon with 2500 attack and 2000 defense that all share one effect. This lets you target a light or dark monster in either player's graveyard and banish it so you can special summon the Bystial you activated to your field. This effect is already decently strong and can be used to deprive your opponent of some graveyard resources. But the reason why this effect is so powerful and why all the Bystials have managed to see common competitive play as an effective engine is because this effect becomes a quick effect while your opponent controls a monster. This means that every regular Bystial monster you play acts as a hand trap that you can use on your opponent's turn in order to interact with their graveyard, and it is currently commonly used to banish an activated Tearlaments monster when your opponent tries to perform a fusion summon, cutting off tier decks from some of their powerful fusion boss monsters. And their stats mean that while they're on the field, every Bystial monster is a threat to your opponent, because you can either use the Bystial monsters that threaten your opponent's boss monsters with the battle phase to remove them from the field, or you can take advantage of the Bystial typing, attribute, and level to access a ton of powerful extract pieces, from Dark the Dark Charmer or Heractic Seals to Wallow and Beatrice. But despite all the common traits shared by the Bystials, they aren't all created equal. Magma Hut is the best out of the regular Bystials. Its unique effect triggers whenever it's special summoned and lets you search for any dragon monster from your deck or graveyard during the end phase of the turn. The effect is a huge reason why the Bystial engine works so well. Because with Magma Hut, your hand trap lets you search for another hand trap for free, even if your Swarm happens to be already in the graveyard. In fact, this search effect is so strong that Magma Hut is currently limited in the OCG, and is even considered an active detriment to have Magma Hut in your graveyard, because your opponent can use the effect of Dark the Dark Charmer to summon out your Magma Hut and turn their Bystial engine online. But Magma Hut isn't just limited to searching Bystial monsters, it can also search for any other dragon in the entire game. So a lot of decks that play powerful dragon monsters like Branded and Dragon Link will take advantage of Magma Hut as a consistency tool as well as a hand trap, so they can grab cards like Fallen of Albaz or Starliege Seifert. Although most decks that don't play dragons will usually use Magma Hut to search another Bystial name, with the most common name being searched being Bystial Swarm. Swarm's unique effect makes it incredibly powerful as a removal option, because whenever Swarm is sent from the field to the graveyard, you get to target a special summon monster your opponent controls and send it to the graveyard, bypassing any kind of destruction protection. This means that even if your opponent isn't playing any light or dark strategies, Swarm can still be an effective tool at clearing away an opponent's board, provided you can summon it to the field. Especially because, like all of the Bystials, Swarm's stats and typing make it a perfect body for link plays, since you can link it off and trigger its effect. The only downside to Swarm is that the effect only triggers when it's sent specifically from the field to the graveyard, and so you won't be able to activate if your Swarm is destroyed in hand or detached from an Xyz monster. This actually contrasts with Serenir's unique effect, which triggers whenever it's sent to the graveyard by any means, and allows you to foolish any Bystial monster or any branded spell or trap card. This effect is actually incredibly strong in branded decks, or decks willing to play an expanded Bystial package. Because in branded decks, you can use Serenir to send a spell or trap with strong graveyard effects to the graveyard, like Branded Retribution in order to recur your spell and trap cards, or Branded Opening to protect your fusion monsters from destruction. Or in non-branded decks, by playing other bigger Bystial packages, you can send the Bystial Lubellion so you can summon it from the graveyard, or send Branded Regain so that later you can place it onto the field with Branded Beast. But when compared to Magma Hut, Swarm, and any of the other Bystials, Serenir is ran the least because the effect is a lot less generically powerful. So a lot of decks that run it only really play it as an alternative search of Magma Hut in case they are already drawn to Swarm. However, come Photon Hypernova, Serenir may see even less play because of the release of Bystial Baldrake, another Bystial monster with a powerful form of generic removal. Baldrake's unique effect triggers whenever your opponent summons out a Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster, whether from the extra deck, graveyard, or banished pile, and lets you tribute another light or dark monster you control to banish that special summon monster. This effect can be difficult to trigger since you need to control another light or dark monster to tribute for the Baldrake, but it pairs excellently with the other Bystial monsters, especially with Serenir or Swarm. Because if you tribute either Serenir or Swarm, not only is Baldrake removing your opponent's extra deck monster from the field, it's also triggering your other Bystial graveyard effects, and will either give you a free Foolish for Serenir, or another way to remove your opponent's monsters in the field with Swarm. This means that on your first turn, drawing Baldrake and Swarm is equivalent to 4 interactions by themselves. These Bystial monsters all form the basis of an incredibly strong and game-warping hand trap engine that's sometimes even capable of winning games all on its own. But if you want your Bystial engine to have a stronger payoff, there are a number of non-hand trap Bystials and branded cards that you can play. The Bystial Lubellion is a really important card for expanded Bystial packages, with 3 incredibly strong effects, with each one being a hard once per turn. Unlike the other Bystials, Lubellion isn't a dark monster, it's light, and it doesn't have an effect that lets you summon it out by banishing a light or dark monster. Instead, Lubellion has its own summoning condition. It must be special summoned from your hand or graveyard by tributing a level 6 or higher dark dragon monster you control, which just also happens to fit the criteria of every other regular Bystial monster. And while it's on the field, you can place a branded continuous spell or trap card to your field for free. But Lubellion isn't useless in the hand either, as you can also discard it to search out any Bystial monster from your deck to your hand, except for itself. This search effect is actually so strong that people choose to play Lubellion just so they can have easier time accessing Bystial Magma Hut. You see, one of the only issues with Magma Hut as a searcher is that it can't search for other copies of itself. This means that your Bystial engine isn't as recursive as it could be, but even though Magma Hut can't search for itself, it can search for Bystial Lubellion. And the Bystial Lubellion can search for Magma Hut, so in a way, by playing Lubellion, your Magma Hut searches for Magma Hut. Its summoning condition is also quite strong, specifically because you can bring it out from the graveyard. This means that if you can send Lubellion to the graveyard in some way, like with Saronir's effect or Lubellion's in-hand effect, you can bring it back later on in the turn to bring it onto the field. In fact, current branded Bystial decks use branded fusion to send Lubellion from the deck to the graveyard so it can tribute their fusion summoned Albion to put into the graveyard for its end phase effect. And its other effect to set a branded spell or trap card is absolutely absurd, and gives the Bystial package an insanely strong payoff, with 3 different commonly played targets. Branded Regained is the strongest of the 3 and generates an insane amount of advantage with its 2 effects. The first effect is a hard once per turn, lets you draw a card if a light or dark monster is banished, as long as you place the monster at the bottom of the deck. This effect activates from every Bystial hand trap, and works with your opponent's cards too. So if you banish your opponent's monster, you can put it at the bottom of their deck so that you can draw a card. This effect makes the Bystials an insane advantage generator in a similar way to Decode, Talk, or Heat Soul, because now every turn you interact with the graveyard, you're getting a free draw. This turns Magma Hut from just a +1 in terms of card advantage into a +3, since the Bystials you can search can banish another card for another draw. But that's not all, because Regained also has another effect, where on a soft once per turn, but hard once per chain, whenever your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can target a Bystial monster in your graveyard and special summon it. This gives your Bystial engine an insane amount of recursion, because you can use it to keep summoning back your copies of Magma Hut to keep searching during each end phase, or alternatively, you can even bring back Baldrake or Druiswarm if you want to use their removal effects. As well as Branded Regained, you can also play Branded Beast, which, like Regained, also has 2 effects. Its first effect is actually an incredible form of disruption, because in the main phase, while you control a Bystial monster, you can tribute a dragon monster you control to target any card your opponent controls and destroy it. This pairs really well with dragon decks that happen to play Bystials, because Beast can tribute any dragon monster, letting you tribute off cards like Heretic Seals on your own turn, so you can use the effect for extensions or to just send a card like Albion to the graveyard to use its effect in the end phase. All the while getting to pop your opponent's field and deal with their potentially problematic boss monsters and floodgates. It also pairs well with the Bystial monsters because you can use Beast to tribute off a Druiswarm or Saronir to use their graveyard effects. With Druiswarm, you're getting to remove another one of your opponent's cards, but Saronir's effect is particularly strong synergy with Beast because of its second effect. Because during the end phase, Beast lets you place any branded continuous spell or trap card that's in your graveyard to your field face up. So with Saronir, you can send a copy of Branded Regained or Branded Loss, so you get access to 2 insanely strong cards for the price of 1. Speaking of Branded Loss, this also just so happens to be the 3rd most common target for the Bystial Lubellion. While Branded Loss is face up on the field, the activation of your cards and effects that cause a fusion summon can't be negated, and when a monster is fusion summoned, your opponent can activate any cards or effects. It's important to note that it's specifically the activation of those cards and effects that can't be negated, so your opponent can still use Ash Blossom to negate your Branded Fusion since Ash doesn't negate activation, but something like a Borreload Savage Dragon is made almost useless when Branded Loss is on the field, especially because your opponent isn't able to respond to the resolution of a fusion summon happening. So if you summon out a Mirror Jade and immediately activates a quick effect, that counts as being in response to the resolution of its fusion summon, allowing you to banish any one of your opponent's monsters without them being able to interact with it at all. And like Regained, Lost has an effect which in branded decks lets them generate a ton of advantage. This one is a hard once per turn and happens whenever you fusion summon and lets you either add Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz from your deck to your hand. And there are a ton of great targets for this. Fallen of Albaz is basically just super polymerization and can be used to wipe your opponent's field. Spriggan's Kit lets you search for a branded spell or trap card. And Tribrigade Mercurier is a hand trap monster negate while you control a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as a material. But for as strong as these effects are, you're only ever grabbing loss with Lubellion if you're playing a dedicated branded strategy. So if you're playing a rogue deck that just wants to use a big Bystial package, you're better off just playing Regained or Beast. So why is this engine so strong right now? The reason why a ton of decks are dedicating a lot of space to the Bystial package is because of how capable they are against the Tier 0 Tearlaments. You see, when Tearlaments Merrily, Havness, or Shireen are sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can trigger their effect to perform a fusion summon by shuffling back materials into your deck from your hand, field, or graveyard. But this effect also specifically mentions that the monster you activate has to be one of the materials you use to fusion summon. So if that monster happens to be removed from the graveyard before that fusion summon goes through, then the effect resolves without performing a fusion summon. This means that the Bystials are great hand traps right now because of the way they can put a stop to Tearlaments' turns and potentially put a stop to this game warping strategy. But the Bystials themselves are also just as game warping as Tearlaments, if not even more so, because of the way they pushed out a ton of light and dark strategies like Drytron and Mathmech from seeing competitive play because of how easy it is to shut their turn down with the Bystial. In fact, the best rogue decks right now are ones that are capable of dodging Bystials entirely, with decks like Nituria being composed of mostly earth monsters, and decks like Sprite which can lock your opponent under Gigantic before a dark monster ever hits the graveyard. Photon Hypernova may change this, however, because Tearlaments get access to 2 different cards which completely counter Bystials and may even push them out of the format. Tearlaments Kashtira can banish whatever Tearlament monster that your Bystial monster targets, and because your Bystial didn't banish a monster, you don't get to summon it, leaving it stranded in your hand. Then, because Tearlaments Kashtira was summoned, your opponent can use this effect to mill 3 cards and extend even further. And the other card which might just pacify the Bystials is Triple Tactic Tasking, a very similar card to Triple Tactic's Talents that's used to punish your opponent from activating hand traps and monster effects on your turn. But Tasking is a bit different from Talents because instead of only being able to use it if your opponent has activated a monster effect during the main phase, you can use Tasking if your opponent has activated a monster effect at any point during the turn. And if you use it, you can just set any normal spell or trap card to your field, but you can't use it this turn. Usually, Tearlaments will use it to set Meta Noise or Infinite Impermanence, which doesn't sound that bad, but the scariest part of Tasking comes if you control a monster. Because instead of setting that normal spell or trap card, they can just add it directly to their hand and can still activate it this turn. So, if you use your Bystial monsters to stop an opponent's fusion summon, and then summon it to your field, your opponent can then activate Tasking and add anything from instant fusion to terraforming, making it so your Bystial activation actually helped your opponent more than it hurt them. And with the release of the Kashtira cards, a deck which doesn't play a mass amount of light and dark monsters, is focused on banishing, and trades very profitably with Bystials when they're activated, there's a very reasonable chance that these game warping cards will see a lot less play. Here's how the basic combo works. By activating Pressured Planet Wraitsoth, you can add Kashtira Unicorn from your deck to your hand. Then you can spell summon that Unicorn and use the effect to add Kashtira Theosis. Kashtira Theosis then lets you target your Kashtira Unicorn and spell summon out Kashtira Fenrir from your deck in defense position. And with the effect of Fenrir, you can add Kashtira Riseheart, and then, because you control a Kashtira monster, you can spell summon that Riseheart from your hand. Then, using both Unicorn and Fenrir, you overlay for Kashtira Shangri-Ira. And after that, you use the effect of Riseheart that's still in the field, banishing Kashtira Big Bang from your deck for cost, to banish 3 cards to the top of your opponent's deck face down while making Riseheart level 7. This then lets you trigger both Shangri-Ira to block off your opponent's zone from being used, and Kashtira Big Bang to special summon out either of your Kashtira monsters that are attached to Shangri-Ira. And because you managed to use the effect of Shangri-Ira, you can special summon out Kashtira Riseheart using Riseheart as a material. Then, during your opponent's standby phase, you activate the effect of Shangri-Ira to special summon out another Kashtira name from your deck. So, with a single Wraitsoth, you have Shangri-Ira to block zones and to summon out another Kashtira name from your deck. A Kashtira Fenrir to banish an opponent's card face down, a Kashtira Unicorn to banish an opponent's extra deck card face down, a pop from Wraitsoth that you use any of Shangri-Ira's effects, and a Riseheart, a Macrocosmos that can also banish any card from the field face down at quick effect speed. The Kashtira engine can vary in size based on what you want from the engine. A really small and basic Kashtira engine is actually only comprised of 2 to 3 copies of Fenrir, and this engine gives any deck a board breaker that can also be used going first and gives you a free card in hand. But if you want more of the Kashtira cards, you can play a bigger engine of up to 3 Wraitsoth, Unicorn, Fenrir, Riseheart, Kashtira Theosis, and Birth, alongside up to 1 copy of each of Scareclaw Kashtira, Tearlaments Kashtira, and Kashtira Big Bang. The engine gives you really easy access to rank 7 monsters, as well as the main Kashtira boss monster, Kashtira Shangri-Ira, and Kashtira Riseheart, both of which are played at 3 copies. However, both Scareclaw and Tearlament strategies actually cross archetypes with Kashtira, and as a result, their Kashtira engine looks a bit different to most decks. These decks can play up to 3 copies of the specific Kashtira card, and can play either Fenrir or Wraitsoth to search out these cards as well. Now, let's get into what these cards actually do, starting with the main deck. Pressured Planet Wraitsoth is the deck's main consistency tool. It's a field spell with the same theming as the other field spells in the Visa Starfrost lore, and as a result comes with a search, an attack boost, and a pop. You can only activate 1 Wraitsoth per turn, and when you do, you can search any Kashtira monster in your deck, making it both a great consistency tool and a way to find your extenders in case your plays are interrupted. And while you control Wraitsoth, all your monsters gain 100 attack and defense for every different attribute on the field. This includes your opponent's monsters. And because all the Kashtira monsters have different attributes, there's a really good chance that your monsters end up being boosted by 600 or 700 if there happens to be a divine monster on the field. And last but not least, on a new chain, after you've used the effect of Kashtira Shangri-La, on a hard once per turn, you can target a card in the field and destroy it. This is a really nice bonus effect which you can use both on your turn to clear away your opponent's board, or even as an interruption on your opponent's turn, provided that you banish a card face down with something like Fenrir or a Rise Heart so that you can use the effect of Shangri-La. But the strongest aspect of Rate Soth is of course the search. Usually you're grabbing Kashtira Unicorn, the deck's main combo starter. Unicorn comes with a summoning condition similar to Super Quanto Red Laser, where if you control monsters, you can just special summon from your hand for free without activating an effect. This gives you access to Unicorn's two incredibly strong on-field effects. Its second effect triggers either after Unicorn has declared an attack, or on a new chain after your opponent has used a monster effect, and lets you look at your opponent's extra deck and banish one card of your choice from it face down. This not only gives you free information about your opponent's extra deck options, but also lets you remove those options from the game entirely, which is really useful for getting rid of cards like Zeus, which can easily deal with Kashtira boards, or for getting rid of your opponent's combo pieces. Sniping out these options is so strong in fact that even prior to the release of the latest Kashtira support in Photon Hypernova, Unicorn saw a lot of experimentation as a generic tool to counter Tearlaments, since the moment your opponent activated a monster effect, you could just banish their strongest combo tool, Tearlament Kid Kalos, before they had a chance to fusion summon it. And because it's a wind monster, it can even be used against Flunderies as a way to more easily outbear your statue. This tag got so popular that in order to counter it, as well as Diablosis the Mind Hacker, Tearlaments began playing 2 copies of Kit Kalos in the extra deck just so they'd have their best combo tool in case the Unicorn was activated. And this isn't even the only great effect of Unicorn, because its search effect is actually integral for Kashtira. You can't search Rate Soth since it's technically not a Kashtira spell, but you do still have 2 excellent search targets in both Kashtira Birth and Kashtira Theosis. Kashtira Theosis is the primary search target for Unicorn, and for good reason since Theosis has 2 great effects. One that you can use from the hand, and the other that activates when it's banished. Its first effect is basically an e-tailing for the archetype, and lets you summon out a Kashtira from your deck. But in order to activate it, you do need to target a Kashtira monster you control, and the Kashtira monster you summon must be a different attribute to the one you targeted. So you can't summon a Fenrir after targeting Scareclaw Kashtira since they're both earth monsters. But you could summon out Tearlaments Kashtira since it's water. And for the rest of the turn after you use Theosis, you're locked into only being able to summon Xyz monsters from your extra deck. With this first effect, you're usually targeting your Wind Unicorn so you can summon out your Earth Fenrir from your deck, because Fenrir can be used to grab Rise Heart or another extender. But Kashtira Theosis is a really versatile card, so you can target just about any Kashtira monster to bring out whatever else you need. Its second effect is just as versatile and can get you free follow-up, because whenever it's banished, you can target one of your banished Kashtira cards and add it to your hand. The only issue is that it has to be banished, which sounds difficult at first, but Kashtira has a number of ways to trigger this effect, from Tearlaments Kashtira to Kashtira Rise Heart, and even with their main boss monster, Kashtira Rise Heart. If you've already got access to Kashtira Theosis, you can use Unicorn's effect to search out Kashtira Birth. Birth is a solid extender that also lets you interact with your opponent's graveyard. The first effect lets you normal summon out a level 7 monster without tributing. This is a really nice bonus because it means that if you've got any stray Kashtira in hand that you can't summon because you control a monster, you can just normal summon it with Birth for free instead, making it a great way to unclog your hand. But that's not all, because if your opponent activates a spell card while you control any Kashtira monsters with Birth up, you can target exactly 3 cards in your opponent's graveyard and banish them face down. This lets you deal with some of your opponent's best graveyard resources before they have a chance to use them, like Keldo, Mudora, or Kit Kalos, that they'd want to use for a fusion summon. But the strongest effect of Birth is its Reborn effect, which lets you special summon any non-Xyz Kashtira monster from either your graveyard or your face-up banish zone. This acts as an archetypal copy monster reborn that summons from the banished pile as well, which is already good enough, but because it's continuous, you can use its reborn effect every turn, making it a great extender on turn 1, and free follow-up on later turns. Unicorn does technically have other search targets, but they're often not as played as Kashtira Theosis and Birth, since their effects are a lot worse and don't really help the engine. In contrast, Kashtira Fenrir is one of the most helpful cards in the archetype because, like Unicorn, it has 2 strong effects. One that's helpful for making your own boards, and another that's used for breaking your opponents. It also has the same summoning condition as Unicorn, where you can special summon from your hand for free, provided you control no monsters. Its main effects, though, are a little bit different. Its second effect occurs on a new chain after your opponent has activated a monster effect, or after Fenrir declares an attack, just like Unicorn. But instead of banishing a card from your opponent's extra deck face down, Fenrir lets you target a face-up card in the field and banish it face down. This effect is part of the reason Fenrir is often dubbed as the latest Dino Wrestler Pankratops, because a lot of decks can use Fenrir generically as a low investment tool whose effect can be used as a board breaker, a way to out floodgates, or even when going first as an extra interruption. And because Fenrir also got to search a card, this made it a really free board breaker, even in non-Kashtira decks, because your Fenrir could search for another copy of itself. But it's in a heavier Kashtira engine where Fenrir shines, because instead of just adding another Fenrir, you have a wider array of options available to you. You can still just search Fenrir, of course, but you can also use Fenrir to search for Unicorn if you have birth access to summon it out to the field. You can search for an extender like Tearlaments Kashtira, but more likely than not, your Fenrir will usually be grabbing Kashtira Riseheart, because Riseheart has two key effects which make it an integral combo piece for Kashtira, since it allows them easy access to rank 7s as well as their main boss monster. Its first effect locks you into only being able to summon out Xyz monsters from your extra deck for the rest of the turn, but lets you special summon it from your hand if you control a Kashtira monster, which makes it a really free extender that you can search off of Fenrir. The only issue with Riseheart is that it's level 4, which means that it doesn't really work well with the level 7 Kashtira monsters for Xyz plays. But with its second effect, you can actually modulate Riseheart's level, because during the turn it's summoned, you can banish a Kashtira card for cost from your deck face up, so you can banish 3 cards from the top of your opponent's deck face down while making Riseheart a level 7. This means that Riseheart can actually be used for rank 7 plays, but this effect also does 2 other really important things. Because it banishes cards on top of your opponent's deck face down, you can trigger the effect of Kashtira Shangri Ra on your first turn to block off an opponent's unused zone. This can be used to get closer to locking your opponent out of the game, but the crucial part is that it causes Shangri Ra to activate in the first place, which allows you to summon out a Riseheart from your extra deck using just a single Kashtira monster, making it absurdly easy to go into. And lastly, Riseheart's cost is actually really beneficial, because you can either use it to banish a Kashtira monster you can summon back with birth, or you can instead banish a Kashtira spell or trap card with a beneficial effect on to banish, like a Kashtira Theosis for a free follow-up, or Kashtira Big Bang for extension. Because when Big Bang is banished, you get to target a Kashtira Xyz monster you control, so you can detach a Kashtira monster from it to add it to your hand, and either keep it for follow-up, or special summon it from your hand. This on-banish effect pairs excellently with Riseheart, since by banishing for cost, it's an easy way to just get another free body on field for rank 7 plays. The issues with Big Bang, however, is that it's sort of a brick, because while its on-field effect can be useful, it's somewhat niche, even despite being an archetypal evenly matched. You can only activate it while you control a Kashtira Xyz monster, and when it's used, both players are forced to banish monsters from the field face down, so they both only control one. Into strategies that swarm the field like Sprite, this effect can be solid, but because it clears your own field as well, and you need to set up with the Kashtira Xyz monsters so it can be used in the first place, you would rather just have a Big Bang in deck to be banished off of Rise. But its banish effect is so good for extension that Kashtira players choose to play a copy of it anyways. Although if you already have Riseheart in hand, your Fenrir could instead search for one of the deck's alternative extenders in Tearlaments Kashtira or Scareclaw Kashtira. These cards both share a quick effect that lets you special summon them out during the main phase, but after you summon them out, you either have to banish a Kashtira card or a card from the respective archetype from your hand or graveyard. This might sound like a detriment at first, but it gives you a really easy way to banish the Kashtira spell or trap cards like Kashtira Theosis or Big Bang, so you can use their on-banish effects really easily if they happen to have found their way into the graveyard. But that's not all, because Tearlaments and Scareclaw Kashtira come with their own unique benefit. Scareclaw Kashtira gives you a monster with a high defense that can attack while in defense position and uses defense stats for damage calculation, which gives Kashtira a searchable way of easily outing Baguska. Meanwhile, Tearlaments Kashtira gives you a way of milling 3 cards off of your own deck or your opponent's, so you can either set up your graveyard for something like Birth, or if a Riseheart is on field, you can send cards from your opponent's deck to the graveyard instead, banishing them and potentially cutting off some of their engine pieces. But as well as in Kashtira, both Scareclaw and Tearlaments Kashtira see play in Scareclaw and Tearlaments, and these decks may even play copies of Fenrir or Wraitsoth just to be able to search these cards out. Scareclaw Kashtira sees play in Scareclaw just because it's a solid extender that you can use for the link summon of either Scareclaw Lightheart or Scareclaw Tryheart, but Tearlaments Kashtira is absurd in Tearlaments specifically. Its on-summon effect is incredible for the deck, since you can just choose to mill 3 cards to the top of your own deck, giving Tearlaments yet another way of milling their tier names, Ishizu names, or anything with a good graveyard effect. And if you happen to mill Tearlaments Kashtira, you can activate its graveyard effect, which also just so happens to be another free mill, letting you send another 2 cards on top of your deck to the graveyard. So if you use both effects of Tearlaments Kashtira in a turn, you're milling 5 cards from the top of your deck. But that's not even the end of the Tearlaments Kashtira's utility, because it's not just about the number of cards it can mill, it's when it can mill them. You see, because its effect is quick effect, you can use Tearlaments Kashtira before you've even gotten to your first turn, letting you summon it to the field and mill cards as a hand trap, making it just an extra 3 copies of Tearlaments Havness. This does mean that you'll have to banish a Tearlaments card from your hand, but it's more than worth it to potentially trigger your Tearlaments graveyard effects, so that you can either set up interaction or drown an advantage before your opponent has reached their first end phase. This special summon effect is also a great way to beat one of Tearlaments' best counters, the Bystials. Because whenever your opponent uses a Bystial monster to try to banish your Tearlament monster in your graveyard after you use a fusion effect, you can chain Tearlaments Kashtira to summon itself out and banish your monster in the graveyard. Your fusion effect still won't go through, but you'll get to summon out a free body that mills 3 cards from your deck while preventing your opponent's Magma Hut from hitting the field and getting its search during the end phase. All of these factors are why Tearlaments run 3 copies of Tearlaments Kashtira, even if they don't run any other Kashtira cards in their deck. But in terms of actual Kashtira deck, it's fun at fewer copies since it's really just more of an extender in Kashtira than it is a huge playmaker like it is in Tier. Now that we've looked into the important main deck cards, let's talk about the deck's main payoffs in the extra deck, starting with Kashtira Shangri-Ra. In terms of payoff, Shangri-Ra is a good one because it has 3 amazing effects and is really easy to access since it only needs 2 or more level 7 monsters. Its first effect lets you summon out a Kashtira monster from your deck during each standby phase. This is really helpful since you can use Ira's effect to strengthen your end board with either a Fenrir or a Unicorn to use the disruptive effects on your opponent's turn and their search effects on your turn. Ira's other effect protects it from destruction, in a similar way to Dingirsu, where if it would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach material from Ira instead, so a lot of great board breakers like Dark Hole aren't as devastating against Kashtira as they could be. Shangri-Ra's most interesting effect, though, is the one that blocks off your opponent's zones. Because if a card in your opponent's possession is banished face down, you can choose any of your opponent's main monster or spell and trap card zones and stop your opponent from using them at all while you control your face-up Shangri-Ra. This lets you restrict your opponent's options by a lot, especially because all of the Kashtira monsters happen to have effects which can banish your opponent's possessions face down. So it's actually really easy to block off a ton of your opponent's zones on the first turn. And if you happen to block off all of your opponent's monster zones, they can't summon monsters at all. Or if you happen to block off your opponent's spell and trap card zones, your opponent is locked out of spells and trap cards. In fact, if you target even a single pendulum scale, your opponent can't pendulum summon at all since they'd only be able to place a single scale. This effect is actually why Swords of Concealing Light and Book of Eclipse have become common staples to counter Kashtira. You see, Shangri-Ra is protected from board breakers like Raigeki, and its zone locking is actually a lingering effect, so even if it's negated with Dark Ruler, the zones that were locked still won't be able to be used. However, Book of Eclipse and Concealing Light make it so that Shangri-Ra is no longer face-up on the field, freeing them from the zone locking so you can actually play the game. But there's one more aspect of Shangri-Ra that makes it even stronger, because if you manage to use any effect of Shangri-Ra, it suddenly becomes incredibly easy to bring out Kashtira's main boss monster, Kashtira Arise Heart. You see, Arise Heart is basically just a macrocosmos on legs, because while it's on field, any card that would be sent to the graveyard is banished instead. This effect is crazy because it cuts off your opponent from using their graveyard entirely, which is especially important on graveyard-reliant strategies, since while Arise Heart is on the field, a deck like Tearlaments can't play at all. But that's not where Arise Heart's strength ends, because it also comes with removal, as on a soft once per turn at quick effect speed, by detaching 3 Xyz materials from Arise Heart, you can target any card in the field and banish it face down. The only downside to Arise Heart is how many cards you need to summon it normally, since it requires 3 level 7 monsters as materials, so it's a pretty huge investment, even for as strong as its effects are. But Arise Heart actually comes with its own unique alternative summon condition, where if you've activated an effect of Kashtira Shangri-Ra that turn, you can special summon out Arise Heart using only a single Kashtira monster as an Xyz material. And this summoning condition is laughably easy to fulfill, since you can trigger the zone blocking effect of Shangri-Ra with the effect of Arise Heart by using his effect to banish the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck face down. From there, you can use the effect of Ira to block off a zone, and then summon Arise Heart on top of Arise Heart. But because you summon out Arise Heart with only 1 material, you don't get access to its removal effect, because that effect requires you to detach 3 Xyz materials for cost. However, Arise Heart actually has a way for you to get more materials on it quickly, because whenever a card is banished, including because of its Floodgate, Arise Heart's mandatory effect triggers, and forces you to attach a banished card to it as a material, letting you choose from your own banished pile or even your opponent's. This effect is once per chain and not once per turn, so every single chain where a card is banished, you get a free material on Arise Heart, allowing you to quickly build up from 1 material to 3 after just 2 chains. This effect is also really important because of the fact you get to choose what card gets attached to Arise Heart as material, which means you can attach a Kashtira Big Bang or a Kashtira Theosis to it, so that when you detach them, they'll get banished again, so you can use their on-banish effects again. Or if you've activated Pot of Prosperity this turn, you can use the effect of Arise Heart to attach one of your face-down banished extra cards to it as a material. And if you happen to attach an Infinite Track Goliath to Arise Heart from your banished zone, the Arise Heart can no longer be destroyed by card effects because of the effect of Infinite Goliath, as Arise Heart just so happens to be a machine-type monster. Overall, Arise Heart is an absurd card, and the reason to play Kashtira, or any kind of Kashtira engine, especially right now where its Floodgate is positioned to be amazingly strong against Tearlaments. Here's how the Tearlament cards work. Every Tearlament card has a powerful main effect, as well as a secondary effect whenever it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, making them similar to the Shadow archetype. These effects can vary from gaining you advantage in some way, like the Tearlaments spell and trap cards, or can instead be used to perform fusion summons, like with Shiren, Havness, and Merrily, by placing fusion materials from your hand, field, or graveyard on the bottom of your deck. This effect can be used to summon out any fusion monster you want, with the only restriction being that one of the materials you use must be the Tearlament monsters you activate in the grave. With these effects, you can access a number of insane boss monsters, including its archetypal bosses. There's Kit Kalos for swarming and milling, Rukalos, which beats Nibiru and Bystials, and Kaleido Heart, which can spin back any card your opponent controls back into the deck. As a result of all the Tearlament cards having powerful graveyard effects, most of the Tearlament cards have some kind of effect to send cards to the graveyard by either milling cards from top of the deck, foolishing cards, or by sending a card from the hand or field to the graveyard. This made most Tearlament strategies highly graveyard focused, with most decks incorporating powerful graveyard effects such as the likes of Fairy Tale Snow and the Ishizu engine, which helps cement them to tier 0 status. In fact, Tearlaments as a strategy is so strong that in every format where they've been released, they've had severe hits on the ban list, and were even pre-hit in Master Duel before they even came to the game. So depending on the format you play, your Tearlament ratios are going to differ drastically. When Tear was at full power, you would play 3 copies of Paler Rhino, Rhinoheart, Shiren, Havness, Merrily, and alongside 1 or 2 copies of Tearlament Suliek. And depending on the meta, you could play a copy of Crime, Meta Noise, Heartbeat, Perlegia, and or Grief as one-ofs in the main or side, with 1 to 2 copies of Kid Kalos alongside at least 1 Rook Kalos and a Kaleido Heart in the extra deck. Astute observers may have noticed this is pretty much every single Tearlaments card in the archetype. And the reason for that is because there aren't really any bad Tearlament cards, giving the deck insane adaptability. However, currently the TCG Kit Kalos is banned, and Shiren, Havness, and Merrily are all limited to 1 copy. The OCG also has the same hits, but also has Paler Rhino and Rhinoheart limited. And the crazy part is, even despite these incredibly restrictive hits, Tearlaments as a deck is still quite playable in both formats. The same is true of Master Duel, where the deck was pre-hit before the cards even got to the game. However, these hits weren't as restrictive as either TCG or the OCG, because while Paler Rhino is limited in Master Duel, you can still play Rhinoheart at 3, Shiren, Havness, and Merrily at 2, and Kit Kalos is still legal at 1 copy. But because Master Duel's cards release are a bit behind the OCG and TCG, you can't play the likes of Tearlaments Kashtira yet. But when it does eventually release, it's likely to be played at multiple copies, just like it was in other formats since it's an amazing extender. Now let's take a look at what makes this deck so strong by looking at what the Tearlaments actually do, starting off with their field spell, Primeval Planet Paler Rhino. In the Visas Starfrost lore, every archetype comes with its own field spell that has 3 effects. One which searches on activation, a continuous attack boost, and a pop, and Paler Rhino might just be one of the best ones currently available in the game. The strength of a search is often based on the targets that you can search, and Paler Rhino basically acts as extra copies of any Tearlament monster, giving it a ton of versatility since you can add Rhinoheart or Merrily if you need a starter, Shireen if you need an extender, or Havness and Tearlaments Kashtira if you want interruption. You can even search Visas Starfrost, and while most Tearlament builds don't actually run Visas, it being searchable with Paler Rhino means you can search this particular field spell with a graveyard effect of Trivi Karma, which is really important in formats where Paler Rhino is limited like Master Duel or the OCG. Its second effect might even seem relatively minor, because all it does is give every Tearlament monster and every fusion monster you control a 500 attack buff, but this small increase goes a long way by turning your fusion boss monsters into absolute powerhouses that are incredibly hard to out. A 2200 attack Winda can be difficult out for most decks, but not impossible, but it gets a lot harder to deal with once it reaches 2700 attack. And while most decks might have a way to crash into Tearlament's Kaleido Heart with 3000 attack, most decks will struggle to deal with it once it reaches 3500. And last but not least, Paler Rhino's third effect, where you can trigger whenever a Tearlament's monster is returned to the deck, such as by an Ishizu Shuffler or their own fusion effects, and allows you to target any card in the field and destroy it, with it being a hard once per turn. This effect is insanely versatile, and can be used during your turn to remove your opponent's powerful boss monsters in back row, or can even be used as interruption during your opponent's turn by shuffling back your own Tearlaments with their fusion effects. But that's not where the versatility ends, because instead of popping your opponent's cards, you can also pop your own in order to trigger the graveyard effects of your Tearlaments, which you can use in order to start comboing off, making it a really interesting way of starting or extending your combos as well. More often than not though, Planet's best use is as a searcher for the archetype, which you can use to grab your starters such as Tearlaments Merrily. Merrily has 2 effects. Its second effect is its graveyard effect that's shared by both Shiren and Havness, where if it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can perform a fusion summon by putting materials from your hand, deck, or graveyard on the bottom of your deck, including itself. But its unique effect is what happens when it's normal or special summoned, where you get to mill 3 cards from the top of your deck. This effect is quite strong in a deck like Tear, because it gives you a chance to trigger some of your powerful graveyard effects to combo off. Most of the Tearlament monsters have an effect to mill cards in some way, but what makes Merrily uniquely powerful is that it's a level 2 monster. This gives it some really interesting synergy with the sprite cards, and even allowed for some hybrid builds of Tearlaments to thrive with a large sprite engine in the main deck. But in most Tearlament strategies, Merrily is used in combination with either Sprite Elf to revive Merrily during your opponent's turn as some extra interruption, or is sent by the effect of Sprite Sprint from the deck to the graveyard in order to trigger its fusion effect. Depending on the format you're in, however, Merrily's utility can vary, because Elf is banned in the OCG and in the TCG, and in Master Duel Sprint hasn't been released yet. But Elf is still legal, so you can still use Merrily as an interruption during your opponent's turn if you're set up. But if you want to be able to combo on your turn 0, you'll be relying on Tearlament's Havness. Havness has the same fusion effect as Merrily, but its unique effect is actually a quick effect that can be activated in the hand in response to an opponent's on-field monster effect. And it allows you to special summon Havness from your hand and then mill 3 cards to the top of your deck. And in any format where a mass of Tearlaments and Shizu cards are legal at the same time, Havness becomes one of the best hand traps in the game. Because if you can fill your deck with a ton of powerful mills, Havness becomes an amazing threat that can put a stop to your opponent's combo by letting you combo off at the same time, letting you drown an advantage while your opponent's combos are interrupted by turn 0 window. This dynamic makes Havness both really strong and interesting because while most hand traps like Ash Blossom and Effect Veiler are designed to stop an opponent's action, Havness instead allows your opponent's effects to go through, but punishes them instead by letting you reach your entire engine during their turn. And then, if you need to, you can tailor whatever boss monster you need for your opponent's combo, letting you access Kaleidoheart to shovel back your opponent's important combo piece, or Dragostapelia if you really need your sprite opponent's monsters to be converted into a level 1 monster, or to just negate monster effects. But if you just need an extender on your own turn, it's hard to get a better option than Tearlaments Shyren. Shyren has the same fusion effect as the other main deck Dark Aqua monsters, but its unique effect allows you to summon it from your hand, then send a monster from your hand to the graveyard, and then mill the top 3 cards of your deck. Now, sending a monster from your hand to the graveyard can technically be seen as a downside, since you're going -1 just for a special summon and a mill. However, this is actually an insane benefit since it helps you activate the graveyard effects of the other monsters in your hand. Because Shyren sends from your hand to the graveyard, it means you can easily trigger the Ishizu millers, and because it sends for effect and not cost, it can also be used to activate the graveyard effects of your other Tearlaments monsters to go into your fusions. But like with Merely, Shyren gains a lot of versatility from its level. It being an extender that's level 4 means that the strategy has really easy rank 4 access, since Shyren alongside an Ishizu monster or a Rhinoheart can give you access to Baguska or an Abyss Dweller, which can be game winning in the mirror. It also means that you have easy access to Time Thief Redoer, one of the only Xyz monsters in the game that detaches for effect and not for cost. This means that in Tearlaments, even if you don't have a trap attached to Redoer, it's still a powerful interruption tool since you can detach your Tearlaments Shyren to trigger its graveyard effect during your opponent's turn and start fusion summoning. Speaking of level 4 monsters, there's also Tearlaments Rhinoheart, the deck's main starter and Visa's equivalent that's a key combo piece for the strategy. But unlike other main deck Tearlaments monsters, Rhinoheart isn't a Dark Aqua monster. It's a Water Warrior. When Rhinoheart is normal or special summoned, you get to send a Tearlaments monster other than Rhinoheart from your deck to the graveyard, allowing you to instantly fusion to the likes of Kid Kalos off of just a single normal summon. But Rhinoheart's graveyard effect is actually quite different from the other Tearlaments monsters, since when it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can special summon Rhinoheart and then send a Tearlaments monster from your hand to the graveyard, but then you have to banish it when it leaves the field. And just like Shyren's hand effect, Rhinoheart's graveyard effect has a lot of utility since it can be used to trigger the graveyard effects of any of the Tearlaments monsters you've drawn. And since it can also send Tearlaments spell and trap cards, you can use Rhinoheart to trigger the graveyard effects of cards like Suliek and Scream, which is a boon from the deck's consistency. And because Rhinoheart's graveyard effect and on-summon effect can be used in the same turn, milling a Rhinoheart off of one of your Tearlaments cards is a huge benefit because it gives you a free Foolish of any of your other Tearlaments monsters. Another strong aspect of Rhinoheart though is its name, because it's one of the required materials for Tearlaments Kaleidoheart. Because in order to fusion summon Kaleidoheart, you need to fuse Rhinoheart in any 2 Aqua monsters. It can't be fused away with your opponent's Super Poly or Tearlaments effect, since it can't be used as a fusion material at all, even while in the graveyard due to its condition. Now, Kaleidoheart's first effect actually has 2 ways it can be triggered, allowing you to target any card your opponent controls and shuffle it back into the deck when Kaleidoheart is special summoned, or if an Aqua monster is sent to your graveyard by a card effect. This makes Kaleidoheart a premier removal tool for the strategy, since you're always going to be milling Aqua monsters anyway in order to make your plays, so this gives you a free way to remove your opponent's cards from the field without triggering any potential graveyard effects. And because this effect can also be used on summon, you can fuse into Kaleidoheart during your opponent's turn with your Tearlaments monsters to use its removal as interruption for your opponent's combo. But, like with the main deck cards, Kaleidoheart also has an insanely powerful graveyard effect when it's sent there by a card effect, and allows you to special summon Kaleidoheart from your graveyard and then send a Tearlaments card from your deck to the graveyard. This effect is absurd, because not only do you get the opportunity to send any Tearlaments monster to the graveyard to continue fusion summoning, but you also have the option of sending any Tearlaments spell or trap card, and by having a choice of what you send, the deck's consistency goes through the roof to trigger whatever graveyard effect you need at any given time. Especially since Kaleidoheart is so easy to trigger, since it can be done with either Kid Kalos' effect, or even popping it with your own Pillar Rhino. One of the best targets you can send with Kaleidoheart is Tearlaments Scream, because if Scream is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can search out any Tearlaments trap card. But even Scream's on-field effect is amazing, because while you control it, whenever a monster is normal or special summoned, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. And then it applies a lingering effect, which reduces the attack of all monsters your opponent controls, and will control by 500 until the end of the turn. So even if a monster isn't on the field by the time Scream is activated, it will still have its attack reduced. This attack modification is actually quite relevant. Because with the likes of Pillar Rhino, it makes every one of your monsters even more difficult to out, especially when paired with Pillar Rhino's buff. But it's the first part of this effect that makes it so relevant, because on your turn it's an extender that can mill extra cards so you can siege your graveyard and make your plays. But because Scream triggers when any monster is normal or special summoned, it can be used to punish your opponent for trying to combo off by acting as interruption, milling 3 cards and allowing you to potentially start your combo on their turn. And because its graveyard effect is so versatile, Scream is often played at multiple copies so you can take advantage of its on-field effect and graveyard effect at the same time. Since the Tearlament trap cards are so powerful, they're worth searching. The worst of these traps is Tearlament's Meta Noise, a Book of Moon that allows you to foolish any Tearlament monster directly from your deck. And when it's milled, you get to target a Tearlament monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Even for being the worst of the Tearlament trap cards, Meta Noise is still absurd and could potentially be game-winning certain matchups like Sprite or Kashtira. The only reason it never saw as much play as the others is because the strength of its effect is really dependent on the decks that existed in the meta that weren't tier, since Meta Noise was never really that strong in a mirror match. Combined with the fact that its graveyard effect is kind of mediocre, it meant that Meta Noise is more of an option rather than a must include. Crime's graveyard effect also isn't the best since it can only add a banished Tearlament monster to your hand. This can be useful alongside Tearlament Kashtira, or if your opponent has been using Bystials to banish your Tears, but when compared to other graveyard effects in the deck, it's not really a card you'd want to mill. But Crime still saw a ton of competitive play, and a huge reason for that was because of its primary effect. Since Crime is a counter trap card that lets you negate the activation of any spell or trap card, or monster effect while you control a Tearlament monster, then shovel that card into the deck, and then send a monster from your hand to the graveyard. Sending a monster for effect from the hand isn't really a cost for Tearlaments at all, so Crime was basically a free Omni-Negate that allowed your deck to easily beat board breakers such as Evenly Matched for free. And if it wasn't being used to stop board breakers, it was an insane interruption for combo strategies that was hard to interact with. But out of all the Tearlament trap cards, the most powerful one you usually be searching for is Tearlament Suliak. Suliak strikes the perfect balance of having an insanely powerful on-field effect as well as an amazing graveyard effect. Its field effect can only be activated while you control a Tearlament monster or Visa Starfrost. It allows you to target and affect monster your opponent controls to negate its effects permanently, but then you have to send a monster you control to the graveyard. And if it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add any Tearlament monster from your deck to your hand. Both of these effects are absurd and give Suliak an insane amount of versatility. With its on-field effect, you're getting a free interruption every turn since it's a continuous trap card that stays in the field, allowing you to keep permanently negating your opponent's combo pieces and boss monsters, all the while sending Tearlament monsters you control to the graveyard so you can trigger their graveyard effects, letting you get yet another way to perform fusion summons on your opponent's turn. And if you happen to mill Suliak off of any other Tearlament effect, it has the strongest effect of all 3 of the Tearlament trap cards, basically being an extra rota that allows you to search for whatever Tearlament monster you need at any given moment. In terms of the other Tearlament spells and traps though, they're usually not played unless a specific meta calls for their use. For example, Tearlament's Heartbeat was used during the time Mystic Mine was legal, as it gave the deck a searchable way of adding your opponent's floodgates. Perlugia saw minor experimentation to send King of the Swamp to the graveyard after a tier was hit in the OCG and TCG, and while Grief never saw that much competitive play, it's still a decently strong extender that can be used to trigger your Tearlament graveyard effects. The issue with these cards was never that they were bad, it was just that Tearlaments had so many insane cards they could play that it could never find room for cards that were just good or okay. And even right now, with all the restrictions placed on Tearlaments, the deck is still rogue relevant in the OCG and TCG with different builds being made viable with the help of Kashtira and Lunalight engines, alongside its legal fusion boss monsters like Kaleidoheart and Tearlament Rukalos. Especially Rukalos, a boss monster that's so strong, even with one of its materials banned, it still sees consistent play in Tearlament strategies. In order to fuse into Rukalos, you need Tearlament Kitkalos and any other Tearlament monster, making it real easy to go into in a format where Kitkalos is legal, but even in formats where Kitkalos is banned, Tearlament strategies just play King of the Swamp in order to act as a fusion substitute so they can still access Rukalos. And it's more than worth it to summon it in either instance, because Rukalos has 3 crazy effects. Its first effect protects all of your other Aqua monsters from being destroyed by battle, making it impossible for your opponent to try to beat over the likes of Shyran and Merle. This was especially important in Tearlament builds that played a heavy sprite package, as it meant that Rukalos could protect your Dupe Frog and Totally Awesome from being destroyed by battle or something like a Bystial. Speaking of which, Rukalos' second effect was also the perfect way to deal with Bystials, because whenever your opponent activates a card or effect that would special summon a monster, you can negate the activation of that effect, destroy that card, and then send a Tearlament card from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard. This effect was insanely important in the post-DABL format of the TCG, because it put a stop to the recently released Bystials, and even one of the deck's biggest counters, Nibiru the Primal Being, which is why you'll often see Tearlament decks racing to reach Rukalos as quickly as possible. Especially because this effect as an interruption during your opponent's turn is really solid. And like with every other Tearlaments card, Rukalos sends for effect and not for cost, which means the downside of this effect is also a benefit, because you can use it to trigger the graveyard effects of your Tearlament cards. But you can even just send Rukalos, as if a fusion summon Rukalos is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can special summon it back to the field. Now, you can only revive Rukalos once, because after it's been brought back by its own effect, it no longer counts as being fusion summoned, so if it's sent to the graveyard again, you won't be getting it back. But regardless, this effect is still a great tool for recursion that you'll be using alongside Rukalos' second effect, as well as after sending it to the graveyard with the effects of Tearlaments Suliek. And the best part of it is, because Rukalos is one of the few water monsters in the archetype, your opponent won't be able to stop it with the likes of a Bystial, but it is at least still vulnerable to the likes of Ghost Spell and DD Crow. In general, Rukalos is a powerhouse of a card that helped turn Tear from powerful to nearly invincible, since it managed to deal with a ton of its biggest counters. And if it's ever accessible, Tearlaments is always in a decent position. But the card that, more than anything else, allowed for Tearlaments to reach its Tier 0 status in multiple different formats is Tearlaments Kitkalos, the craziest card in the archetype that's currently banned in the TCG and OCG, and was pre-hit to be limited in Master Duel. Now, you can access Kitkalos by fusing together any Tearlaments monster with any Aqua monster, which just means a single Rhinoheart summon gets you Kitkalos. And every one of its 3 effects is absurd. Its first effect happens on summon, which lets you either add a Tearlamate card from your deck to your hand, or send that Tearlamate card from your deck to the graveyard. This effect has a ton of versatility in how it can be used, because during your turn, when you fusion summon Kitkalos, you can use it for an insane consistency boost to add whatever card you need at any given time, not just monsters, which made Kitkalos great for searching out your busted Tearlamate trap cards like Suliek or an interruption like Crime to beat board breakers. But during your opponent's turn, you can instead use Kit to send a Tearlamate monster to the graveyard, allowing you to more easily combo on turn 0 and during your opponent's turn, by letting you fuse multiple times if your Havness happens to hit a Tearlament. This even gives you insanely access to Rukalos before you hit your first main phase. If Kitkalos had this effect, it would still be nearly bannably strong, but it has 2 other effects which really drive it over the top. Its second effect is a form extension that allows you to target any monster you control, special summon a Tearlamate monster from your hand or graveyard, and then send the targeted monster to the graveyard. Usually, you'll be using this effect to bring out the likes of Tearlaments Rhinoheart or Merrily to trigger their on-summon effects, while targeting Kitkalos itself to be sent to the graveyard. Because, if Kitkalos is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you get to mill the top 5 cards of your deck for free. This is just absurd even just generically, because milling a ton of cards from your deck can give you access to a ton of insane graveyard effects, and is why cards like Chaos Ruler are banned, but in decks like Tearlaments, the effect is overpowered, as it basically gives you access to your entire deck. By milling a Tearlaments monster, you can combo off and start fusion summoning, and milling an Ishizu card can mill even more cards to get you access to other powerful graveyard effects, or to just shuffle back cards in your opponent's graveyard. This effect combos incredibly well with the second effect of Kitkalos, since you can use the second effect to trigger this one, all while summoning out a Merrily so that you can actually end up milling 8 cards in the same chain. And if you have a Tearlaments Scream Up, you can actually end up milling 11 cards in the same chain, which is over a quarter of the minimum deck size. And if you throw in potentially milling 2 Ishizu millers as well as the effects of Shyren and Havness, the average Tearlaments deck is capable of milling over half of their deck in a single turn. While every Tearlaments card enables in some way, it's Kitkalos that provides the deck with an insane amount of consistency, power, and extension. There's a reason why it's banned in both the OCG and TCG, and for as long as it's legal in Master Duel, Tearlaments are going to terrorize the format, especially since there are a number of powerful cards in the way that are going to make the deck even stronger. One of those cards being Tearlaments Kashtira. You can activate Tearlaments Kashtira at any point during either player's main phase to special summon from the hand, then when it's summoned you get to mill 3 cards off of either player's deck, giving it similar utility to Tearlaments Havness if you choose to mill your own deck. It's a bit more costly to use than Havness though, because after you summon Tearlaments Kashtira, you need to banish a Tearlaments or Kashtira card from your hand or graveyard, which means that in order to use TK on turn 0, you need to go -1. And when TK is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can mill another 2 cards to the top of your deck, meaning that off of just 1 TK you end up milling 5 cards. Its summon being a quick effect basically gives the strategy 3 more copies of Havness that allow you to control the exact moment you interrupt your opponent, rather than relying on them activating their on-field monster effects. This is huge for the deck, because it gives you a way to combo on turn 0, even if your opponent is chain blocking their monster effects. Its banish isn't even that bad of a cost, and actually proved to be a vital benefit of the card during the time Tearlaments' biggest counter, the Bystials, were seeing competitive play, as whenever your opponent targeted Tearlament monsters in the graveyard to banish it and summon out their Magma Hut or Druid Swarm, you could chain Tearlaments Kashtira to banish the monster they target instead. This is why, during the short time full power Tearlaments and Tearlaments Kashtira were legal at the same time, most Tearlaments strategies play 3 copies. Some would even play Kashtira Fenrir to take advantage of their cross-archetypal status by using Fenrir to search for TK. Meanwhile, in Kashtira strategies, TK isn't played as much, but still has occasional use as a decent level 7 extender to complete the Kashtira Zone Lock that can be used to attach more materials to your Kashtira Rise Heart by milling cards and triggering a Rise Heart's mandatory attach effect. Now, TK, the Bystials, and the Kashtira monsters aren't legal in Master Duel yet, but it's important to keep these cards in mind for whenever they're released in the future to either bolster your Tearlaments strategy or to counter your opponents. Here's how the Runick engine works. Every Runick quick play spell has its own unique beneficial effect that also banishes cards to the top of your opponent's deck. Freezing Curses is a Forbidden Chalice that banishes 3, Flash Fire is a pop that banishes 2, and Destruction is an MST that banishes 4. But instead of using their unique effects, you can instead use the shared effects of the Runick spells, allowing you to instant fusion out any Runick monster from your extra deck to your extra monster zone. You have a variety of choices of Runick monsters to summon, but you're usually bringing out Hugin the Runick Wings, because when Hugin is summoned, you can discard a card to add a Runick field spell from your deck to your hand. This gives you access to Runick Fountain, which lets you use your Runick Quick Play spells from your hand during your opponent's turn, and lets you draw up to 3 cards after you activate a Runick Quick Play spell by putting those spells from your graveyard to the bottom of your deck. This means that not only do you get to use your Runick Quick Play spells as if they were hand traps, you get to refill your hand and draw a ton of cards during both yours and your opponent's turns. And as a result, Runick has been used in a ton of different strategies because of the strength of its interruption, its consistency, and for the free draws and bodies it gives you. But there is a catch, because even though the Runick engine is incredibly strong, every time you activate a Runick Quick Play spell, you're forced to skip your next battle phase. Because of the way the Runick engine works, it's actually really difficult to play as a small engine since you want to access as many Runick spells as possible to ensure that you're drawing a ton of cards per turn. So as a result, the Runick engine, the TCG, is usually quite big and is typically made up of 2 Fountains, 3 Tips, 3 Flashing Fires, 3 Freezing Curses, 3 Slumber, and 3 Destruction. But in Master Duel, some of the Runick spells are actually currently semi-limited, so you're stuck playing 2 Fountain, Tip, Destruction, Freezing Curse, and Slumber. Though, no matter the format, you also have to dedicate quite a few extra deck spots for the Runick monsters too, with most decks playing 0 to 1 Freki, at least 1 Gary and Munin, and 2 to 3 copies of Hugin. But if you wanted to rely on even a bigger Runick engine, you also have the option of playing an extra Fountain and a few copies of Dispelling, Smiting Storm, Golden Droplet, and potentially even a Runick Allure if you want to rely on a deck out as your main win condition. Now let's get into what the Runick cards actually do, starting off with the secondary effect that's shared by every Runick Quick Play spell. This effect lets you summon out any Runick Fusion monster from your extra deck, but only to your extra monster zone. Now, while this effect is simple, it's actually integral to the Runick strategy, because in order to fuse in your extra deck with Polymerization, you would need to fuse 2 Runick monsters together, which is an issue considering there are 0 main deck Runick monsters. So this effect is the only consistent way of actually summoning these monsters and getting access to the rest of your engine. This is one of the key parts that makes the Runick engine unique and interesting, because your quick play spells have a lot of versatility in how they can be used. When going second, your Flash and Fire and Destruction are going to be a great way to break your opponent's board. But when going first, you can instead use them as engine pieces that get you free bodies on the field. This has made Runick really appealing to a ton of different strategies that can benefit from the body that you summon. Sprite benefits a lot from having Hugin being a level 2 monster, For Hire appreciates the fairy typings of the Runick Wings, and the Plunder Patrol can use any body to link off with Plunder Patrol monsters to go into Blackbeard. The monster that you'll see summoned most of the time, though, is Hugin the Runick Wings, because when Hugin is summoned, you can discard a card for cost to add a Runick field spell from your deck to your hand, with your only option currently being Runick Fountain. This gives you access to the most important card in the engine, and is why Hugin is the most summoned Runick monster in both combo and stun variants. Its cost is even a benefit of the card too, allowing you to discard cards with amazing graveyard effects like Nimble Angler or Natura's Sacred Tree, or even other Runick cards to be shuffled back later with Fountain. But that's not where Hugin's utility ends. In combo variants, its stats made it a really beneficial body that can be used for extra deck plays in a ton of strategies, and with its most famous use being Sprite variants because Hugin just so happens to be level 2. This allowed for every Runick spell to be a great extender for Sprite, since it puts a free level 2 monster in the field without committing a normal summon, which lets you special some of the sprites from your hand. And use Hugin for your extra deck plays, since it was the perfect level for Elf, Sprint, and Gigantic. It being level 2 also benefited Naturia a ton, as it gave the deck a lot of access to level 6 synchros with its level 4 tuners, which they could use to synchro climb into Baron de Fleur. But even stun variants of Runick found Hugin on the field to be really useful because of its second effect, which allows you to banish it from the field to prevent any other card or cards you control from being destroyed by card effect. This makes it so that you can protect your Fountain and back row from any kind of common spell and trap card removal, like Twin Twisters and Lightning Storm, either keeping your Runick engine online or trapping your opponent under an oppressive floodgate. And because this effect doesn't activate, it can be used mid-chain. This gives the engine access to one of its coolest plays, allowing you to chain a Runick spell to the effect of your opponent's spell and trap card removal to summon Hugin to protect your back row. And finally, Hugin's third effect allows for some neat recursion, since if it's ever destroyed by battle or card effect, you have to shuffle it from your graveyard back into your extra deck. But there's no denying that Hugin's strongest effect is by far its first, as it's one of the key linchpins that holds the strategy together since it searches the most important card in the strategy, Runick Fountain. Runick Fountain is currently the deck's only field spell. It allows you to activate Runick quick play spells from your hand during your opponent's turn. This is already a strong effect, but its second effect is the one that gives Runick's its main payoff, as on a soft once per turn, after you've activated a Runick quick play spell, you can target up to 3 Runick quick play spells in your graveyard, put them on the bottom of your deck in any order, and then you get to draw cards equal to the number of cards you put back. Fountain is the reason to play Runick. Its draw effect is absurd. Usually when you activate a Runick quick play spell, you're either going -1 or net neutral in card advantage depending on the effect you activate. If you're summoning out a body, you're trading the Runick spell for whatever you summon out, making it card neutral. And if you activated something like Freeze and Curse and negate an opponent's card, it's technically just a -1. But with Fountain up, you get to refill your hand to make up for this loss in card advantage, making it so you actually end up going +1 in this scenario while still interacting with your opponent and stopping their plays. Which means that with just a single copy of Fountain and some Runick spells, you can end up drawing 6 cards before you even reach your second turn, by using its draw effect on both your turn to extend and your opponent's turn to interrupt. The best part of this is the effect actually has a ton of synergy with its first effect, allowing you to use whatever Runick spells you draw on your opponent's turn as if they were hand traps, converting those free draws into even more ways to interact with your opponent and stopping them from popping off. And because every Runick spell can summon Hugin, which can get you access to Fountain, the engine is hyper consistent, making it so you're always going to have access to your busted field spell. It's also a soft once per turn, so if you have multiple copies, you can potentially end up drawing 6 cards in a single turn, which is really useful if you happen to draw a Fountain, or if you have one in your graveyard and add it back with Gary the Runick Fangs. Because whenever Gary is summoned from the extra deck, you get to target any Runick spell in your graveyard that isn't a quick play spell and add it to your hand. Jerry also can't be destroyed by card effects, and if it's destroyed by battle, you can destroy any card on the field, which is a nice bonus effect. Most of the Runick engine is generally fairly recursive because of the effect of Fountain, since you'll always be putting back used Runick spells in order to draw cards, and Hugin can return itself to the extra deck when destroyed. But without Gary, it's very difficult to recycle your already used Fountains, and can potentially even cost you games if your opponent manages to run through every one of them with back row removal. Which is why Jerry is usually a mandatory inclusion in most Runick strategies, as it ensures that every aspect of your engine is recyclable, making it almost endless. But like Hugin, Jerry is also a strong body because it happens to be level 4. This makes it a great tool for Xyz plays like Exciton and Dugares, but also makes it very interesting for synchro strategies like Naturia, which can easily make the level 6 synchro tuner monster to then climb into Baron de Fleur. Now, the other Runick extra deck monsters have less utility than Hugin and Jerry, but are still strong tools that can be useful in certain situations or builds. For example, in heavier Runick engines, summoning Munin lets you search for your Runick continuous spell rather than a field spell, which can be used to add Runick Allure to banish more cards from the top of your opponent's deck. It also has a protection effect like Hugin, but Munin's effect works a bit differently. You can only activate it whenever your opponent targets a Runick card or a set card, in order to banish Munin for cost and negate the activation and destroy that card. So it's not really useful against Lightning Storm, but it's a great tool to counter Cosmic Cyclone. And the life point gain can be very useful for ensuring that you're never getting OTK. Meanwhile, Freki is probably the least useful of all of these extra deck monsters, because whenever an attack is declared involving Freki while it's in the extra monster zone, your opponent must banish another 2 cards from the top of their deck. Neither player takes damage from battles involving Freki, and if it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you can add a Runick quick play spell from your graveyard to your hand. All of these effects are technically beneficial, but when compared to the other Runick extra deck monsters, they're much harder to use and come up less frequently. Especially because its first effect happens to be reliant on either your opponent performing an action or use of your own battle phase to crash Freki. However, every one of your Runick quick play spells, as well as sharing their instant fusion-like effect, also cause you to skip your next battle phase. Thankfully, this doesn't stack, so if you activate 5 Runick spells in one turn, you're only skipping your next battle phase and not the next 5. But this still presents a really unique trade-off, and is part of what makes the Runick card so interesting as an engine. With them, you have access to constant recursion, consistent powerful interruptions, and free bodies to extend. But in order to use them, you have to continuously give up your battle phase. And this is actually a huge downside, because even in the modern era, the battle phase is one of the most important phases in the game. Because not only is it a way to end the game by OTKing your opponent, the battle phase is an important resource for removing your opponent's monsters from the field that you might otherwise be struggling to by other card effects. A Borreload Savage Dragon is going to be able to contest a Red-Eye Stark Dragoon with the battle phase, but you're going to struggle with dealing with a lot of other card effects, especially with the Runick spells, since the likes of freezing and flashing both target. And because powerhouses like Zeus and Evenly Matched need the battle phase in order to function, giving it up is actually a huge sink of resources. This is why most Runick variants really value cards that can act as forms of removal, since they're constantly skipping the battle phase and need some way of dealing with your opponent's monsters. This means that losing on your battle phase isn't the end of the world, but it takes some smart deck building to properly take advantage of the engine and recognize its weaknesses. In Naturia, you'll see Coral Dragon and Changing being played. In Sprite variants, you'll see Onibimaru, and other variants you're likely to see Excited Knight to act as a pseudo-Zeus. However, the deck still does have its own ways of removal and interaction in Archetype. And it does so quite well with Flashing Fire, Freezing Curses, and Destruction. All of these are quick play spells which share the effect to skip your next battle phase, and a secondary effect to summon out a Runick fusion monster from your extra deck to the extra monster zone. But Flashing Fire's unique effect allows you to target an opponent's special summon monster, destroy it, then banish the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. Freezing Curses, on the other hand, lets you target an effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of the turn, and then banish the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. And Runick Destruction lets you target an opponent's spell or trap card, destroy it, and then banish the top 4 cards of your opponent's deck. These 3 quick plays act as the main interaction the engine has available to it, and are the cards that you want to have consistent access to at all times, because they're going to be great ways to stop your opponent from making a board, and great when going second in order to break a board. And it's a good thing the Runick decks have tools like these available to them because of the engine size. You see, because of how big the Runick engine actually is, most decks had to give up deck space that would otherwise be used for hand traps and board breakers for Runick spells. This would usually be a big issue, as playing fewer hand traps and going second tools usually makes the deck incredibly weak when they lose the die roll. But because Flashing, Freezing, and Destruction exists, you're not really giving up on going second tools for engine space. It's just that the engine pieces you're playing also happen to be board breaking tools themselves. And as a result, these are the Runick spells that are placed in every variant of the engine, because they provide the deck with solid forms of interaction that make the engine more than just a tool to draw cards. Slumber also sees play in just about every Runick deck, but not because it's a stellar interruption, but because it's really easy to use this effect on the first turn of the duel. Slumber's unique effect lets you target a face-up monster in the field and protect it from being destroyed by battle or card effects one time for the rest of the turn. The monster you target also can't attack for the rest of the turn, then you get to banish the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. Now, Slumber's interruption isn't the worst in the world and can absolutely come up if you're trying to stop a Zeus line, an OTK, or even just the battle phase effects of Kashtira. But when compared to Flashing, Freeze, and Destruction, it's a much weaker interruption. However, Slumber is still an incredibly useful tool. You see, on the first turn of the duel, it can actually be difficult to siege your graveyard with multiple Runick spells, because you can only ever use one extra monster zone at a time, and every Runick quick play spell secondary effect has to summon out to the extra monster zone. So if you draw Flashing, Freezing, Destruction on turn 1, you're only going to be able to use one of those Runick spells since your opponent hasn't committed a monster or a back row to interact with you yet, meaning that it can be difficult to draw cards on turn 1 with Runick Fountain. Now, most combo variants usually solve this issue by clearing away the extra monster zone for XCs or synchro plays so they can keep summoning out more Runick bodies. But Runick Slumber's primary effect is also useful for this, as its effect is immediately usable without your opponent needing to commit anything to the board. So you can activate a Runick spell, summon Hugin, search Fountain, and now even if you don't have a way to clear your extra monster zone, you can still activate Slumber for a draw 2, which is a boon for an engine's first turn consistency. Smiting, Dispelling, and Droplet, however, are probably the worst of the quick play spells in the engine, because their effects don't do enough as interruptions and are kind of awkward to use, which is why in most combo variants of Runick you'll only see them play 1 or 2 copies of these cards. Golden Droplet's unique effect lets your opponent draw a card, and then you get to banish the top 4 cards of their deck. This pairs well with Dispelling, which allows you to discard a random card from your opponent's hand, but only if a card is added from their deck to their hand during any of the phases that isn't the draw phase. And then you get to banish the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. And then there's Smiting Storm, which just vanishes cards from the top of your opponent's deck equal to the number of cards they control. Now, each of these spells has some kind of disadvantage, which holds them back from seeing widespread play of multiple copies. Droplet just generates your opponent advantage. Smiting Storm's effect isn't immediately useful, and Dispelling can only be activated at a specific time. But these quick play spells aren't completely useless either, and do still see play at fewer copies and combo variants because, at worst, they're just extenders with their secondary effects. But even their primary effect has a home in more deck-out focused builds, because in these builds you want to be banishing cards on top of your opponent's deck as much as possible. So even though Golden Droplet lets your opponent draw a card, banishing 4 cards on top of their deck becomes really valuable, as it just gets you closer and closer to your win condition. The same is true of Runick Allure, the only continuous spell in the archetype that can be searched off of unit. Allure is a continuous spell that only lets you control 1 copy of it, but while it's on the field, every time you activate a Runick quick play spell, you get to banish another card from the top of your opponent's deck, with this effect having no once per turn. This is really useful in deck-out focused Runick strategies by getting you closer to your win condition, but very rarely sees playing combo-oriented Runick decks because it just doesn't do enough when compared to the Runick quick play spells. Because even Golden Droplet and Smiting can be used as a way to get your extract monsters, while Allure can be a dead card in hand if you don't already have your Runick engine online. And speaking of getting your engine online, one of the best ways to do that is with the Runick Tip, the final card in the archetype and one of the strongest. Because Runick Tip's unique effect lets you add any Runick card from your deck to your hand, then banishes the top card of your opponent's deck. Now, this effect is obviously strong, because it acts as the key to your entire engine. If you don't want to discard a card for Hugin, or don't want to block up your extra monster zone, you can instead just use Tip to search for Runick Fountain for free. Or if you already have Fountain, you can instead use Tip to search for whatever quick play spell you need at any particular time. If you need to clear away your opponent's Arise Heart, then you can instead just add Flashing Fire. If you want to interrupt the combo, you can add Freezing Curses, or if they're close to deck out, you can add Golden Droplet to get rid of the last remaining cards in their deck. But as well as being a key engine piece, Tip is also extremely important because it's a great way of putting Runick spells in your graveyard while retaining advantage, without summoning to the extra monster zone or relying on your opponent. If you have a Fountain and Runick Slumber in hand, you can activate the Slumber to summon to the extra monster zone, then use your Fountain to draw a card. But if your hand is instead Fountain and Tip, you can use that Tip to search out Slumber, activate Slumber to summon, and then instead of drawing 1, because you started off with Tip, you end up drawing 2. This just makes Tip a great consistency tool, and one that ensures that you're always going to be drawing multiple cards every time you use Fountain whenever it's in hand, which, with its ability to represent any Runick card, makes it the strongest card in the entire archetype, and one that just about every Runick deck should be running 3 copies of. 2022 has allowed for a whole host of powerful, unique staples to shine in the competitive metagame. Whether they've been to counter the best decks of the format, a game-winning Floodgate, or even their own strong supplementary engine, the staples that I've seen played this year have warped the game in their own right and have been integral for the success, or demise, of a ton of different decks vying for meta status. So today, we're going to take a look back at the best staples of the year, why they saw competitive play, and how they helped to shape their respective formats. And hoarding the number 10 spot, we have Token Collector, a level 4 Earth Fiend monster with a niche effect, but one that was single-handedly capable of completely shutting down some of the best decks of the year. Token Collector has 3 effects. The first effect is a hard once per turn, and allows you to special summon it from your hand or graveyard if a token monster is special summoned to the field. The second effect is a mandatory effect that occurs on the Token Collector's special summon. The effect destroys all tokens on both players' fields, and gives Token Collector an extra 400 attack for every token destroyed. But it's Token Collector's third effect that makes it so strong, as while it's phase up on the field, neither player can special summon tokens at all. At first glance, this effect appears way too specific to ever see use, because in order for each of its 3 effects to be relevant, it relies on your opponent playing a deck that specifically requires token monsters to perform their plays. This wasn't completely unheard of, but when compared to other staples like Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence, Token Collector is a lot less applicable. However, this year Token Collector managed to see a surge in popularity, specifically because of how strong its effects were against some of this year's strongest strategies. The best example of this, of course, is Sword Soul. Even after the 2022's first ban list, which saw the banning of Arch-Nemesis Protoss, Sword Soul's consistency, strength, and adaptability made it a tier 1 meta threat, and one that was quite difficult to put a stop to with most other hand traps. Token Collector, on the other hand, was almost guaranteed to be game-winningly strong. Every single main deck Sword Soul monster is a non-tuner, and relies upon their effects to special summon out token tuners to the field to actually access their synchro boss monsters. But with Token Collector in your hand or graveyard, you can special summon it to your field as soon as your opponent is done resolving the effect of their Sword Soul monsters, wiping the field of their token tuners and locking them out of summoning any more to the field, essentially shutting down almost the entire deck. But Sword Soul wasn't even the end to Token Collector's utility, as it also happened to be an amazing counter against the newly released Adventure engine. By getting rid of the Adventure token, the entire engine no longer functioned. Griffin Rider couldn't use its negate, and Dracoback couldn't bounce back cards, making Token Collector an amazing counter against any rogue and meta deck strategies trying to take advantage of the Adventure engine. The best part is that Token Collector didn't just destroy the main engines of Sword Soul and Adventure, it also cut off their Plan B option, Halcyon. Halcyon was a small engine that used a combination of Crystron Halki Fibrax, Despot 001, Mega Phantobeast Auroradon to summon a bunch of machine tokens to synchro summon with. But because this strategy required tokens to function, that meant Token Collector could apply here as well. These 3 strategies being as good as they were, made for a format where Token Collector was able to dominate as a tool that was both insanely strong and applicable to multiple decks in the format, to the point where this once niche and specific card could even be played in your main deck and win games because of it. In fact, Token Collector was so strong and so versatile that decks would even use extra deck tools like Shooting Riser and Curious to send Token Collector from the deck to the graveyard to ensure that it was always available to counter these token-based strategies, to the point where Sword Soul and other token-based strategies were forced to adapt to Token Collector by playing cards like Ghost Mourner or Forbidden Chalice to keep their tokens on board. Currently, however, Token Collector has been seeing far less competitive play because while its effect has been insane for countering token-based strategies, the meta around it has shifted so tokens are a lot less common. But if Sword Soul or any token-based decks come back to the meta, Token Collector will be found in the side or main decks once more. Looming into the number 9 is Dark, the Dark Charmer, Gloomy, a Link 2 monster belonging to the Charmer series of links. The Charmer links actually all have the same effects and stats, the only thing that changes between them all is the particular attribute that they support. So in the case of Dark, you can summon them using any 2 monsters provided at least one of them is a Dark monster. Its on-field effect allows you to target any Dark monster in your opponent's graveyard in order to special summon to a zone this card points to. And if the Link summon Dark is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect while you control it, you get to search any Dark monster from your deck with 1500 or less defense, and each of its effects having a hard once per turn. The Dark attribute has always been the strongest in the game, and a monster being a Dark monster means it can benefit from a whole host of support and synergy that no other attribute has. This meant that from its release, Dark the Dark Charmer was always likely to see some kind of competitive success. Since even in decks that don't play any Dark attribute monsters in their engine, it was likely that a stray DD Crow or IP Masquerena would find its way into your opponent's graveyard eventually. But this year specifically has shown how busted Dark is. With the release of Power of the Elements, Dark saw a ton of competitive success. This is because the best decks within that set, Sprite and Tearlaments, both happen to be made up of a bunch of powerful Dark monsters, which gave Dark a ton of interesting utility. For example, Tearlaments could run a small Sprite engine in their main deck consisting of at least one Sprite Jet and Sprite Smashers. This is because Dark could summon back an opponent's Sprite Blue in their graveyard, and then you could trigger its effect in order to search a Jet from your deck, in order to get a Sprite Smasher, a free interruption that also happened to be an Optimistic Mind. Sprites also benefited greatly from Dark. They could also revive an opponent's Tearlaments merely for a free level 2 body that they could use to go into Elf or Gigantic. This era showed Dark's potential, especially when its destruction effect could also be used to gain free advantage and search for most of the sprites or Tearlaments, but the release of Sprite Sprint boosted Dark's power by a lot, and made it a near mandatory in both of these strategies. What makes Sprint so busted is that it can be used to send any level 2 monster from your deck to the graveyard, and is played both in Sprite to send Nibble Angler, and Tearlaments to send merely, and kickstart their combos. The reason why this is so good with Dark is because of Sprint's summoning conditions. You need any 2 monsters provided one of them is a level, rank, or link 2 monster. This means that any monster that Dark revives in the graveyard can be used to go into Sprint, and allows Dark to be absurdly strong as both an extender and a starter for your plays. Now, provided there is a strong Dark deck in the meta, Dark is likely to see a lot of competitive play, but its Dark synergies with Sprite and Tearlaments has made it an absolutely bonkers staple. Whether it's bringing back a Havness, a Skullmeister, or a Sprite Blue, the card has been incredibly powerful and will likely remain in people's extra decks for years to come. Fusing into the number 8 is Super Polymerization, one of the strongest board breakers in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. By discarding 1 card for cost, you can fusion summon a monster from your extra deck using monsters on either player's side of the field as materials, letting you use your opponent's monsters for a fusion summon. But the part that makes Super Polymerization so strong is that it can't be responded to by either player with any card or effect, whether that be the Negate of Baron de Fleur or even a Solemn Judgment. Super Poly is an insanely strong board breaker, because as soon as you activate it, there's nothing your opponent can do to stop it, clearing away their problem boss monsters and giving you a free fusion monster on the field. But Super Poly's strength will always change depending on the best decks of the format and what Super Poly targets are actually available. Cards like Mudragon and Starving Venom have been integral to Super Polymerization's success, with Starving Venom even being used a lot earlier this year, as it, alongside Dragostapelia, was a great counter to Phantom Knight decks running DPE. The reason why these kinds of targets are so strong is because of their really generic summoning conditions, as they allow for Super Poly to be more versatile and be used against multiple decks in the format, rather than just targeting specifically one. So, the more Super Poly targets there are available, and the more generic their materials, the better the card is. And with the release of Power of the Elements, Super Polymerization got a huge buff with the release of a new fusion monster, Garura, Wings of Resonant Life. Garura has 2 effects. The first doubles any battle damage your opponent takes when Garura battles, and the second allows you to draw a card whenever it's sent to the graveyard in any way. However, the strongest aspect of Garura is its summoning condition, where it just needs any 2 monsters of the same type and attribute, but with different names. This made Garura a superbly generic Super Poly target, increasing the range of decks that Super Poly could be used against, and meant that Super Polymerization could now be used against both of the decks of the upcoming format, Sprite and Tearlaments. The Sprite end board post Power of the Elements actually didn't play into any of the traditional Super Polymerization targets, as it ended on the Fire, Thunder, Elf, and Red alongside the Water, Aqua, Totally Awesome, and Dupe Frog to protect your board from battle. But with the release of Garura, not only were you capable of using Super Poly against the Sprite board, you also had options of what you wanted to fuse away. You could fuse away your opponent's Sprite Red and Elf, depriving your opponent of a monster negate and their follow-up from Elf, or you could instead move to your battle phase and Super Poly to fuse away their Dupe Frog and Totally Awesome. Not only did this mean clearing away 2 of your opponent's monsters, it meant that you could use Garura to beat over your opponent's Elf since it has exactly 100 more attack, and because Elf is main phase only, they wouldn't be able to activate its effect, letting you clear away most of the Sprite end board for free. This was so strong that eventually it led Sprite pilots dropping Dupe Frog from their list entirely in order to give themselves a better chance against Super Poly. Against Tearlaments, you had a few options for how to use Super Poly. You could fuse away their Dragostapelia and Time Thief Redoer into a Dragostapelia of your own, or you could even use your opponent's Tearlament monsters to fuse a Kit Kalos to start your own combo. But the release of Majestic Mavens and Darkwing Blast made Super Poly even stronger against the deck. As with these sets, Tearlaments got new several pieces of support which helped them reach their Tier 0 status. In Darkwing Blast, they got Tearlaments Runick, a fusion boss monster which made Nibiru ineffective against Tearlaments as it came with the negate of any card effect that would summon a monster. And in Majestic Mavens, they got the Ishizu cards, Keldo and Mudora, who can shuffle cards in the graveyard back into their deck at quick effect speed, and the millers, Agido and Kelbeck, who can mill the top 5 cards of your deck to trigger even more Tearlament names. But one of the key issues with the millers is that they also milled cards from your opponent's deck and could allow them to benefit from a whole host of graveyard effects. And so, to stop your opponent from gaining any sort of advantage, Tear would usually make a Bystial to prevent your opponent from gaining any advantage from their graveyard effects. This allowed for super polymerization to shine, as both Runick and Bystial had the same attribute, but a different type, letting you fuse into a dragon with ease. This was really important for graveyard-reliant strategies, as you could use super polymerization as your first action in the draw phase, with the turn player priority, to immediately fuse away your opponent's board before they even had a chance to activate Dweller, and lock you out of the graveyard effect since they can't respond to Super Poly with Dweller. Overall, super polymerization is always going to fluctuate in and out of the meta, but Garura, as well as the other classic targets, has ensured its use has become far more common, and the card is only going to get even stronger as more targets get released. Shifting into number 7 is Dimension Shifter, one of the most busted, lingering effects in the game, and one that's been absolutely integral for certain rogue strategies to prosper. At quick effect speed, you can send Dimension Shifter from your hand to the graveyard, but only while you have no cards in your graveyard. This makes it so that any card that would be sent to the graveyard is banished instead until the end of the next turn. From its release, Dimension Shifter has always been an absurdly powerful tool. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh's strongest meta strategies use their graveyard as a resource to either generate a ton of advantage, or to actually combo off. The macro-like effect of Dimension Shifter, however, cuts off your opponent from the graveyard entirely for 2 whole turns. In fact, it's actually better than Macrocosmos, since it can be used during your opponent's first turn, making Dimension Shifter an amazing going second tool. The main issue with Dimension Shifter, however, is that for as strong as it is, not every deck can play it, because it doesn't just lock your opponent out of the graveyard, it also locks you from using your graveyard as well. So while a deck like Mathmech would appreciate their opponent's Tearlament cards being banished, they can't use Dimension Shifter themselves because they want their Mathmech cards to hit the graveyard to actually use cards like Diameter and Super Factorial. But even in spite of that, Dimension Shifter has seen widespread use this year, either by decks that have adapted their usual strategy to use it, or by decks that already natively synergized with it. Sprite is a great example of the former. Most Sprite lists do actually have cards that need to use the graveyard in some way. Nimble Angler needs to be sent to the graveyard in order to summon 2 beavers from the deck, and Swap Frog is usually sending other copies of Swap Frog to the graveyard so they can later be revived with Sprite Elf to make totally awesome. But the main Sprite engine actually doesn't use the graveyard at all, and actually have a superbly easy path to OTK your opponent even while Dimension Shifter is up, by using Sprite Jet to search for Gamma Burst, a card which increases the attack of all level, Link, and rank 2 monsters in the field by 1400 points. Although because of the likes of Angler, Totally Awesome, and Elf are so valuable for Sprite, they only play Dimension Shifter on the side as a tool for going second. Although there are some strategies that are willing to main deck Dimension Shifter because they don't care about their graveyards at all. Like Fluinderize, a deck that can use Shifters so easily that it's almost as if the deck was made for it. You see, most of the Fluinderize cards don't actually interact with the graveyard at all, with all the level 1 birds banishing themselves whenever they leave the field, even when not under Shifter, so they can use Dimension Shifter freely. However, there are still 2 important cards in Fluinderize that do need to interact with the graveyard. Fluinderize and Stree needs to banish a card from either player's graveyard so that you can perform your additional normal summon. And Ryza the Mega Monarch has to target at least 1 card in either player's graveyard to spin a card from the field back to the top of the deck. But because Dimension Shifter goes to the graveyard for cost when you trigger it, you will at least have 1 card in the graveyard to use either of these effects. And in the case of Ryza, you can just choose your own Dimension Shifter to graveyard and put it in the top of your deck. By doing this, you can ensure that the next card you draw is a Dimension Shifter on the turn where Shifter's lingering effect stops applying. And because you wouldn't have any cards in your graveyard again, once Shifter is gone, you could use the Shifter again, and basically keep your opponent locked under Macrocosmos for the whole game by looping your Shifter over and over with Ryza. These small synergies, as well as how easily Fluinderize plays through Shifter, have made Shifter a mandatory inclusion in the deck, and has been an integral part of the deck's consistent status as the best anti-meta strategy of the format. Shifter is probably the least generic staple on this list, but there's no denying the impact it's had on the metagame this year, and if your deck is at least somewhat capable of playing Shifter, you have access to an amazing tool that's capable of making even the best decks of the format struggle. And tuning in to our number 6 spot is Crystron Halkifibrex, a recently banned Link 2 monster that provided so much utility for any strategy playing any tuners. In order to actually link summon Halk, you need any 2 monsters, but at least one of them has to be a tuner, making it incredibly generic, especially given how strong its 2 effects are. The first effect allows you to summon any level 3 or lower tuner monster from your deck in defense position, but that monster it summons cannot activate its effects this turn. And the second effect makes Hulk a 1-card synchro summon, because during your opponent's main or battle phase, you can banish Hulky Firebrax from your field to special summon any tuner synchro monster from your extra deck for free. Both of Hulk's effects are shockingly powerful for such a generic card. Its first effect was format warping. Being able to summon out any tuner from your deck made it far too versatile to the point where even strategies that would never use synchro monsters use Hulky Firebrax, such as Sky Striker, which would use Hulk to easily climb into Axis Code Talker to OTK your opponent. It could also be used to build boards, as by playing a single copy of Despot 001 and summoning onto the field with Hulk, you had access to a powerful board building tool when using both Hulk and 001 to summon Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon. Auroradon then gave you 3 level 3 machine tokens, which would trigger Despot 001's effect and summon it from the graveyard to perform a bunch of synchro plays. This engine featured commonly in a ton of different rogue and meta strategies because of the insane advantage it generated, since it was an amazing plan A for decks like Infernoble and Adventure, and a superb plan B for decks like Sword Soul. And even after Auroradon was banned this year, it didn't stop decks from capitalizing on Hulky Firebrax. Because as long as there was a busted tuner in the game, Hulk was going to be able to take advantage of it. Even prior to the banning of Auroradon, Adventure decks were instead using a Rose Dragon engine to access powerful synchro boss monsters like Baron de Fleur by generating a ton of free level 3 tuner bodies that could be used for synchro and link climbing. And even after Red Rose Dragon was limited, Hulk could easily just special it from the deck so you had access to it at all times. But for as absurd as the Hulk's first effect is, its second is just as strong and is a huge part in why it eventually found its way to the ban list. You see, Hulk's second effect has a particularly broken synergy with another amazing link too, Artifact Dagda, which could set Artifact Scythe directly from your deck to your spell and trap card zone. And when destroyed during your opponent's turn, Scythe special summons itself from the graveyard and locks your opponent out of special summoning from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. After the May 2022 ban list, Hulky Firebrax became the best way of destroying your own Scythe to trigger its effect, as you could summon TG Wonder Magician from your extra deck during your opponent's main phase, which could pop your own set Scythe to summon it to the field and lock your opponent out of their extra deck. But that's not all. Because that Wonder Magician was a level 5 tuner that also had an effect to synchro summon during your opponent's main phase, and could synchro with a level 5 Artifact Scythe, you could then go into the level 10 Baron de Fleur for a free negate. Hulk is an absurd card, especially for how generic it is, and even during this Tier 0 format, Hulk would still likely be seen play if it was legal for how absurd it is. And continuing our list from last video, at number 5 we have Predaplant Verte Anaconda, an even more generic Link 2 monster than Hulky Firebrax. Verte could be made with any 2 effect monsters and had 2 effects that you could take advantage of. The first effect lets you target any monster in the field to change its attribute to dark until the end of the turn. But it's the second effect of Verte which made it see widespread use, as by sending a normal or quick play spell card with fusion in its name from your deck to the graveyard, and by paying 2,000 life points, you could have Verte copy the effect of that fusion spell card, but you couldn't summon any of the monsters for the rest of the turn. While Verte's second effect is incredibly strong, it's only as strong as the fusion spells it can copy. If it could only send Polymerization or Super Poly, this effect would actually be quite bad and fairly situational. Fortunately for Verte, however, there have been 3 fusion spells that saw common use this year that were so busted that a ton of different strategies were willing to change the way they build their decks, just so they could accommodate using them with Verte Anaconda. These 3 fusion spells were Red Eyes Fusion, Fusion Destiny, and Branded Fusion. These fusion spells all require different materials, all summon different boss monsters, and all saw play in different kinds of decks, but the one thing each of these cards had in common is that they summoned a powerful fusion boss monster by sending materials from the deck to the graveyard. This gave any strategy that could put 2 effect monsters on the field a free end board piece that could be used as a plan B option in case their main engine was interrupted, provided they were willing to play the fusion spell's respective bricks. Red Eyes Fusion was the worst fusion spell of the 3, as it required you to play 2 normal monsters that you couldn't use for anything, and Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, for as strong as it is, was by far the worst payoff between the 3 fusion spells. Branded Fusion was slightly better, as it only required you to play a single copy of Fallen of Albaz that you could fuse away into Mirror Jade alongside Verte, and was particularly synergistic with a few Albaz lore strategies. But Fusion Destiny was by far the strongest fusion spell you could use with Verte Anaconda. Fusion Destiny did require 2 monsters in your deck to actually use, usually decks that play Destiny Hero Celestia and Destiny Hero Dasher, but these 2 bricks had such good graveyard effects that they would make up for any advantage you lost by drawing them, since Celestia was a free draw 2 if you had no cards in hand, and Dasher could let you summon out a monster from your hand for free during your draw phase, meaning these 2 bricks actually represented a ton of follow-up. And that's all without even mentioning the boss monster that Verte and Fusion Destiny facilitated, Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. a Destiny Hero boss monster that allows you to pop a card you controlled and a card your opponent controlled at quick effect speed, and whenever DP was destroyed, you could trigger its effect to special summon out a Destiny Hero monster from your graveyard during your next standby phase. DPE was an astonishingly good card. Its interruption had so much potential for what it could be used for. It could be removal from one of your opponent's key combo pieces or boss monsters. It was a way to deal with your opponent's floodgates. It was a way to pop your own artifact scythe to lock your opponent out of their extra deck. There was just so much that so many different decks could do with DPE. From being one of Phantom Knight's main boss monsters, to seeing play in Sword Soul, Sky Striker, Prank Kids, Branded, and so many more strategies, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer and its associated garnets were more than worth it to play for the amount of free advantage it represented. And a huge part of why so many strategies, rogue and meta alike, were able to use DPE is because of Predaplant Verte Anaconda being so easily accessible, as it made the potentially difficult draws of DPE well worth it. And in the first 5 months of 2022, if you're facing a deck, it was extremely likely to have featured both Verte and DPE. Currently, however, just like Hulk, Verte is banned in the TCG. Fusion Destiny is at 3 copies, so decks can still play the DP engine if they want, but it's no longer worth it when you don't have the same guarantee that you were getting with the engine without Verte. But while it was around, Verte changed how most pilots built their deck, and was an integral part to the success of so many different strategies throughout the year. And flipping into our number 4 spot is Dimensional Barrier, a normal trap card that saw a lot of play in people's side decks this year for being a card that would guarantee that you were winning either game 2 or 3. When you activate Dimension Barrier, you have to declare one monster type from among Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Pendulum monsters, and for the rest of the turn, the effects of monsters declared type are negated, and neither player can special summon monsters of that declared type. Basically, with Dimensional Barrier, you could just lock your opponent out of summoning from the extra deck. Against Sword Soul, you could call Synchro, against Branded, you can call Fusion, and against Phantom Knights, you can call Xyz. And this basically acted as a turn skip and auto win against a lot of this year's best strategies. But despite being so strong, Dimensional Barrier and cards like it couldn't be played in the main deck because it relied too much on going first, and as a result mainly saw competitive play in people's side decks. Because while Dimensional Barrier could be relied on to win a game 1, it was virtually guaranteed to win game 2 or 3 when you have opportunities to choose to go first, especially with specific knowledge of what deck your opponent is playing. This meant that with a single card, you could lock almost any non-link strategy that uses the extra deck out of play in the game at all, especially when backed up by a strong board of monsters that could just OTK your opponent as soon as you reached your second turn. Dimensional Barrier is a trap card that makes it on this list because of how effective it's been this year against a lot of the top decks. But there have been a number of amazing trap cards in people's side decks this year, which have been incredibly important in winning games too. Anti-Spell Fragrance is another great example, and while less effective than Dimensional Barrier against something like Sword Soul, Anti-Spell Fragrance was even better at countering other common staples, like Dark Ruler No More or Rite of Iron Messier. Likewise, a Pointer the Red Lotus is also another incredibly strong card. A Pointer is basically a power crept Mind Crush, and can be used to look at your opponent's hand and banish a card from it until the end phase, and would use this to snipe your opponent's board breakers like Evenly or Forbidden Droplet. Or if they didn't have any board breakers, you could just steal their combo or starters instead. A Pointer specifically was so strong that it even found its way onto the limited list this year. Side decking winning trap cards is by no means a novel strategy, but it's one that performed excellently in 2022. Guaranteeing a free win off of a single card is amazing. It meant that you were likely to win the actual match. But as it stands right now, these staples are currently seeing a lot less play because of the rise of Tearlaments, which are capable of playing on your turn before you even have the ability to make your game-winning trap card live. Rolling into number 3 is Rite of Iron-Messier, a normal spell card which allowed for the Adventure Engine to become an integral part of so many different decks this year. Rite has one effect, but the effect guarantees a ton of advantage off of a single card. You can only activate Rite when you don't control an Adventure token, and it allows you to special summon an Adventure token to your side of the field for free. Then you can place a Fateful Adventure card directly from your deck into your spell and trap card zone. But Rite also comes with a restriction that prevents players from using on-field effects of any normal summon monsters during the turn it's activated. Rite's restriction is actually really interesting, because it made the card, and by extension the Adventure Engine, generic enough to be played in a ton of different strategies, but gave deck builders a hard choice between using either the Adventure Engine to cover for some of the deck's weaknesses, or having access to effects of their powerful normal summons. And in a lot of cases, the Adventure Engine won out because of how incredibly strong it is. A single Rite of Iron-Messier gives you heaps of usable card advantage. It generated a free token body and allowed you to grab your Fateful Adventure from your deck, and that Fateful Adventure could be used to search out Dracoback whenever any monster is summoned to the field. Then you could use the other effect of Fateful to search for your Wandering Griffin Rider, as long as you discard a card. And if you just so happen to discard the Dracoback that you searched, you can trigger Dracoback's graveyard effect to equip itself back onto your field to the Adventure token, and then special summon out your Griffin Rider from your hand for free. So, the one copy of Rite gives you 2 bodies on field, with one of them being a negate, and gives follow-up for Fateful Adventure, which you could use on your next turn to search for either Enchantress or Griffin Rider again, and a way to out an opponent's monster or Floodgate with Dracoback. And as a result of its general strength, when the Adventure Engine released this year, it saw a ton of plain rogue decks, like Phantom Knives and Branded, that had adapted lists to not need their normal summons effects. But the best decks that could take advantage of the Adventure Engine were ones that never used on-field effects of normal summons in the first place, so they didn't need to adapt their strategies to gain access to the powerful staple. And by far, the best decks that could use the Adventure Engine this year was Prank Kids. Prank Kids were already a decently strong deck going into 2022, as during 2021 they topped multiple events, but it did have a few issues. The deck was astonishingly consistent and could play a ton of hand traps and staples, but the deck itself also struggled against hand traps and didn't have a strong archetypal way to deal with spell and trap cards. But with the release of the Adventure Engine, Prank Kids basically got a free negate in Griffin Rider that they could use to stop an opponent's Ash Blossom and allow them to combo, or just allow the deck access to a free negate they could use to stop an opponent's board breaker like Triple Tactics Talents, and made the deck fairly dominant during the early parts of the year. But Prank Kids wasn't the only deck taking advantage of the Adventure Engine. A lot of decks that did use Adventure Engine this year used it in a similar capacity to Prank Kids in order to get a free negate to help with their main strategy. But one of the most interesting use of Adventure was in Rose Dragon's synchro strategies that centered around Crystron Halki Fibrax. This deck didn't use the Adventure Engine as a negate, instead, the deck used the free bodies that the Adventure Engine provided to more easily access their synchro boss monsters alongside the Rose Dragon engine, because the bodies they provided happened to be extremely beneficial levels that helped make the deck work even after Rorodon was banned. Griffin Rider was level 7, so it could be used really easily with the level 3 Rose Dragon tuners in order to go into Baron de Fleur, swapping one negate for another while getting to use their effects of your Rose Dragons to summon Rox Rose Dragon from the deck. Meanwhile, the actual Adventure token was level 4. This also synergized with the level 3 Rose Dragon tuners and would be used to dip into the pool of level 7 synchros to access cards like Shooter Riser Dragon, and more importantly, Yazi. And that Yazi could be popped with the effect of Baron de Fleur, so you could use its effect to summon out any worm monster from your deck. In the Scythe build, you can grab Mare for Link summons, or in the Tenyi build, you can grab Moye or Taya. Essentially, the deck had an insane range of options by using the Adventure Engine, even though they weren't using it in the traditional way. Right has been one of the best staples of the year, and has been used by a ton of strategies in a myriad of different ways for the insane amount of advantage it provides, to the point where even decks like Branded and Sprite, which actually care about their normal summon effects, were willing to build around using the engine. Digging its way to number 2 is Mystic Mine, a card which has terrorized formats since its release, and 2022 was no exception. Mystic Mine is a field spell with the effect that it's capable of floodgating your opponent out of the game entirely and winning the game on its own. While it's on the field, the player who controls the most amount of monsters cannot declare an attack, nor activate any monster effects. But it does come with its own built-in out, as if both players control the same number of monsters during the end phase, Mystic Mine will destroy itself. A resolved Mystic Mine can be game-winning by itself, so it's no surprise that it's made its way into the side and main decks of a ton of different strategies this year. And as a result, made deck builders change the way they built their decks so they had at least a single out Mystic Mine in their main deck and didn't randomly lose one of their games in a match. Sprite had Smashers, Adventure decks had Dracoback, and Flunderees had Unexplored Winds. But not every deck was so lucky. The likes of Tri-Brigade, Branded, and Swordsoul all really struggled to deal with Mystic Mine with the tools that were available to them. This gave Mine several opportunities this year to see competitive play, and while it's seen a ton of play in decks this year, it was most infamously used by Sky Striker during May Hartford's YCS. Despite being only a rogue contender at best, Striker actually won the entire YCS, beating Swordsoul in the finals. But while Striker is a good strategy, a huge part of why it won was because of the deck's use of Mystic Mine. Since it played a lot of ways to find Mine and lock your opponent out of the game, by doing it on one cards like Demise of Land and Metaverse, Sky Striker could basically ensure that Mine was accessible to them at all times, which was really important because if Mine resolved, then Sky Striker had full control over the game. As they could either try to push through their opponent's board with the use of their spells and Ray, knowing that their opponent couldn't use their monster effects, or they could just sit behind it if they believed their opponent had no out. This, along with the other floodgates a Striker could easily play, led to its upset victory, but this of course wouldn't be the end of Mine's use this year, because it also just so happened to be amazing card when facing Tearlaments. You see, Tearlaments actually struggled to out Mystic Mine after it had already been resolved. The Ishizu cards made things a little bit easier, as you could just shuffle back a tier name to trigger your Pelarino's effect to pop their Mine, but if Pelarino wasn't on the field already, you were going to lose that game. And as a result, Tearlaments experimented with a number of interesting Mystic Mine outs that would have never seen play otherwise. Fusion Substitute could put back Kid Kalos to draw you a card to trigger your Pilarinos to pop Mine. Pot of Avarice could also trigger your field and let you draw 2 cards and can easily be used by Tearlaments so they fill up the graveyard so quickly. The deck even tried to run a small Sprite package just so they could natively run Sprite Smashers to deal with Mine. Mystic Mine was bound to be banned eventually, and it was in this year's December ban list. But the impact that Mine had on the game, both this year and as a whole, cannot be understated. When a single card changes deck building this much, it's always going to be format warping. But for as strong as Mystic Mine is, One staple this year had even more of a meta impact, and breaking their chains as the best staple of 2022 is Bystial Magnum Hut, along with the Bystials as a whole, which can act as both hand traps and as an engine at the same time. Most of the Bystials all share a common effect, which makes them useful as hand traps. This common effect allows you to special summon from the hand by banishing a light or dark monster from either player's graveyard. This effect is normally just spell speed 1, but if your opponent controls a monster, it actually becomes a quick effect that you could use at any point during either player's turn. Every hand trap Bystial also comes with its own unique effect as well. So Roner lets you foolish a Bystial monster or a branded spell or trap card when it's sent to the graveyard. Bystial Druid Swarm lets you send a special summon monster your opponent controls to the graveyard whenever a Druid Swarm is sent from the field to the graveyard. And last but certainly not least, Bystial Magma Hut triggers on its special summon and lets you search for any dragon monster except for Magma Hut itself that's in your deck or in your graveyard during the end phase of the turn. The majority of the Bystial archetype is actually just a series of DD Crows that specifically target light and dark monsters, and even just DD Crow itself has had an almost game-warping impact this year. Whether it's been used to banish your opponent's token collector, or their target for branded in red, or even just to take your sprite opponent's Ronin totem out of the game, DD Crow and by extension graveyard interaction as a whole has been extremely important in 2022. Especially with Ishizu Tearlaments being the best deck of the format as they mainly play using their graveyard effects. But despite how strong Crow has been this year, it's actually currently seeing very little play against Tearlaments. And it's not because Crow's effect has gotten any weaker, it's just that for the current format, the Bystials do what Crow does, but better. While DD Crow is solid against Ishizu Tearlaments, all DD Crow really does is interact with the opponent's graveyard, and even then, it makes you go -1 at card advantage to do so. The Bystials, however, do a lot more. They can interact with the graveyard like Crow, and stop the graveyard effects of the Dark Tearlament monsters by banishing them before they can resolve. But in doing so, you also get to special summon out a free body to the field with an impressive 2500 attack stat that can be used to apply pressure to your opponent by threatening their board with the battle phase. In the case of Saronir, this is where its utility ends, unless you play a branded or Bystial-based strategy. But for Druid Swarm and Magma Hut, their bonus effects are insanely useful. Druid Swarm allows you to break boards by linking it away, or even just crashing by battle, and easily forces out interaction from your opponent. But by far the strongest of all the Bystials is Bystial Magma Hut. Magnum Hut's effect is what allows for Bystials to more than just be a series of hand traps. Because while it's great for any strategy using any kind of dragons like Dragon Link, this effect can also be used to add any of your other Bystial monsters to your hand, ensuring you'll always have a way to interact with your opponent's graveyard. This has allowed for the Bystial monsters to see play as a stable engine of at least 3 Magma Hut and 1 Druid Swarm in a ton of strategies that are trying to counter Tearlaments right now. Tearlaments themselves have even been running a Bystial engine so they can counter other Tearlament pilots, especially since they can use Dark to steal an opponent's Magma Hut from the graveyard to get their Bystial engine online. In fact, the best rogue strategies of the format are decks that are capable of dodging or not caring about the effects of Bystials. Naturias and Madolche are earth monsters so the Bystials can't interrupt their grave. Sprite can lock both players into level 2s before dark monsters hit the graveyard, and Flundereeze only ever puts Dimension Shifter in the graveyard. Overall, the Bystials are an extremely recent engine, but the way they've twisted the game around them is huge. These cards aren't just format warping, they're game warping. And even after Tearlaments leave the metagame, it's likely the Bystials are still going to see play in people's main or side decks for years to come, making them the best staples of 2022 by far. 2022 marked a widespread return of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! After 2 pandemic-affected years had previously grounded the scene to a halt. Since it's December, we'll be ranking and going over the top 10 TCG decks of 2022. Though before we get started with the list, I'd like to give an honorable mention to the Punk, Bystial, and Runick archetypes, which were widely used as secondary engines and tech options throughout the formats. They had a huge impact on those roles, but didn't quite accomplish enough as a core strategy on their own to make this list. And with that out of the way, let's get started. And starting this list at number 10, we have Lyrillist Tri-Brigade, also known as Birda. Lyrilists are level 1 Wingbeast archetype revolving around swarming the field with special summons and mass searching out of the deck to create powerful Xyz monsters, like number F-Zero Utopic Draco Future and Lyrillist and Sam Blue Robin. This is in most part possible thanks to its powerful extender in the form of Lyrillist Recycling Starling, an Xyz monster that can search any level 1 Wingbeast on an effect that is not a hard once per turn. Meaning you could make multiple Recycling Starlings while accruing advantage and extending your plays. The decks augmented this strategy with the Tri-Brigade engine, an archetype based around the Tri-types of Winged Beast, Beast, and Beast Warrior monsters. Lyrillist combined well with this archetype as Tri-Brigade Nerval. The main deck Winged Beast of the Tri-Brigades was a level 1 Winged Beast monster that was easily searched by Lyrillist and can then search the rest of the Tri-Brigade monsters or Lyrillist with its graveyard effect. This effectively bridged the 2 archetypes together perfectly. Tri-Brigade gave Lyrillist access to powerful Link monsters like Tri-Brigade Shirag the Ominous Omen to increase the deck's going second power and grind game. It also gave Lyrillist easy access to Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty, which catapulted the deck's going first ceiling by being able to summon an Omni-Negate like Mist Valley Apex Avian, or a powerful Floodgate like Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds. Bird Up was one of the best decks from 2021 coming into 2022. It kicked off the year with a win of the most competitive Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments known as the Yu-Gi-Oh Championship Series, or YCS for short. Kamal won one of the first YCS of the season with Bird Up in the remote dual North American YCS in mid-January. Bird Up was poised to be one of the strongest decks in the meta for some time, but unfortunately was one of the worst victims of this year's ban list. Not only did the deck lose Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty to the ban list, but it also had Lyrilless Recycling Star limited to 1, which both shrunk the deck's ability to extend, and also made the deck's ability to make Draco Future way too costly and inconsistent. These bans ultimately scuttled Bird Up as a viable strategy for the rest of the year, but it still won a YCS early on, and was one of the most powerful decks in the format before those bans, letting it just squeak in our number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Exosisters. Exosisters is a classic example of an effective anti-meta deck. Its core strategy revolves around preventing your opponent from special summoning from the graveyard or heavily punishing them for doing so. The archetype got its first wave of cards in January 2022 in Grand Creators, but wouldn't really have a powerful enough core strategy to be a threat until the later support released. Of note is the archetype's main X-Deck boss monster, Exosisters Magnifica, which didn't come out until May with Dimension Force, as well as the deck's best starter, Exosister Martha, which came out in August with the blockbuster set Power of the Elements. Exosisters had a hard road to relevance, having its best piece of support with Martha being released alongside dominant metagame strategies like Sprite and Tearlaments and Power of the Elements. But that also might have been the deck's saving grace. Both Sprite and Tearlaments especially, have effects that rely on the graveyard that Exosisters can specifically play against. With its core extra deck monsters like Exosisters Magnifica and Exosister Michaelis supported by incredibly powerful tech cards like Dimension Shifter, Exosisters could actually put up a fight against these dominant archetypes. Exosisters found its way to being a solid anti-meta call for anyone who wasn't interested in playing Sprite or Tearlaments. This let the deck survive and somewhat thrive in a very powerful metagame that many other powerful decks, even ones that will appear later on this list, couldn't keep up with. Exosisters' best showing was taking first place in the second Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship tournament after the release of Power of the Elements, winning YCS Niagara Falls, piloted by Raymond in a field otherwise dominated by Sprite and Tearlaments. While its impact would lessen as more support for those other two archetypes came out later in the year, Exosisters struck at just the right time to make a solid impact on an incredibly powerful metagame, and that earns it the number 9 spot on this list. And at number 8, we have the Adventure Pile decks. This is a bit of a broader category, but you can largely classify this as a strategy that the Adventure Engine, also known as the Brave Engine, helped enable by working in combination with small, powerful, and most importantly, generic engines. The core of this deck is the Adventure Engine, which was released at the start of the year in January with the Grand Creator set. Adventure provided simple and consistent access to a powerful Omni-Negate effect with the Wandering Griffin Rider, an easy out to Floodgates with Draco back the Redwall Dragon, and a potential 4,000 life point swing with both Griffin and the Adventure token. And it did all of this with just one card, Right Devour Messir, which was easily searched with Water Enchantress of the Temple or a Foolish Burial sending Enchantress to the graveyard. It gave resiliency and damage reach to decks that could afford to sacrifice or ignore using an effect on their normal summon. It played especially well with other small engines that could also abuse all the free materials and the insulation from Nibiru the Primal Being that the token and Griffin Rider provided. This led to a rise of pile-style decks, where players would mash up several engines together to add some powerful grind game or heavy interaction on board to the standalone power of Adventure. These decks would also break with traditional deck building principles by including up to 60 main deck cards to do so. Most notably was the Cyberse Eldritch and Base strategies. The Base strategy was an acronym put together to stand for Brave, Artifacts, Souls, Enforcer, Dragons, which included Adventure, 10 Ys, and Magician Souls as a way to accrue advantage and material before setting up an extra deck lock with Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer and Artifact Scythe, while also going into powerful synchro plays with Krishan Halgi Fibrax and Mecha Phantom Beast of Rorodon combos facilitated by the 10 Ys. Similarly, the Cyberse Eldritch variant also ran Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer and Scythe setups, but didn't run the high power of the 10 Ys synchro combos, instead relying on the advantage of the grind game of Eldritch and the easy link combo potential of Cyberse Gadget to enable the Artifact Dagda and Predaplant Verteon Anaconda. These Adventure Pile decks took tons of top spots in the earlier half of the year, with Paul winning the North American Remote Dual YCS of the 10 Y focus variant. These decks likely played a large part in why powerful cards like Predaplant Verteon Anaconda and Mecha Phantom Beast of Rorodon issued bans partway through the year, which is a good sign of just how good these decks could be. And at number 7, we have Adventure Prank Kids. Adventure Prank Kids is another adventure-style deck, but it functions distinct from the pile concept in the previous entry because they weren't necessarily going that far above the usual 40-card deck. These Adventure Prank Kids decks abuse the inherent one-card combo with Prank Kids, along with the fact that none of the Prank Kids needed to use their effects on normal summon, allowing the Prank Kid archetype to work perfectly with the Adventure engine. While the Prank Kid combos itself didn't have as high as a ceiling as a pile variant, it was incredibly consistent, played well over the course of multiple turns, and could fit in a ton of hand traps in a smaller list. This gave it a lot more bang for its buck out of its hand traps while also giving the deck a higher impact out of its side deck, as you're more likely to see your Silver Bullet side deck cards in a smaller 40-card list compared to 60 cards. The main strategy of the deck was to set up the Adventure line to gain the Wandering Griffin Rider Omni Negate, then employ the 1-card Prank Kids combo with any Prank Kid to get out Prank Kids Battle Butler that can destroy all of your opponent's monsters twice on their turn, thanks to having access to Prank Kids Meow Meow Mew. And use any leftover materials to set up Predator Plant Verte Anaconda to make Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. These two work together so well because Prank Kids famously has a lot of issues losing to its first Prank Kid trigger being hand trapped, something that Wandering Griffin Rider could prevent. Combine that with a powerful hand trap lineup and you have the makings of the best performing deck of the Adventure dominant format earlier this year. While the deck couldn't put up a board as absurd as base with its 10 Yi Synchro combos and its grind game was only comparable to Eldritch variant, the fact that it achieved a middle ground in power level while only needing 40 cards helped it just edge out these other variants of Adventure decks. Adventure Prank Kid's best showing was Elijah's win in the YCS Charlotte, and the deck might have seen more success after that, but within a month of that win, Prank Kid's Meow Meow Mew was banned on the May ban list, alongside other stable generic payoff cards like Predator Plant Verte Anaconda. This completely took the teeth out of the Prank Kid style adventure decks, but they still made a huge impact on the year during their time in the spotlight. And at number 6, we have Mystic Mine. While Mystic Mine isn't typically considered an archetype or standalone strategy, it's impossible to look at the metagame of 2022 without noting just how big of an impact not only Mystic Mine had as a standalone card, but also as the core winning strategy in different decks. Mystic Mine is arguably the most powerful floodgate in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. As properly employed, it turns off all monster-centric strategies. And outside of Mystic Mine decks in particular, nearly every deck is centered around monster effects. The Mystic Mine-centric engine, if you can call it an engine, revolves around 3 Mystic Mine and 1 Terraforming, but the main thing that set apart Mystic Mine-centered decks from other decks that just use Mystic Mine as a tech option were the cards Metaverse and Demise of the Land. These two cards have the ability to not only get Mystic Mine, but to set Mystic Mine up on your opponent's turn, even if they found one of their few main deck outs or side deck outs to your first Mystic Mine. The main 2 decks that saw success of this strategy were Sky Striker and Burn. Sky Striker is a deck that has an on-again, off-again success over the years across multiple formats because of just how solid the archetype is as a control deck. It's been slowly power creeped over time after the ban list and limitations to the archetype weakened it, but few things in the game can power creep Mystic Mine. And we saw that on full display at YCS Hartford when Poe took first place behind the combination of Mystic Mine Core and Sky Striker. Sky Striker brought along a ton of strong going second tools and draw power to help get mine, but more importantly had easy access to single monsters that could attack directly with Sky Striker Ace Hayate. So long as your opponent was stuck with 2 more monsters under Mystic Mine, Hayate could slowly peck away their life points to secure a victory. But Sky Striker wasn't the only Mystic Mine deck to win a YCS. In the YCS directly after Hartford, Mystic Mine earned a second win with a burn-centric strategy piloted by Yugioh at YCS Rio de Janeiro. He employed an Ojama Duo and Ojama Trio alongside the Floodgates Rival of the Warlords and Gozen match to keep his opponent locked under Mystic Mine, and would then win the game with Cauldron of the Old Man, burn your opponent over multiple turns. While the Sky Striker and Burn decks undoubtedly had different playstyles, they both share this core strategy of floodgating your opponent out of the game with Mystic Mine and attacking their opponent's life points slowly over multiple turns to clinch victory. Though it came later in the year after these wins, Mystic Mine was finally banned in the December ban list, putting a stop to any deck like these in the future, winning with Yu-Gi-Oh's most notorious Floodgate. And coming in at number 5, we have Flunder Reese. Flunder Reese is a deck revolving around multiple normal summons of winged beast monsters like Flunder Reese and Robina, and Flunder Reese and Eaglin, that can very quickly set up powerful floodgates like Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds and Flunder Reese and Empem. These floodgates are backed up by other powerful disruptions like their field spell, Flunder Reese and Magnificent Map, or their trap card, Flunder Reese and Dreaming Town, which allow them to employ their chain normal summoning strategy to summon on your opponent's turn to use the effects of cards like Rise of the Mega Monarch and Mist Valley Apex Avian as further disruption. Flunder Reese also has a distinction of being the best deck that can run Dimensional Shifter, an incredibly oppressive hand trap that sets up a lingering floodgate style effect to banish any card that would go to the graveyard. On top of that, all the Flunder Reese monsters banish themselves upon leaving the field, but return to your hand when you normal summon a winged beast, giving the deck a practically infinite resource loop. The interesting thing about Flunder Reese is how consistent a presence it is in the metagame. It is the only deck that has been relevant in every single format from the beginning of the year to the end, as it has a respectable game plan against nearly any deck due to the floodgate style nature of its engine. It's never really considered the best deck in any of these formats, but can be considered as good as maybe the second best deck at times thanks to its decent tier limit matchup, or somewhere around the 3rd to 5th best deck at other points of the year. Flunder Reese has the habit of always being the bridesmaid and never the bride, as throughout the year it had multiple appearances and very high top cuts, but could never clinch a YCS victory outside of being one of the 3 winning decks of the 3v3 YCS Quito. That said, in the very next YCS at Minneapolis, it took 2nd place. It then took another 2nd place at YCS Dortmund, and at the height of the Ishizu Tearlament dominance of the format. The World Championship qualifier circuit was a bit kinder to Flunderies, as it did earn some victories there. It took first place in the Central America WCQ, the Italy YCQ, and the Spain YCQ. Flunderies has been a staple of the metagame for the entire year, and while it came up just short in the biggest tournaments, its non-stop presence and solid performance, no matter what the metagame entails, gives it a well-deserved spot on this list. And at number 4 on this list, we have Sword Soul Tenyi. This is a Synchro and Worm type focus archetype that relies on extreme consistency and mid-range style of gameplay. It could consistently put up a strong board with cards like Baron de Flor, Sword Soul Grandmaster Chizao, off of one card set up with Sword Soul Amoye, with any extra extenders increasing the board's power level with cards like Sword Soul Blackout or Draco Berserker the Tenyi. On top of that, it had incredibly powerful going second capabilities with high damage output, strong board breaking monsters like Braxia, Brightness of the Yangzing, and the Tenyi engine's strong going second capabilities to force interactions before committing to more powerful Sword Soul monsters. It even splashed in easy to use and generically powerful combo tools with Crystalline Haki Fibrax and Mecha Phantomese Auroradon combos, easily accessible thanks to cards like Tenyi Spirit Adhara. This gave the deck a higher ceiling and the ability to play through opposing hand traps. On top of that, it could search Arch Nemesis Protoss thanks to Sword Soul Emergence, granted this powerful mid-range deck a hyper-oppressive floodgate that only got better in games 2 and 3 once you knew what your opponent's deck was. Sword Soul Tenyi has a distinction of being the first best deck of 2022. It carried over into the year after being the best deck at the end of 2021, and immediately capitalized on that with an early win at the European Remote Duel YCS piloted by Simon. While you might have expected the deck to have been power crept by new strategies that released afterwards, like Adventure and Grand Creators or the branded Despia structure release, Sword Soul also got a late piece of support with Sword Soul Sinister Sovereign Queasing Longyong that was seemingly explicitly designed to give it a solid answer to cards like Fateful Adventure or the branded Fusion monsters. Despite more and more powerful decks and engines being released, Sword Soul was very similar to Flunderies, in the sense that it stuck to the meta for months despite the power creep. Even with the early ban of Arch Nemesis Protoss after its YCS win, the deck continued to see a presence in top cuts thanks to how resilient and solid it was. It would even adjust to certain metas, including cards like Rivalry of the Warlords as a powerful floodgate to help it compete with branded Despia strategies after Protoss was banned. And while it may have less YCS wins compared to the aforementioned Mystic Mind strategies, it does make up for it with an impressive series of wins across the World Championship qualifier season. It won the North American WCQ, the Netherlands WCQ, the Panama WCQ, the Slovenia WCQ, and finally the Sweden WCQ. While these tournaments aren't considered as challenging or prestigious as larger YCS tournaments, that's still an inspiring list of tournament wins for Sword Soul Tenyi, despite its most powerful card having been banned months before the WCQ season, more than earning its spot at number 4 on this list. And at number 3 on this list, we have Branded Despia. Branded Despia is a fusion-centric archetype revolving around Fallen of Albaz and the corrupted Dogmatica monsters, known as Despia, creating powerful boss monsters like Mirajade the Iceblade Dragon or Guardian Chimera. The deck's notable for the incredible one-card combo power Branded Fusion, a fusion spell that fuses monsters from the main deck, which was easily searchable by Aluber, the Jester of Despia, itself being searchable by Branded Opening. This powerful one-card setup will get access to both Mirajade and Branded in Red, on top of the deck having an incredible, powerful recursive resource engine, with cards like Despian Tragedy and Ad Libitum of the Despia. The full power of Branded Despia came together partway through the year with the release of the Albaz Strike Structure deck in April, and would immediately take the spot as the top deck of the format. It even had room for odd variants, as some players chose to splash the Adventure engine or even Eldritch variants to the deck to some success. Though the regular Branded Despia version, often with a small Edge Imp and Fright for a Splash to gain access to Fright for a Patchwork, was the most popular and successful. The Adventure Pile and Sword Soul Tenyi decks, while still competitive, took a backseat as Branded Despia immediately rattled off 2 YCS wins. The first was YCS Bogueta, and the second was YCS Guadalajara. Branded Despia remained undoubtedly the top dog of the format going into the World Championship qualifiers, as well, even outperforming Sword Soul Tenyi's 5 WCQ wins, with 6 of its own. WCQ South America was won on an Eldlinge variant, WCQ Denmark was won with an Adventure variant, WCQ Austria, WCQ Colombia, WCQ Guatemala, and WC Portugal were all won with a standard version. An outstanding list of victories for such a dominant deck. Oddly enough, unlike previous entries in this list, Branded Despia never received any major hits to it on the ban list. What really pushed it out of its spot of the meta dominant force was a pair of other decks released in late 2022. And with number 2 on this list, we have Sprite. Sprite was released in August of 2022 in the Power of the Elements alongside Tearlaments. These 2 decks immediately warped the metagame due to their power level. Every deck except a couple of anti-meta strategies overnight became obsolete with Power of the Elements release because of just how powerful a deck like Sprite was. It even had a brief stint of Tier 0 status over the OCG, though in the TCG, Tearlament had a strong enough showing to prevent that outcome. Sprite is a deck built around level, rank, and Link 2 monsters, even being able to cheat summoning conditions with cards like Gigantic Sprite, which could use a Link 2 monster as an Xyz material in place of a level 2. Sprite as a standalone archetype is one of the most powerful and consistent decks in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. It has some of the most pushed combo starters ever, seen with an in-archetype emergency teleport style card with Sprite Starter, as well as Sprite Jet, which can search it, and Sprite Blue, which can search Jet or any other Sprite monster. The Sprite monsters that aren't advantage occurring starters end up being powerful main deck disruption cards, like Sprite Red, which comes with the built-in monster negate, Sprite Carrot, which has a spell and trap negate, and Sprite Pixies, which shores up the deck's only real weakness by dominating the battle phase. Each of these monsters can special summon themselves so long as you control a level, link, or rank 2 monster on the field, meaning the entire archetype functions as extenders. Because of this fact, Sprite's notable for just how many incredibly strong tech options and secondary engines it can play. We even have an entire top 10 video dedicated to Sprite techs if you want more info on that. The most relevant ones competitively would start with Runick, an engine that skips Sprite's biggest weakness in the battle phase to employ an impressive card advantage and control engine while summoning a level 2 fusion monster. Next is the incredible robust Frog engine, which gives Sprite access to a powerful starter and Swap Frog, an even more powerful extender in Rodent, and a great boss monster with Totally Awesome. Next is Tri-Brigade engines thanks to Tri-Brigade Karas and Tri-Brigade Kit both being level 2. Finally, and maybe most interesting of all, Tearlaments themselves work well with Sprite as one of their core monsters. Tearlaments merely was level 2. Meaning an end-board monster like Sprite Elf could get you access to an entire Tearlaments combo lineup on your opponent's turn by summoning merely. Sprite was a huge paradigm shift when it came to power, consistency, and the ability to weave in older engine. While it came in too late to make much of a splash in the WCQ season, the deck had huge success in YCSs, winning 3 straight. The first was YCS Ultridge, piloted by Joshua with a Runick Sprite variant. Then it was one of the 3 decks during the 3v3 YCS Quinto, piloted by Gerardo, with the Tri-Brigade variant. And lastly, it won YCS Minneapolis, piloted by Christopher, with the Tearlament variant. The only thing that kept the deck from even more dominance was the Mystic Mind decks taking the first 2 YCSs after the release of Sprite, while the meta was still new. But even in those tournaments, it was taking large chunks of the top cut despite not winning outright. Sprite is one of the most dominant decks in history, a masterclass in power creep, and it might have been even tier 0 status instead of tier 1, if not for one other deck. And finally, the number 1 on our list, we have Tearlaments. Most notably Ishizu Tearlament, though Tearlament was seeing plenty of success before the release of the Ishizu cards. As mentioned previously, Tearlaments were released alongside Sprite in the Power of the Elements pack in August. Tearlaments are a fusion-based archetype that revolve around milling cards from the deck and triggering their effects to fuse with cards in the graveyard whenever a Tearlament monster is milled. Being able to, as part of the core mechanic of the deck, fill up your graveyard with tons of material is incredibly powerful. Cards like that Grassland Screener are banned for the potential to mill upwards of 20 cards, and Tearlaments would frequently mill that many cards on their first turn to sub their fusion plays without having to run a 60 card deck. This would let the deck take advantage of other powerful graveyard synergies and enablers, most notably cards like Fairy Tale Snow, which was unbanned prior to Tearlaments' release, gave tons of extra special summons and free disruption on your opponent's turn when milled. Snow was quickly rebanned in October, but Tearlaments was still incredibly powerful in spite of that. The deck can also strongly abuse other mill-centric cards like Curious to set up specific Tearlaments fusions or graveyard synergies. Tearlaments also marks a huge step forward in power creep, with cards like Tearlaments Havness, which functions similar to a hand trap, but instead of being a targeted piece of disruption, Havness just begins the Tearlament combo lines on your opponent's turn. Much like Sprite, TCG players found plenty of secondary engines to run in combination with Tearlaments to maximize their capabilities. Aside from the already mentioned combination with Sprite, it most notably made use of Dangers thanks to Danger Nessie's Aqua typing working well with the fusion requirements for a card like Tearlaments Kid Kalos and Tearlaments Kaleidoheart. Dangers also incidentally discarded Tearlament monsters for their graveyard effects while providing link materials on the board and draw power. So even worse Danger monsters like Danger Mothman saw plenty at play. Tearlaments in this Danger iteration would see some success, being piloted by one of the 3 winning decks in YCS Quito. And the Sprite Tearlaments variation of the deck would win YCS Minneapolis. WCQ season was almost done, but it even won the most recent WCQ Oceania. While this level of success would have earned Tearlaments a high spot on this list, that's not even the tip of the iceberg. What really pushed Tearlaments over the edge was the release of the Shizu retrain cards based on Keldo, Mudora, Kelbeck, and Agido. These cards all had powerful effects upon being milled, either allowing you to shuffle cards from either graveyard back into the deck or mill 5 more cards, both of which were incredibly powerful effects for Tearlaments to have access to with their self-mill strategy. These effects were so powerful that even the Bystials, an archetype of anti-graveyard hand traps that have effects that explicitly counter Tearlaments, couldn't keep up with Tearlaments when supported by Shizu's monsters. Instead, Tearlament players just played them as well. This would lead to the first tier 0 format in TCG since the dominance of Spiral 5 years ago in 2017. While not taking quite as much of every top cut as the same tier 0 decks like Zodiac and Spirals at their peak, Ishizu Tearlaments was cleanly getting over 70% of top cuts in major tournaments, in spite of other powerful decks like Sprite, Floowandereeze, and Branded Despia existing to contest it. Ishizu Tearlament mirrors were frequently exhibited during feature matches and top 8s. Since the Ishizu support was released, Tearlaments has won every major tournament, taking 3 straight YCS victories. Combined with the pre-Ishizu wins at Quito and Minneapolis, Tearlaments has won 5 straight YCSs. All this to say, Tearlaments is the well-deserved winner, the number 1 spot on this list of the best deck of 2022, and it wasn't particularly close. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has come a long way since Legends of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and currently features over 10,000 different cards. With such a wide array of choices available, duelists have discovered hundreds of different wild and wacky tech options that can be used to strengthen certain strategies, or be used to counter others. So let's take a look at some of the strongest tech choices of the past year, if they're any good, and why they managed to see any amount of play in the first place. Crawling in at number 10 is Neko Main King, a card with an effect that's seemingly impossible to activate, but if you do trigger it, it basically wins the game all on its own. You see, when Neko Main King activates, it becomes the end phase, no matter what phase of the turn your opponent was in previously, acting as a turn skip that can stop your opponent from playing and force them to pass the turn to you. The issue with Neko Main King, however, is that in order for it to actually use its effect, it must be sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card effect during their turn. And for a long while, this was the nail in the coffin for Neko Main King. Its effect was just too difficult to actually activate. And while there are a few gimmicky strategies that were centered around using cards like Yugioh Invader to force your opponent to trigger it, Neko Main King never really saw any widespread use, until the release of the Ishizu cards. You see, the latest Ishizu cards can be split into 2 different categories. There's the modern Keldo and Mudora, which are known as the Shufflers, because they banish themselves from the graveyard in order to target up to 3 cards in either player's graveyard and shuffle them into their deck at quick effect speed. And then there's Agito and Kelbeck, the Millers, which both have graveyard effects that trigger when they're sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, which causes both players to mill the top 5 cards of the deck. Every one of these Ishizu monsters has seen play in Tearlaments, and is a big reason for their Tier 0 success. It's real easy to mill the Ishizu cards with the effects of the Tearlament monsters, and when you do, you either get free graveyard interaction with Keldo or Mudora, or you get to mill 5 with Kelbeck or Agito, allowing for Tearlaments to access more of their graveyard effects so they can continue fusing and extending even further. But one of the main downsides of Agito and Kelbeck is that while they both give you a ton of free mills that you can take advantage of, your opponent also has to mill 5 cards as well. This is where Neko Main King shines, because while there are a number of different graveyard effects that Tearlaments can accidentally trigger for you, like Nimble Angler if you're on Sprite, or even your own Tearlament monsters, there are very few as game-winningly strong as Neko Main King. Now, unfortunately, Neko Main King, despite how good it was in theory against Tearlaments, didn't really stick around in people's deck lists for too long. It just relied too heavily on your opponent using both Kelbeck and Agito for it to be reliably triggered, which was becoming less and less common as Tearlament lists began either focusing more on their Shufflers and their Millers, or would make Abyss Dweller before triggering any of their Millers so your opponent can gain any advantage from the graveyard when you both milled. This, unfortunately, meant that Neko Main King became mostly unplayable, since Tear was already playing around the opponent having good mills anyway, so it didn't really make much sense to play a bricky card that was unlikely to actually do anything. Currently, Neko Main King isn't seeing too much competitive play, but it hasn't fallen off completely. Even though it isn't really used as an effective punishment for Tearlaments anymore, it is still played as a centerpiece in certain Dark World strategies, as the effect of the new Grapha Fusion changes an effect an opponent activates to cause you to discard a card. And if you choose to discard Neko Main King, it's an easy way to skip your opponent's turn, since it technically still counts as your opponent's card effect. But as it stands right now, it's definitely not as strong as other tech choices that can be used to counter Tearlaments. And pouring in at number 9 is Magical Spring, a quick play spell card that has the potential to draw you a ton of cards. But it only draws cards equal to the number of face-up spell and trap cards your opponent controls, and then discards cards equal to the number of face-up spell and trap cards you control. So, if you're facing a board of 3 face-up floodgates, you actually get to draw 3 cards, and then discard 1 since you control a face-up Magical Spring. This can be a pretty strong effect on par with the likes of Graceful Charity, but it actually comes with a major downside since it prevents your opponent's spell and trap cards from being destroyed or having their effects negated until the end of your opponent's next turn. This is usually what holds Magical Spring back from seeing too much competitive success, as the decks that you're usually going to be able to use it against are back row strategies reliant on continuous trap cards that are going to actively benefit from the floodgates being protected, even if you have the potential to draw a ton of cards. However, in 2022, the stars aligned for Magical Spring, where you could use it against the best decks of the format without worry about the downside, and against other strategies, this downside was actually a benefit instead. You see, up until the May ban lists, after the release of the Adventure token cards, Prank Kid's Adventure was undoubtedly one of the best decks you could play. And it ended off on multiple face-up spell and trap cards that you didn't have to out in order to actually play, allowing you to draw a ton of cards to find your important board breakers or engine pieces. But that's not all. Because Magical Spring wasn't just a graceful charity in this format, it was also really strong into scythe locking strategies that just so happened to play the adventure engine. These types of decks would often use Artifact Dagda in order to set Artifact Scythe from their deck as a spell card, and then link summon Verte Anaconda to go into Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, which could easily pop that set Scythe on your opponent's turn and lock them out of the extra deck, effortlessly winning the game against most strategies. But if you chain Magical Spring to the event of Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer on your turn, your opponent's spell and trap cards, including that set Scythe, won't be able to be destroyed by either player's card effects. This lets you draw a ton of free cards, all while stopping you from being floodgated out of the game. Unfortunately, Magical Spring doesn't see too much play right now. The time where it saw play was the perfect storm of everything going right for the card. But if Scythe decks do begin to see play again, alongside the Adventure Engine, it could potentially be in people's decks once more. And patrolling the streets at number 8 is Beat Cop from the Underworld, the third monster in the Underworld series of monsters. Beat Cop is actually a generic link monster, but can use any two monsters as material. However, it doesn't have an effect unless it's summoned with two dark monsters with different names. But if you do summon it with two dark monsters, it gains an effect which allows you to tribute a monster and target a face-up card in the field to place a patrol counter on it. And if a card the patrol counter would be destroyed either by battle or card effect, you remove the patrol counter instead. This effect actually has a lot of utility. It can be used to protect an important boss monster from powerful board breakers like Dark Hole or Raigeki. It can be used to protect your key spell and traps like Gene Raider Boss Stage or Pacifist, or it can be used to protect an important floodgate. This is precisely why Sprite decks were running Beat Cop for a while. You see, post-Power of the Elements, Mystic Mine was still a really powerful staple that could be used to put a stop to a ton of different strategies. However, decks like Tearlaments had native Mystic Mine outs, usually revolving around the pop effect of Pure Lorena and cards like Fusion Substitute and Pot of Avarice in order to trigger it. However, a lot of removal options available for Mystic Mine are based around destroying cards. This is why Sprite found so much value in Beat Cop from the Underworld. They would Mystic Mine their opponent, summon out two Dark Sprite monsters, and then go into Beat Cop from the Underworld so they could put a patrol counter in Mystic Mine. And because Beat Cop tributes a monster for cost, you can tribute Beat Cop itself to leave you with no monsters, locking your opponent under Mystic Mine. And since the protection of patrol counters is tied to the counters and not Beat Cop, the protection still applies. This meant that going second, landing a Mystic Mine with the patrol counter on it could just be game winning, since Tearlaments usually only played Mystic Mines outs as one-ofs. Beat Cop is a very interesting card, though with Mystic Mine banned, its best synergy is no longer available. However, its protection effect is still very strong and can come up again someday, especially for how generic it is. And hopping into number 7 is D3S Frog, a GX era fusion that technically supports the Frog archetype, but has never actually seen play, until now, for how difficult it is to summon. Basically, to actually summon D3S Frog, you need to fuse not just one, not two, but 3 copies of Death Frog to bring it out. And if you do, you get a bad beat stick with a mediocre effect, as D3S Frog's only real effect is that it gains 500 attack for every Treeborn Frog in your graveyard. D3S Frog is not a card you ever want to summon, even in Frogs, because its materials is incredibly specific and requires a ton of resources to go into, especially when a card like Guardian Chimera has a way better effect that allows you to clear the field and draw cards, while also just having a higher attack stat. However, even though 3DS Frog is one of the worst fusion monsters, it managed to see play in the extra decks of the currently Tier 0 Tearlaments. Prior to the release of Darkwing Blast, Tearlaments was an incredibly strong Tier 1 contender, but had yet to reach the heights of its power because it was missing a ton of tools that would get it later sets. So a lot of different unique cards and engines managed to see play in Tearlaments, with one of the best available being branded in High Spirits. With the effect of High Spirits, you can reveal a level 8 Aqua Fusion monster with 2500 attack or defense in your extra deck, send an Aqua Tearlament monster from your hand to the graveyard, and then add Albion the Shrouded Dragon. This netted you a free draw Albion and allowed you to trigger the graveyard effects of your tier monsters. However, tiers still didn't have access to Tearlament's Rucalis yet, the best target for High Spirits, and so instead had to scour the card pool to find another level 8 Aqua Fusion monster with 2500 attack or defense until Rucalis was released. And D3S Frog was the only monster in the game that happened to fit that description. So for a while, Tearlaments had to play D3S Frog in their extra deck if they wanted what High Spirits gave them. Now, even though D3S Frog was never being summoned, its specific type and attribute made it a necessary choice in Tearlaments, and one that saw a decent amount of success, especially in tier lists playing a heavier branded package. D3S Frog is probably never going to see play again because of how bad of a card it is, but if Tearlaments Rucalis ever finds its way onto the ban list, Tier might just have to go back to using it anyway. Posting itself at number 6 is Messenger of Peace, one of the oldest cards on this list that manages to play because of its really simple effect. And this effect just stops all monsters with 1500 more attack from declaring an attack while it's face up on the field. but during each of your standby phases, you either have to pay 100 life points or destroy the card. Compared to a lot of other floodgates in the game, like Goes in Match or There Can Be Only One, Messenger of Peace is definitely a lot weaker. But a key issue with these floodgates is that for as strong as they are, they still allow your opponent to attack to either threaten your life points, or to go into Zoo so they can wipe your field. This is an issue that Runick had for a while. Runick can play a whole host of different floodgates to stop your opponent from comboing off so that you can eventually deck them out with your quick play spells. This gave the deck a ton of synergy with Mystic Mine, since you could stop your opponent from using monster effects or attacking and just gradually banish cards over the course of several turns. But once Mystic Mine was banned, Runick was faced with the ever-present threat of the battle phase. While clearing your opponent's board with lava golems and flashing fire can be game-winning, your opponent is eventually going to find a way to deal damage to your life points, or a way to get to Zeus, leaving you a sitting deck. This is what Messenger of Peace prevents, because while it's phased on the field, most monsters aren't going to be able to attack, leaving you safe from almost any threat. The best part is that Messenger of Peace has particularly strong synergy with Moonin, one of the Runick monsters you can summon from the extra deck with your quick play spells, because Moonin has 2000 defense, which makes it fairly difficult to outbuy battle, especially so a Messenger of Peace is on the field, stopping any high attack monsters from beating over Moonin. And because Moonin gains 1000 life points during each of your end phases, you'd never have to worry about paying the cost of Messenger of Peace, letting you stall with the card really easily until your opponent eventually decks out. Messenger of Peace is definitely an interesting choice, and shows how powerful floodgates, even weak ones, can be. Runick does benefit from a ton of other floodgates, but Messenger of Peace is definitely one of the strangest parts of the decks that just so happens to work really, really well. In this video, we'll go over the top 10 cards of the last decade, going over the best cards for each year in the past decade, starting with 2010. And at number 10, we have Glow Up Bulb for the year 2010. Now, the only real competition with Glow Up Bulb for the 2010s was Vanity's Emptiness, which is also an incredibly good card that's currently banned. But Glow Up Bulb has consistently seen play pretty much every year since it came out, excluding the few years that it was forbidden. Glow Up Bulb is a level 1 tuner that has the effect where you can special summon itself from the graveyard if you simply send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, but it can only use this effect once per duel. Now, any monster which can special summon itself from the graveyard has the potential to be great, and Glow Up Bulb has one of the easiest special summons from the graveyard effects, as its cost is actually a benefit to most decks, as most meta decks want their cards to go from their deck to the graveyard. So, the limitation of once per duel is very warranted on this card. As in the OCG, before Summon Sorceress was banned, a single Glow Up Bulb could turn itself into a Link 4 monster, because of its combo potentials with Needle Fiber. Basically, if the card has the tuner tag on it, that gives it an automatic boost over normal cards, as that gives you the potential to go into Synchro monsters, or use tuner support cards like Needle Fiber. And since the Glow Up Bulb is one of the more splashable tuners with one of the best effects, it still sees regular play 10 years after its introduction into the game, and was even considered good enough to be banned for a couple of years. And at number 9, we have Tour Guide from the Underworld, taking in the top spot for the year 2011. Tour Guide from the Underworld was such a heavily played card that it's one of the most expensive cards on the market in the game's history, which wasn't some kind of limited time or prize card. People were spending hundreds of dollars for a single copy of Tour Guide, because it was so good with the new X-Seeds monsters that came out, especially since it could pull Sangan directly from the deck. Now, what Tour Guide does is, when it's normal summoned, you can special summon a level 3 Fiend monster from your hand or deck, but its effects are negated, and it can't be used for a Synchro summon. And this effect is still good enough to this day, where Tour Guide from the Underworld is currently limited to 1 copy per deck, because cards that effortlessly allow you to special summon monsters from the deck are generally really strong, as that's one of the best effects in the game, especially when the cost for this special summon is just for this card to be normal summoned. Usually, effects like these are tied to discards or some other really specific archetype thing. And Tour Guide allows you to pull any Fiend monster. It's not even restricted to one archetype. Although, Tour Guide does have some competition for 2011, as Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, was also released in this year, and that's still one of the best Synchro monsters in the game, as it allows you to banish 3 cards your opponent controls without targeting any of them, which will probably get a lot stronger once the new Master Rule revisions go through. And at number 8, we have Shockmaster, taking the top spot for the year 2012. Shockmaster is an X-Seeds monster that requires 3 level 4 monsters as its materials, which I might add is one of the best levels for X-Seeds monsters, as level 4 monsters are the most plentiful type in the game and the easiest to play with. And what its effect is once per turn, you can detach one of its materials to negate the effects of all monsters, spell, or trap cards, depending on which one you pick. And this effect lasts until the end of your opponent's next turn. So Shockmaster can single-handedly lock your opponent out of monster effects for your turn, and your opponent's next turn, so you don't have to worry about hand traps or your opponent using anything good during their turn. Or if you want to push for game and you want freedom from trap cards, you can just lock those down for 2 turns. Same with spells if you're going against a spell-heavy deck like Sky Strikers. The ability to selectively shut down one type of card is incredibly good, especially on top of a card that's not that hard to bring out, which is why Shockmaster got banned pretty soon after it was released, but for some reason it stayed around a lot longer in the OCG, and wasn't really banned until Pepe decks became a thing a few years after that. And if Shockmaster wasn't banned, I can assure you people would be bending over backwards to bring this card out even today. And at number 7, for the year 2013, the year in which the Dragon Ruler archetype was released, I have to give this spot to Spellbook of Judgment, because it's one of the most powerful single cards of all time, which was also released in the exact same year, and in the same format as Dragon Rulers. The Dragon Rulers are probably one of the best archetypes made, but there is no one Dragon Ruler that has the same power as Spellbook of Judgment, and we're going over specific cards here, not entire archetypes. So Spellbook of Judgment kind of has to take the top spot for the year 2013. Now, what Spellbook of Judgment does is you can add Spellbook spell cards from your deck to your hand, up to the number of spell cards you activate this turn after using Spellbook of Judgment during the end phase. And then you can special summon a spellcaster monster from your deck, who has a level less than or equal to the number of cards you added to your hand with its effect, including special summoning something like Jiaojin the Spiritualist, a spellcaster that can lock your opponent out of special summoning for their turn, unless they manage to get over it with one of your plethora of spellbook cards that can protect it. And here's the thing with Spellbook of Judgment. Part of the reason it was so good was because the other spellbook spell cards were also good. If a card allows you to gain a whole bunch of advantage in an archetype that doesn't have good cards, generally no one cares. That's why Roids have things like Express Roid and Supercharge, 2 cards that allow them to go +1 and +2 that no one cares about because they're only useful in a bad archetype. Whereas Spellbook of Judgment allowed you to go +7 in an archetype that also had good cards, which was further reinforced by the fact that after Spellbook of Judgment got banned, Spellbooks still saw competitive play, and still occasionally see competitive play to this day, which is why this card frequently takes top spots in other videos I make which mentions powerful cards, and why it takes a top spot for 2013, even though that's the year that released the Dragon Rulers. And at number 6, we have Soul Charge, taking the top spot of 2014. Soul Charge has the effect where you can special summon as many monsters from your graveyard as you want, but you can't declare an attack during the turn you use the effect. And you take 1,000 points of damage for each card you special summon, which means if you bring out 5 cards and you only have 4,000 life points, Soul Charge will cause you to lose the game. And this effect even has a hard once per turn on it. And even with all of the limitations placed on Soul Charge, a lot of people thought this card would get banned immediately because its effect was just that good. Being able to special summon up to 5 monsters from your graveyard with 1 card, any monsters from your graveyard at that, not limited like Rekindling is, was just so good that Soul Charge could single-handedly win you games. So it was a heavily played card, and basically a staple in all decks that used the graveyard for combo plays. Eventually, the card got limited for a while, before getting banned in the last couple of years, and I'm kinda surprised it stayed on the limited list for as long as it did, because of how powerful this one spell card is. Soul Charge easily takes the top spot for 2014, with honorable mentions maybe going out to Evil Swarm Excited Knight, a really powerful rank 4 monster that can destroy all cards in the field with a spell speed 2 effect, who was good enough to be banned for a couple of years. And at number 5, we have Elder Entity Norden, taking the top spot of 2015. 2015 is the year we saw the release of Brilliant Fusion, a card that was so heavily played, we now have the term Garnet as an unofficial term for a dead card in your hand. 2015 is also when Masked Hero Dark Law was released, giving hero decks their unofficial boss monster that has single-handedly allowed them to remain competitive throughout the years. Or even Psyframe Lord Omega, one of the most played synchro monsters in the Link era. Although Elder Entity Norden is definitely the strongest card that was released this year, and is good in more decks than any of those other ones, and in fact is so good that it's currently banned, and probably won't be taken off the ban list anytime soon, unless maybe they decide to ban Instant Fusion. Even that won't guarantee a Norden being unbanned. Norden is a level 4 fusion monster, whose effect is that when it's special summoned, you can special summon any level 4 or lower monster from your graveyard, with the restrictions where its effects are negated, and it's banished when Norden leaves the field. Now, what's interesting about Norden is that it can use this effect when it's just special summoned, and not specifically fusion summoned. And Norden doesn't have the restrictions working where it can only be special summoned by a fusion summon. So you can recycle Norden from the graveyard with something like Refusion to use its effect to bring out cards over and over. A single instant fusion can bring Norden out of the extra deck, which will then allow Norden to bring any monster from the graveyard that's level 4 or lower, which can then allow you to go into basically any Link 2 monster, rank 4 Exceeds monster, or a level 8 or lower Synchro monster without using your normal summon, which is really good in pretty much any deck, and part of the reason why Norden is banned to this day. And at number 4, we have Twin Twisters, one of the most played cards in the game currently, taking the top spot in 2016. 2016 was a year a lot of really good generic support cards were released, as this is the same year we got Solemn Strike and Pot of Desires, two other generic spell or trap cards that see heavy play in a lot of meta decks. And Twin Twisters takes the top spot over those two, because Twin Twisters sees play in pretty much every single meta deck, even if it's generally in the side deck. Twin Twisters is just a straight up power crept version of Mystical Space Typhoon, which is probably the most played card of all time, as what Mystical Space Typhoon does is it destroys one spell or trap card on the field as a quick play spell card, which is so good that even though it's been power crept, it still sees competitive play to this day, and has seen competitive play pretty much ever since it came out in 2004. And so what Twin Twisters does is, it's a quick play spell card that allows you to discard one card in order to destroy up to 2 spell or trap cards on the field. And since a lot of meta decks don't mind if their cards in their hand go into the graveyard, and in fact it benefits a lot of them, this downside isn't really a big deal, and allows them to clear out their opponent's problem floodgates or back row, and is pretty much an essential card to have in your side deck if your deck can be completely shut down by a single floodgate. So, being one of the most heavily played cards in the game means this card easily takes a top spot for 2016, even if it's not banned or restricted card like a lot of the other cards I've talked about so far. And at number 3, we have the year 2017, which is full of a lot of good and iconic cards. 2017 is when Link Monsters came out, and it's also the year in which Zodiacs were released, a tier 0 deck that was so splashable, it took 100% of top spots in a few events. It's also the same year that Masterpiece, the True Draco Slain King, was released, a card that has a spell speed 2 destruction effect and can become immune to 2/3 of the cards in the game, which was so good that it's currently banned. Firewall Dragon was also released in this year, a completely broken Link monster that caused Konami to restrict other cards just to try to rein it in, before they finally gave up and just banned the card itself for causing too many FTKs. And there's also Evenly Matched, a trap card that's so good that it kind of makes going second a viable strategy now, to the point where a lot of decks want to go second instead of first, for the first time in the game's history. And Evenly Matched is a big reason for this, because it can very effectively clear out your opponent's field. And even with all of these power cards being released in 2017, I kind of have to give the top spot to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which is a hand trap that has the effect where you can discard this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to negate an effect which basically moves the card from the main deck somewhere else. If your opponent is trying to special summon a monster from the deck, add a card from their deck to their hand besides drawing it, or send cards from their deck to the graveyard, then Ash Blossom can negate that effect. And since one of the requirements for a deck to be competitive basically is to move cards from their deck to their hand, field, or graveyard, Ash Blossom is almost always live when it's in your hand, and is the most heavily played hand trap in the game, and is one of the top 5 most played cards in the game, only beaten out by Twin Twisters, the number 1 spot from 2016. So the second most played card in the game kind of has to beat out all these other juggernauts from the same year, even if it's technically not as overpowered as some of them, because Ash Blossom was kind of game-changing in the start of the hand trap era. So, talking about best cards of the last decade, Ash Blossom has to make this list. And at number 2, we have Borrelsword Dragon, taking the top spot of 2018. 2018 is the year in which a lot of Sky Striker cards were released, including all of the Dangers, 2 archetypes that are heavily splashed into other meta decks to this day. And it's also when a lot of other staple Link monsters were released. But Borrelsword Dragon allows pretty much any deck to have a 1-card OTK condition. And because Borrelsword Dragon exists, it allows a lot of decks that wouldn't be viable to all of a sudden become viable because they can always push for game by just going into a Borrelsword Dragon. Because what Borrelsword Dragon does is when it declares an attack, it can increase its attack by half the attack of the monster it's attacking. And also it cuts that monster's attack in half. And both of these effects last until the end phase. So with a baseline attack of 3000, this card can beat over pretty much any monster that's not immune to monster effects. It also has another Spell Speed 2 effect, where it can change a monster on the field to defense position in order to allow this card to attack twice, which is an incredibly easy condition to fulfill for a monster to attack 2 times, on a monster that has a baseline attack of 3000. That can also increase its attack with its other effect. So if you use its effect to increase its attack, you can then use its effect to attack twice with that new increased attack, which is what allows this 1 card to basically win you the game on its own. In addition to these 2 effects, it also has a baseline effect where it can't be destroyed by battle. So if you bring this card out with IP Masquerena, you can have a nearly indestructible Borrelsword Dragon that can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, which is a nice little bonus. But the good thing about Borrelsword is just its attacking capabilities. And since its materials to be brought out are pretty generic, just 3+ effect monsters, it's not the easiest monster to go into, but it's supposed to be a big monster to work up to, and if you can bring out this boss monster, then it can allow pretty much any deck to win in 1 turn through just its pure versatility of being able to attack over anything and doing it twice. And at number 1, for the top spot in 2019, I have to give it to Nibiru, the Primal Being. 2019 saw the release of overpowered cards like Guard Dragon Argapane, a card that allows you to special summon dragon-type monsters straight from your extra deck for a super easy condition, and also the heavily played staple card Pot of Extravagance, and even Dengursu, a card that allowed Orcus decks to become a powerhouse in the meta. But Nibiru is such a good hand trap that even though it was released recently, it has immediately shot up to be one of the top 5 most played cards in the game, and will probably continue to see tons of play going into the future, because what Nibiru does is, if your opponent summons 5 or more monsters during this turn, you can activate this effect from your hand during the main phase in order to tribute all of your opponent's monsters, to then special summon this card from your hand, and special summon a token to your opponent's side of the field, whose attack and defense will become equal to the combined attack and defense of all of the tributed monsters. And since most combo-heavy decks easily summon more than 5 monsters per turn, you can just keep this card in your hand and wait for your opponent to be in the middle of their combo, where it's irrecoverable, and then just slap it down on top of them to get rid of their entire field and give them a useless token. And since Nibiru is so difficult to counter, as it activates its effect in the hand instead of in the graveyard, so it can't be countered with things like Called by the Grave, like most of the other hand traps can, it's kind of making people afraid to summon too many monsters during their turn, because there's lots of decks that can't recover from a single Nibiru wiping their field. And that's why Nibiru is the top card of 2019, but I'm not sure that's the best card on this list. If I were to say which of all of these cards on this list was the best one, comparing the number 1 card from each year of the decade, I'm not really sure which one I would pick as the number 1, since a lot of these cards are on this list for different reasons. In terms of the most broken card, Spellbook of Judgment would definitely win, but on terms of the most useful card, then Twin Twisters wins, since it's the most played card in the game. But regardless of that, I hope you enjoyed this little showcase of some of the best cards from the past 10 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Update from the year 2025, about 5 years after this video was made. Spellbook of Judgment has been so power-crept in the last 5 years that it's kind of funny to think it used to be considered one of the strongest cards of all time. Now, when it comes to competitive meta decks, there's a lot of cards that are used by pretty much everyone, either in their main or side deck, and in this list we'll go over the 10 most used cards in the game, in a competitive sense, currently. And at number 10, we have Nightmare Phoenix. This is a Link 2 monster that has the effect that when it's Link summoned, you can discard one card to destroy one spell or trap card your opponent controls. And if this card is co-linked when you use this effect, you get to draw one card. And of course, co-linked means when two Link monsters have arrows pointing at each other. And also, while this card is out, your co-linked monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. So basically, this is an easy extra deck card to destroy back row. And since it has pretty generic materials, where you just need two monsters of different names, which means you can use tokens, and has a high attack stat of 1900 for a Link 2 monster, means this card sees lots of play, even if its arrows aren't the best ones in the world, as it's a Link 2 monster with two arrows that don't point down at all. This card is usually only brought out first if you absolutely need to destroy back row, or as kind of an extender, because it works really good for co-linking. And the fact that your co-linked monsters can't be destroyed by battle is just an added bonus of this card, which makes it even more valuable than it already is. It's just a really easy to play extra deck monster with a very good and versatile effect that can be splashed into a lot of different decks, which is why it's one of the most played cards in the game. And at number 9, we have Fantastic Dragon Phantasme. This is a level 7 dragon type monster who basically allows you to mulligan and go +1 off of its effect. Because what it does is if your opponent special summons a Link monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can draw cards equal to the number of Link monsters your opponent controls, +1. And then you can shuffle cards from your hand back to your deck equal to the number of Link monsters your opponent controls. So, for example, if your opponent controls 2 Link monsters, and you bring this card out, you'll be able to draw 3 cards, and then return 2 cards back to your deck. And since you can return any cards back to the deck and not just the ones you drew, this card is perfect for drawing through your deck in order to maybe search for a hand trap that you really need, or an important combo piece, and it's super good at sending garnets back to your deck, as you don't want those in your hand, and it does all this while going +1. This is the same card economy as using Pot of Greed, as you get to keep the monster on the field while using its effect, and it has a pretty decent body on the field, and you also get to add 1 extra card to your hand, which means this card is good to use even if your opponent only controls 1 Link monster, because being able to send any card back to your deck without losing advantage is really good. And when this card is on the field, it also has another good effect, where if your opponent activates a card that targets one of your monsters, you can discard a card in order to negate and destroy that card. So with 2 good effects, good stats, and honestly, a really good attribute of being dark, this card is just incredibly good in so many different kinds of decks, that it's no wonder it's one of the top 10 most played cards in the game. And at number 8, we have Super Polymerization. This is a card which was banned for years because they thought it was too good, and then recently came off the ban list in the last couple of years, and has been performing just as well as you'd expect a formerly banned card, as this card has the effect to fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck. Pretty simple effect, but you can use monsters from your opponent's side of the field as well, and your opponent cannot activate cards in response to this card's activation. And it's those 2 effects that make this card really good, in addition to the fact that it's a quick play spell card, so you can use it during your opponent's turn, or as soon as you draw into it. So as long as you're playing cards in your extra deck that are specifically there to be versatile fusion targets, like Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, or Mud Dragon of the Swamp, then you can use Super Polymerization on 2 of your opponent's monsters in order to give yourself a monster. And what's great about how Super Polymerization uses cards as its targets is that it basically bypasses all kinds of destruction immunity besides full card effect immunity, like Ultimate Falcon. So unless it's a card that's immune to all card effects, there's a really good chance Super Polymerization will work on it. And your opponent also can't negate this card's effect, because it's spell speed 4, and your opponent can't activate anything in response to it. So a card that can be used during your opponent's turn to steal your opponent's strong boss monsters with negates in order to turn them into a strong boss monster for yourself, it's not too hard to see why this card is heavily played. And also why it was banned for so many years. If anything, they probably unbanned this card because of how reliant so many decks have become on putting a whole bunch of negates on board. Because Super Polymerization doesn't care about how many negates you have, because you can't use them against this card. And at number 7, we have Evenly Matched. This is a trap card which has the effect where, at the end of the battle phase, if your opponent controls more cards than you do, you can make your opponent banish cards from their side of the field, face down, so they control the same number of cards as you. And also, if you control no cards on your side of the field, you can activate this card from your hand. Now, this card has a really good effect that bypasses a ton of indestructible boss monsters, and the fact that you can use this card from your hand is what makes this card a heavily played staple. Because you see, if you're going second and your opponent has a board full of monsters that are super hard to get rid of, you can just enter your battle phase without playing any cards, and then just use Evenly Matched directly from your hand at the end of the battle phase to have your opponent banish all but one card from their side of the field. And then you can just go into your main phase 2 to do your plays like normal. You basically have to give up your battle phase in order to do this, but the trade-off is so good that it can basically win you the game on its own. And it's because Evenly Matched is good for this second turn play that some people will create decks specifically designed around going second, even though throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, going first gave you the biggest advantage. Of course, this card can be stopped if your opponent just negates its effect, but if your opponent doesn't have a way to negate a trap card, and a lot of the popular monsters on field only negate monster effects, then this card will just get rid of an entire unbreakable board. So, in order for a trap card to see heavy play in the current meta, it needs to have a really good effect and be usable from the hand in some way, and Evenly Matched meets both of those requirements in spades. And at number 6, we have Dino Wrestler Pancratops. This is a level 7 monster with 2600 attack that can easily special summon itself from your hand as long as your opponent controls more monsters than you do. Even heavily played cards like Junk Forward can only special summon itself from your hand if you control no monsters, and Pancratops is much stronger and can bring itself out easier. If you're going second anyway, you can't really bring them out if you're going first and your opponent controls no monsters. And it also has another effect, the real reason this card is heavily played, that during either player's turn, you contribute a Dino Wrestler monster to destroy any one card your opponent controls. Now, most people who play this card are only playing this one Dino Wrestler, so usually it distributes itself in order to pop one of your opponent's cards. But what's really good about this effect is just how versatile it is, in that it can target any card your opponent controls, and not just a monster or just a spell or trap. So if your opponent has an oppressive floodgate, you can just use Pancratops to get rid of it. Or if your opponent is special summoning a bunch of monsters, you can use Pancratops to destroy one of their key combo pieces in order to stop their combos from happening. The fact that it can destroy a monster during your opponent's turn is super good, and the fact that it's so easy to play in pretty much any deck with its really good effects means it sees lots of play. And it even is useful as an attacking monster, as at 2600 attack, it's actually a pretty good beat stick that can get over a lot of boss monsters. And at number 5, we have Called by the Grave. This is a quick play spell card, which has the effect to banish one monster from your opponent's graveyard. And if you do, until the end of the next turn, its effects are negated, as well as the effects of all cards that share that monster's name. So the most useful application of this card is to chain it to your opponent using a hand trap, which will negate all monsters of the same name as that hand trap for the rest of the turn, which includes the effect your opponent probably just used. And since it's a quick play spell card, it can be used during your first turn. So this card is very heavily played in combo decks that want their combos to go through, and don't want hand traps to ruin their day. And since combo decks are the name of the game in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it's no wonder this card sees so much play. And at number 4, we have Infinite Impermanence. This is another trap card with a good effect that can be used from your hand, just like Evenly Matched. What this card does is negate the effect of one face-up monster on the field until the end of the turn. Pretty standard effect. There's lots of trap cards that can do this, and some of them that can do this even better. However, if you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand, which means you can use it during your opponent's first turn. And since it's a trap card, your opponent can't use Called by the Grave on it. Like, they would be able to use it on an effect veiler, who has basically the same exact effect, only is a hand trap monster, whereas Infinite Impermanence is an actual hand trap card. And it even has a bonus effect if you do set this card up on the field, as when this card is activated on the field, in addition to its effect of negating the effect of any monster, you can also negate the effects of a spell or trap card that's in the same column as this card. So you can potentially negate the effects of a spell or trap card as well. Now, none of these effects are super crazy good, like how Evenly Matched can basically win you the game on its own, but all of these effects are useful. And being able to negate the effect of a monster, since most meta decks are very monster effect heavy, is a very valuable effect to have. So all of the conveniences on this card, as well as its versatility, and the fact that it's an anti-Call by the Grave negate, means this card sees tons of play. And at number 3, we have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I was honestly surprised this card wasn't the most played card in the game, and is only the third most played, because what this card does, well, it's a hand trap that can be used in response to your opponent, basically doing an effect which would move a card from their main deck somewhere else, besides drawing. So if your opponent tries to search a card, you can use Ash Blossom to stop it. If your opponent tries to special summon a monster from the deck, you can stop that. Or if your opponent tries to selectively mill a card from their deck, you can also use Ash Blossom to stop that as well. And all three of those things are done by basically all good meta decks. So this card is basically useful against every deck that you're likely to come across in a competitive format. And this card is so heavily played that cards like Called by the Grave are also heavily played because they directly counter cards like Ash Blossom. And one well-timed Ash Blossom can stop your opponent from doing combos for the rest of the turn. So it's a really good card, and lots of people hate it because everyone plays it. But I guess not as much as the next two spots on this list. And at number 2, we have Artifact Lancia. Surprisingly, this card is mainly played in the side deck, but it's played so much in so many player side decks that it's the second most played card in the game, which was not the case about a year ago. You see, what this card does is you can tribute this card from your hand in order to make it so that neither player can banish cards for the rest of the turn. So basically like an Imperial Iron Wall for a turn on a hand trap. Now that doesn't seem like a very good effect, or it's an incredibly niche effect anyway, but currently Orcus decks are one of the most played engines and meta decks, and their entire strategy revolves around banishing their own cards in order to gain their effects. And one Artifact Lancia can basically shut down their plays for an entire turn. And there's also Thunder Dragons, who are pretty similar in that they require lots of banishing their own cards for their plays, and they're also a very heavily played archetype. And one Artifact Lancia can basically shut down half their plays for a turn. I don't think it shuts them down as hard as Orcus, but it does severely dampen them. And since this one card can counter two of the most played meta decks / engines, there's a reason it's played so heavily in basically everyone's side deck. Now, this card also has some other effects that's not really why this card is used. It can also set itself on the field as a spell or trap card, and if it's destroyed during your opponent's turn, it can special summon itself from the graveyard. And you can also send this card face up on the field to the graveyard in order to activate its Imperial Iron Wall effect. It doesn't need to be tributed from your hand in order to use that effect, it's usually used as a hand trap, like 99% of the time. And at number 1, the most played card in the game, currently, is Twin Twisters. Now, this card is a power-crept version of Mystical Space Typhoon, which is a card that just destroys one spell or trap card on the field. And Mystical Space Typhoon still sees competitive play. So, for the power-crept version to be the most played card in the game, kinda makes sense. The effect of this card is just to discard one card in order to destroy up to 2 spell or trap cards on the field. And since it's a quick play card, you can use it during your opponent's turn in order to disrupt plays, or during your opponent's end phase in order to pop face-down trap cards before they have a chance to activate. And this card is also heavily played in the side deck because it so easily stops so many trap-reliant decks, that most of those decks will play stuff like Solemn Judgment in order to counter Twin Twisters. Twin Twisters is the ultimate insurance card, where it's played in pretty much everyone's side deck, just in case they play someone who has nothing but floodgates in their deck, or if they're playing against a trap-heavy deck, because at 3 copies of Twin Twisters, and 3 copies of Red Reboot, you can basically play through any back row heavy deck as long as you draw into one of those 2 cards. Although, while Red Reboot is only the 12th most played card in the game, the reason Twin Twisters is the most played is because it's way more useful in more situations than Red Reboot, and is basically the staple side deck addition to any meta deck. In this video, we'll be going over 10 cards which have had such a drastic effect on the game that it either changed how players play the game, or had the game change around them. And at number 10, we have Infinite Impermanence. This is a card that has both a hand and on-field effect, where if you have an empty field, you can use it from your hand to negate the effects of a monster. And if it's on the field and activated like a normal trap card, it also has the same effect to negate the effect of a monster, but gains an additional effect, where for the rest of the turn it negates the effects of all spell and trap cards in the same column as it. So with Infinite Impermanence, the way this card changed the game was not in its hand effect, because it's basically just another version of Effect Veiler, and actually it's its on-field effect, which makes it so you're incentivized to not play spell and traps in the same column as your opponent's face-down spell and trap cards, because you never know if they're going to have an Infinite Impermanence in that zone and be able to negate your effect. To a lesser extent, the Mech Knights also incentivize you to not play spell and traps in the same column as your opponent's spell and traps, but Infinite Impermanence is one of the most played hand traps in the game, and definitely is more influential in making people not play spell traps in the same column as their opponents. Even if your opponent doesn't have infinite impermanence, people will still avoid playing cards in the same column as your opponent's face-down cards, just because infinite impermanence exists. These are the kinds of cards we'll be talking about on this list. Cards that have such an impact that they influence how you play the game, even if they don't actually exist in your opponent's deck. And at number 9, we have Nibiru the Primal Being. This is another pretty new card, even newer than Infinite Impermanence as it only came out in 2019, and has the effect where, if your opponent summons 5 or more monsters during the main phase, you can then activate this card from your hand to tribute all monsters on the field, give your opponent a super token that has all the stats of the tributed monsters, and then you get to special summon Nibiru from your hand. Being able to tribute all the monsters in the field can kind of win you the game by itself in most cases, and it's an incredibly powerful hand trap effect. So the way this card changes the game is that if you're trying to get out a whole bunch of monsters, chances are you're going to count how many summons you're doing during that turn, and then think twice before performing your 5th summon. If you don't have a way to negate Nibiru by the time you have your 5th summon, and you don't know what card's in your opponent's hand, there is a chance you might just stop there, even if your opponent doesn't have a Nibiru, just in case they do. It also incentivizes people to try to get out a negate as early as possible in their combos if they want to extend past 5 summons, even if it would make their combos less efficient. Nibiru is another excellent example of a card which completely warps the game around itself, and really helps to slow down the potential of combo decks, and kind of completely counters archetypes that don't have a way to answer Nibiru natively. Just like Infinite Impermanence, there's a good chance your opponent will play around Nibiru, even if you don't actually have the card in your hand. And at number 8, we have number 101, Silent Honor Arc. This is a rank 4 Xyz monster, which simply has the effect where it can detach 2 of its materials to absorb one of your opponent's face-up attack position special summoned monsters. In which case it becomes one of this card's new materials, and this card has another effect where if it would be destroyed, you can detach one of its materials instead. Since Honor Arc had generic level 4 materials, it was one of the first non-destruction removal extract monsters that players got access to when it came out, and that made it an absolute powerhouse for removing destruction immune cards, like Stardust Dragon for example. And what was so influential about Silent Honor Arc was that it was such a good removal boss monster that it kind of incentivized people to summon their cards in defense position. Because Honor Arc only worked on face-up attack position cards, so if you simply summon that monster into defense position, then it couldn't be absorbed with Honor Arc. So even if your opponent didn't have Silent Honor Arc in their extra deck, during this card's heyday, most players would summon their boss monster in defense position that they didn't want their opponent to steal anyway. Nowadays, people still kinda do this, but because of Lightning Storm and not Honor Arc. Lightning Storm can destroy all of your opponent's face-up attack position monsters, and it's a great going second card. So it reintroduced the popularity of summoning your big boss monster in defense position if it wasn't destruction immune. Even if no one really uses number 101 Silent Honor Arc anymore, it was the first card that popularized summoning a monster in defense position. And at number 7, we have Evenly Matched. This is a trap card which can only be activated at the end of the battle phase if your opponent controls more cards than you do, where you then make your opponent banish a number of cards they control so that they control the same number of cards as you do. Oh, and also, if you don't control any cards, you can activate this card from your hand. Now, Evenly Matched is such a powerful card that it almost single-handedly popularized the going second deck. Before Evenly Matched, going first was always the better choice. It was so good that Konami had to limit how powerful going first was, through changing the rules of the game where you can no longer draw a card during your first turn. Even with that change, it was still incredibly powerful, and going second was just a detriment, as win percentages heavily favored whoever went first. Evenly Matched was a start of cards that are so good if you're able to go second with them, that there are legitimate versions of the same decks that either want to go first or go second. If your opponent set up a full board of monsters or a combination of a lot of cards in the back row, but they didn't have a way to negate trap effects, then you can gain a ton of advantage by making your opponent get rid of all their cards. The removal from Evenly Matched forces your opponent to get rid of their cards and banish them face down, which is probably one of the best forms of removal, as it bypasses almost all kinds of protection. Not even Ultimate Falcon is immune to the effects of Evenly Matched. And if you use the effect from your hand, you can just simply enter the battle phase, and then leave the battle phase to get rid of all but one of your opponent's cards, since it counts your Evenly Matched in the field as your one card. Then you can do all your plays like normal during the main phase 2 in order to set up your board. You do have to give up your main phase 1 and battle phase to use the card, but the amount of advantage you gain from wiping your opponent's entire field of indestructible monsters is kinda worth it. Evenly Matched was then followed by some more good going second cards which made this strategy way more viable than trying to rely on just drawing a copy of Evenly Matched, thanks to cards like Dark Ruler No More and of course Lightning Storm. Evenly matched was influential in the fact that it made going second advantageous, where multiple people playing going second decks will not want to go first at all, which was rarely a thing before evenly matched was released. And at number 6, we have Max C. This is a hand trap which was released in 2011 and has the effect where you can use this during either player's turn, and you gain the effect for the rest of the turn where each time your opponent special summons a monster, you get to draw one card. Max C is easily the strongest hand trap in the game's history, and it's kind of funny that when the card first came out, it rarely saw competitive play. It did see some competitive play, but it wasn't until later on where the problems of the card really became apparent, and the card got banned for just being too influential in its power. Basically, Max C is so powerful that it changes the game around itself, kind of like Nibiru the Primal Being. The game literally just slows down if Max C exists in the game, because if you start special summoning your monsters and your opponent drops a Max C, they can chain it in response to you about to special summon a card, in order to immediately gain the advantage back of using that Max C. So even if you stop your turn immediately so your opponent can't draw a whole bunch of cards, then you don't actually lose any advantage for using the Max C, which is not the case for pretty much every other hand trap. And also, if you stop your turn so that your opponent doesn't draw a whole bunch for Max C, you're basically stopping your turn early thanks to the effect of one card. It simultaneously allows you to force your opponent to stop special summoning for the rest of the turn while not losing hand advantage and potentially forcing your opponent to skip their turn, which is one of the most powerful effects in the game. Currently, Max C is banned in the TCG and unbanned in the OCG, and the game is basically warped around Max C in the OCG. Max C just increases the power level of control decks that don't like to special summon a lot. It makes cards which can directly counter Max C way more viable and necessary to open up with first if you don't want to lose to that one card, like a Call by the Grave or Crossout Designator. Max C basically creates a game state where you need to have a counter for the card, otherwise you're going to lose out on your turn. And there's no real playing around the card like you can with Nibiru, unless you're able to special summon a whole bunch of times during your turn in order to deck out your opponent by taking the Max C challenge, which was even mentioned in an official manga chapter. And at number 5, we have Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon is a level 5 monster which can special summon itself from your hand if your opponent controls a monster. Now, definitely nowhere near as powerful as Max C, but it was a game changer, and this list is all about cards which change the game and not about the power level of the cards themselves. However, Cyber Dragon, when it was first released in 2005, was kind of overpowered in its time period. 2005 was still the era of 1900 attack beatsticks, and where tribute summons were still common even if Summon Skull Beatdown wasn't a competitive deck anymore. So if your opponent summoned out a big 1900 attack beatstick, then you could bring out Cyber Dragon and instantly beat over it, while you just normal summoned your own 1900 attack beatstick, and your opponent would have a hard time getting back from that loss of advantage. Cyber Dragon was so oppressive as a free monster you can bring out from your hand, back in the time when special summons were still pretty rare, that some people would just straight up not summon monsters during their first turn if they didn't have an answer to a potential Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon was also just used as tribute fodder, that way they can go into bigger boss monsters like Jinzo, and can be used later on in the graveyard for cards like Chaos Sorcerer since it was light attribute. And since Cyber Dragon acted as both a powerful free card to get on the field in order to extend, or just a really strong card to use as tribute fodder, the rest of the game kind of had to catch up to Cyber Dragon's power level. Cyber Dragon was absolutely a staple card, and was even limited on the ban list for a while during the Synchro era, because it was too strong at 3 copies, but never strong enough where it was ban-worthy. Then, Cyber Dragon got a lot of support later on in its life, which led it to be a normal card in a rogue meta deck. So sure, most people today know of Cyber Dragon since it still sees competitive play, but probably don't remember how absolutely game-changing it was when it came out. Its power level was so high that the rest of the game had to catch up to it in a hurry, and popularized the use of special summoning monsters from your hand for combos as normal part of the game. And at number 4, we have That Grass Looks Greener. This is a spell card which allows you to send a number of cards from your deck to the graveyard, equal to the surplus difference in your deck size to your opponent's. So if you had 60 cards in your deck and your opponent had 40, you could send the top 20 cards of your deck to the graveyard. And with how many ridiculously good graveyard effects there are in the game, sending the top 20 cards of your deck to the graveyard could be equivalent to going plus 20 in card advantage. So it's an incredibly good effect to get off, which is why when That Grass Looks Greener was legal in the TCG, people were playing cards like Left Arm Offering, which gets rid of your entire hand to search out one spell card, just to search it out, and it was absolutely worth that cost. Now, the way this card changed the game was popularizing the use of 60 card decks, which is still sometimes a thing in the modern game, but it was a different story when That Grass Looks Greener was still legal. because that grass looks greener decks could gain so much advantage for just resolving a single card that a good way to counter the card was to just play 60 card decks yourself. If you had a 60 card deck, then your opponent wouldn't really get anything from resolving that grass looks greener, and you could completely counter the whole point of their deck during the deck building process. And because of this, a lot of decks just started playing the max cap of 60, even if they didn't want to. And decks which could take advantage of having more than 40 cards were performing a lot better this era, of more and more people just running 60 card decks to counter that grass looks greener. Grass was so strong it changed how people constructed their decks, and I think this is a first, where people changed the amount of cards they played in their deck because of one card in the game. Even if your opponent didn't have that grass looks greener, chances are you would go against another person who also had a 60 card deck, not because they were playing the card, but because they were trying to counter it as well. After that grass looks greener finally got banned, 60 card decks basically disappeared overnight. They still exist, don't get me wrong, but only if they directly can benefit from having that many cards, as it's still better to run the minimum amount possible so that you can actually draw the combo pieces you need. And at number 3, we have Malevolent Catastrophe. This is a trap card which has the effect that when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can destroy all spell and trap cards in the field. So it's a full heavy storm-like effect. The way this card changed the game was how people placed their spell and trap cards. You see, if your opponent has back row, or any cards in the field, or really anything at all, and you have traps or quick play spell cards you want to set to be able to use during your opponent's turn, you hold on to those before you enter the battle phase. Pretty much everyone sets their spell and trap cards during their main phase too who aren't Duel Links players, and Malevolent Catastrophe is the reason why. If you set your cards in your main phase 1, then attacking into this card, you would lose all your cards, which could easily be prevented by just waiting until your main phase 2 to set them. Raikou the Lightsworn Hunter also partially contributed to the status as well, as it was a very popular flip effect monster which could target back row in addition to monsters when it was flip face up. So if you had any set back row and you attacked into Raikou, chances are you would lose one of your spell and trap cards, because Lightsworns could just blow up your monsters pretty easily before the era of everyone having monster negates. So Malevolent Catastrophe causing people to change when they set their spell and traps is definitely deserving of a high spot on this list of cards that changed how players play the game. And at number 2, we have Gorz, the Emissary of Darkness. This is a card which has the effect that if you don't control any cards on your side of the field and you take damage, you can then special summon this card from your hand and activate one of its 2 effects based on the type of damage you took. Where you can either inflict damage to your opponent equal to the amount of effect damage you took, or if it was battle damage, you get to summon a token which has the same attack and defense as the amount of damage you took. So the way this card changed the game was how your opponent attacks with their monsters directly during the battle phase. Since Gorz can summon a really beefy token based on the amount of damage you take, if you're attacking into your opponent directly and they have no cards in their field, and you attacked with your strongest monster first, then they would bring out Gorz and get a super strong token that none of your other monsters would be able to attack over. So the way to counter Gorz is to simply attack with your lowest attack monsters first, ascending to your highest monsters last. This will force your opponent to activate Gorz early if they're trying to bring them out to stop you from lowering their life points to 0, in which case you can more readily attack over the token and potentially Gorz himself, which has pretty beefy stats for a monster that can special summon itself from the hand. Even if Gorz doesn't really see play in the modern era, longtime Yu-Gi-Oh fans will still attack with their lower attack monsters first and higher attack monsters last, just in case. And at number 1, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This card was so impactful that Konami basically created the forbidden list for it. The original effect of this card was you could pay 1,000 life points in order to send all cards in the field in both players' hands to the graveyard, and then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard with its effect. It could also bring itself out really easily by just banishing a light and dark monster from your graveyard. So it's one of the most powerful effects ever printed on a monster. And the best way to take advantage of this to make sure you were going to win that turn was to make sure one of the cards you sent to the graveyard was Sangan so that you could search out Yatagarasu. Then you could just summon an attack with Yatagarasu in order to make your opponent not draw cards during the next draw phase, and then just repeat infinitely until your opponent's life points reach 0. Because unless your opponent had a response in the graveyard, there was nothing they could do to come back from the combo. And generally, Konami doesn't like it when you're put in a game state where there's literally nothing you can do to come back. So they heavily restrict the cards which allow you to skip your opponent's draw phase, like Yatagarasu or Time Seal. Both of these cards are still forbidden on the ban list to this day. Although Chaos Emperor Dragon was definitely the problem part of the combo, because it so easily allows you to set up an empty field in hand in order to lock down your opponent. If the card was unbanned with its original effect, it would still be one of the strongest cards in the game even today, almost 20 years after it came out. That's why the effect was changed to be a heavily nerfed version of itself, where it basically locks you out of using any card effects during the turn you use its effect, which was enough for them finally take the card off the ban list. Although the forbidden list exists in the first place because of how strong the card was. They basically had to make a way so that you could no longer use its super powerful effect at all, because this was before they would errata cards. So for creating the forbidden list, Chaos Emperor Dragon is a good spot to take number 1 on this list. Here's how Pendulum Monsters work. Pendulum Monsters are half monsters have spell cards that can either be summoned or placed in the Pendulum Zone as a special kind of continuous spell card called a Pendulum Scale. Unlike most monsters, whenever a Pendulum Monster card would go from the field to the graveyard, it instead goes to the extra deck face up unless otherwise stated. And when a player has 2 Pendulum Scales active, they can conduct a once per turn Pendulum Summon of as many monsters as they want from either the face up extra deck or the hand. However, these monsters' levels must fall between the numbers listed on each Pendulum Scale, and you can only special summon Pendulum Monsters from the face up extra deck to either the extra monster zone or link zones that you control. Now, at first glance, Pendulum Monsters can be spotted among other Yu-Gi-Oh cards quite easily. Like any monster, they have obvious levels, attributes, and stats, but have a mixed color border and reduced card art window to accommodate the additional Pendulum Scales and second text box. In general, Pendulum Monsters have 2 effects. Their monster effects are listed in the lower text box, and their spell effects are listed in the upper text box. However, some Pendulum Monsters have no effect when activating the Pendulum Zone, while others may even be normal monsters with effects when scaled or have no effects at all. While Pendulum Monsters are often loathed for their seemingly endless walls of text, you can often shortcut the amount of reading you have to do when you encounter a new Pendulum Monster by looking out for some of these common themes. First, does it restrict the player from Pendulum Summoning or Special Summoning in some way? And if not, is there a clause that changes that Pendulum's monster scale under certain conditions? Second, is it part of an archetype? Pendulum monsters with extremely unique effects often share their quirks with other monsters of their archetype, and a large part of the text is just explaining how that archetype's gimmick works. Lastly, is it a Pendulum Xyz monster? All Pendulum Xyz monsters have lengthy clause that you can skip that simply explains that it can be Pendulum summoned face up in extra deck despite having a rank as opposed to a level. Speaking of the face up extra deck, knowing where Pendulum monsters are supposed to go can sometimes be confusing since it can change depending on how they're used and where they're moving from. As a general rule, Pendulum monsters go to the extra deck face up whenever a non-Pendulum monster in the same scenario would leave the field and go to the graveyard. However, if a card like Macrocosmos that states otherwise is on the field, that card takes precedent over the default game mechanics. In this and other similar cases, any Pendulum monsters that would go to the extra deck face up are banished instead. When using Pendulum monsters as materials for extra deck monsters, understanding the rule that requires Pendulum monsters to move specifically from the field to the graveyard is essential. While Pendulums intuitively go to the face up extra deck when used for Synchro or Link summoning, when used as materials for an XC summon, Pendulum monsters do not go to the extra deck face up if they are detached. While this is a bit counterintuitive, it's because XC's materials are not considered to be cards on the field. Therefore, since these Pendulum monsters are being sent to the graveyard from somewhere else that isn't considered the field, they do not go to the extra deck face up. Using Pendulum monsters as fusion materials similarly requires you to pay close attention to where the monsters being used as materials are coming from. If you activate Parametalfoes Fusion to fusion summon a Metalfoes Fusion monster using cards from your hand, field, or face up extra deck as material, then any monster used from the field will go to the extra deck face up. But any monsters used from either the hand or face up extra deck will go to the graveyard. The most obtuse ruling of all regarding Pendulum monsters and whether they go to the face up extra deck or graveyard is easily taken by what happens to them when the summon of a Pendulum monster is negated. While it may appear that a Pendulum monster in this situation is moving from the field to the graveyard, in this instance it does not go to the face up extra deck and instead goes to the graveyard. This is because a monster whose summon has been negated is considered to have never been summoned and therefore has never touched the field. Monsters in this scenario, including Pendulum monsters, are immediately sent to the graveyard without the designation of having come from the field, hand, extra deck, or any other named location in Yu-Gi-Oh! This can be extremely frustrating after conducting a large Pendulum summon, since all of the summoned monsters will be sent to the graveyard instead of the extra deck if your Pendulum summon is negated. Speaking of Pendulum summoning, in order to conduct a Pendulum summon, a player must have 2 active Pendulum scales in their Pendulum zones, one with a high numbered scale and one with a low numbered scale. When a player is referring to their Pendulum scale, they could be referring to one of 2 things. Either they're referring to a Pendulum monster scale in the Pendulum zone, or specifically the number listed on that Pendulum monster. In the first case, a Pendulum scale is any Pendulum monster card that has been activated or placed in a Pendulum zone, and the action of activating a Pendulum monster in the Pendulum zone is unofficially referred to as scaling. While placed in a Pendulum zone, a Pendulum monster is treated as a continuous spell with the effects listed in its upper text box, with continuous effects being applied upon resolution and activated effects becoming available for activation. It should be noted that a Pendulum monster being treated as a continuous spell or trap in the spell trap card zone do not have access to their Pendulum scale effects unless they have been explicitly placed in the Pendulum zone. While this isn't a common occurrence, it is something that can occur and that Pendulum players should be aware of. In the second case, a Pendulum scale refers to the 2 numbers on the left and right of the card next to the red and blue scale markers. While this number technically indicates the scale value the card will have in each respective pendulum zone, every pendulum monster currently released has the same number on both sides. However, there isn't any written rule that says this will always be the case, and Konami has previously shown interest in this as a potential pendulum design space. Since both a low and high scale are necessary in order to conduct a pendulum summon, a pendulum monster's scale numbers can sometimes be even more important than its effects. A scale of 8 or 9 is great for a high scale, and 1 is the golden standard for a low scale. While scales higher or lower than these do exist, they're typically considered overkill and unnecessary. Having a scale of 2, 6, or 7 is considered okay. But pendulum monsters with a scale of 3 or 5 have to have really good effects to offset their limited use in the pendulum zones. Pendulum monsters with a written or changing scale of 4 are given this scale as a deliberate downside. These cards often have incredibly powerful effects that warrant restrictions, and giving a pendulum monster's scale of 4 is often enough to balance it out. Once your scales are set, to conduct your pendulum summon, you simply have to declare it and then special summon as many monsters as you want from your hand and extra deck, so as long as you follow a few key rules. To start, you can only pendulum summon monsters whose levels are between the numbers listed in your pendulum scales. For example, if you have Performapal Monkey Board and Performapal Celestial Magician scaled, you can pendulum summon monsters with levels between 2 and 7, since Monkey Board scale is 1 and Celestial Magician scale is 8. This is why having a pendulum scale of 4 is so bad, since it prevents you from pendulum summoning level 4 monsters, the most commonly used level in the game. Next, pendulum monsters being summoned from the extra deck must be summoned to either an unoccupied extra monster zone you can summon to, or to link zones that you control, with a link zone being a zone that a link monster points to. This is a restriction left over from Master Rule 4 and used to apply to all extra deck summons, but now only applies to pendulum and link monsters as of the introduction of Master Rule 4 revisions. Lastly, monsters from the hand cannot be pendulum summoned to the extra monster zone, and the monsters you pendulum summon must be generically special summonable. While there are edge cases where this won't be true, in general, if you special summon a monster using Monster Reborn, that monster can also be pendulum summoned. This rule works for almost any monsters being summoned from the hand, and extra deck pendulum monsters being summoned from the extra deck. Since just like a normal extra deck monster being special summoned from the graveyard, extra deck pendulum monsters must be properly summoned before they can be pendulum summoned from the face-up extra deck. Similarly to built-in special summons of cards like Cyber Dragon and Kashtira Fenrir, pendulum summons don't activate and therefore don't start chains until the summon is complete, and the monsters are already on the field. Due to the quirks of pendulum monsters and pendulum summoning, finding the best ratios for cards in pendulum decks can work a bit differently compared to non-pendulum decks. There are two general philosophies that have emerged regarding how pendulum decks should be built. While you should always play your starters at 3 just like any other deck, the ratios of which extenders, consistency tools, and non-engine staples should be played is where the two ideologies diverge. On one hand, you have the standard deck building practice of including all of your best cards at 3 to maximize the probability that you draw into those cards in the first turn. Pendulum decks built this way are incredibly consistent at performing their main combo lines and building endboards, but are unable to play more than a handful of non-engine staples, if any at all. This is because pendulum summons are 3-card combos by design, and most pendulum combos require you to start with at least 2 different pendulum monsters in hand. However, the best boards are often built by 3, 4, and even 5-card combos that utilize most or all of the cards in your starting hand, setting up loads of interaction to protect your board while constantly interrupting your opponent. While the consistency boost provided by opening 5 engine pieces is great for playing through interruptions when going first, pendulum decks built this way are an immense disadvantage going second, and often struggle to break boards when left uninterrupted. On the other hand, pendulum decks can also be built on the other extreme by focusing on the amount of advantage a single card can generate. These decks leverage the few 1-card pendulum starters that are available by maximizing their starters, minimizing their extenders, and jam-packing the rest with non-engine staples in an attempt to increase their consistency going second. While this style of deck increases combo fragility and reduces the ceiling of your endboard compared to a pile of 3 of engine pieces, it's balanced by the sheer power of non-engine staples like Nibiru and Kurikara that have the potential to win you the game on their own. While both styles of pendulum deck building have their pros and cons, in the end, which style you pursue really comes down to either metagaming the current format or personal preference. Regardless of what pendulum deck you're building or how you're building it, there are a few generic pendulum and anti-pendulum staples that you should be aware of. Beyond the pendulum is a link to spellcaster with the effect to search any pendulum monster from your deck when link summoned to the extra monster zone, and can target and destroy any 2 cards in the field when 2 monsters with different levels are pendulum summoned to zones that it points to. This card is so good in pendulum decks that they usually played at 2 copies, both to insulate against extra deck ripping effects and to aid in rebuilding the board on turn 3 when going first. Arcfiend Eccentric is a level 3 fiend that has the pendulum effect to destroy itself and any other spell trap on the field, and the monster effect attributes itself to target and destroy another monster in the field. The ability to flex between monster and back row removal is so good that non-pendulum decks will sometimes include Eccentric on the side, but its pendulum scale of 7 makes it even better in pendulum decks as a way to either play through interruption or break your opponent's board. While currently banned in the TCG, Master Duel players specifically need to be wary of Heavy Metal Foe's Electromite, a Link 2 Psychic monster that functions both as a generic consistency tool and extender for Pendulum decks. Upon Link Summon, it has the effect to add any Pendulum monster from your deck to your extra deck face up, and has the activate effect to destroy any card you control to add a Pendulum monster from your face up extra deck to your hand. Both of these effects are soft once per turns, with the only hard once per turn being its mandatory draw upon a card leaving your Pendulum zone. Moving on to the anti-Pendulum staples. Anti-Spell Fragrance is a continuous trap that requires both players to set spell cards before activating them, and prevents spell cards from being activated until a player's next turn after they were set. Since Pendulum monsters can only be activated in the Pendulum scales and cannot be set, Anti-Spell Fragrance is often seen as an instant win card against Pendulum decks, locking them out of their Pendulum effects and Pendulum summoning. Dimensional Barrier is a normal trap card that requires you to declare either Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Pendulum to negate that type's effects on the field and prevent either player from special summoning monsters of that type for the rest of the turn. Similarly to Anti-Spell Fragrance, flipping Dimensional Barrier and calling Pendulum is actually even better than the currently banned Vanity's Emptiness against Pendulum decks, effectively skipping their turn entirely by locking them out of special summoning. Eradicator Epidemic Virus is another popular normal trap that, by attributing a dark monster with 2500 or more attack, allows you to declare either spell or trap to look at your opponent's hand, all spell traps they control, and all cards they draw until their third turn after its activation, and destroy all cards of the declared type. While this seems like it wouldn't hurt Pendulum decks very much since they're primarily made up of Pendulum monsters, this is far from reality, as Pendulum monsters in the scales are considered to be continuous spells. This allows Eradicator to destroy your scales at any time, as well as any other starters or extenders you might be holding on for later. In general, Pendulum decks also have a hard time in formats where main deck spell and trap card removal is viable, and having an important summon on your Pendulum summon negated by a well-timed Solemn can be devastating, since Pendulum monsters will go to the graveyard if their summon is negated. Overall, Pendulum monsters are an extremely unique design space that is exclusive to Yu-Gi-Oh! And can lead to fun and interesting situations that are vastly different from what non-Pendulum decks provide. Despite their lack of recent meta relevance, they should still be kept in consideration as a potential contender in the future on the advent of new support.